Hello, chat. How are you guys doing? Oh, what the hell? Huh. That's weird. Uh, let's try this real quick. The camera's already like crap in the bed. There we go. Hi, chat. Hello. Yes, I'm back. And ooh, I gotta keep that off the ear. It still hurts a lot. I think this thing here, I got some alcohol wipes coming. 2.0, and I think this is the reason why we had problems with my ear. So we're going to clean everything and take it apart, take a look at it. So, yeah, guys, we're getting a pantsless stream. Well, no, I'm doing laundry. That doesn't mean we don't have pants. Well, anyways, guys, welcome to the show. We are going to catch up on the Biggie. I'm sorry, not the Biggie, the Tupac murder trial. Once again, it's about whether or not Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was involved in the murder, whether he ordered it, whether he facilitated it, whether he furnished the weapons in it. Also, God, this new mic cable, it's like, forgot how good this freaking thing worked. It's like, it's amazing. It's amazeballs, as the kids might say. So we're going to get into this, and I think it's, I know you guys may not like this one, but I think it's a good trial. I really think it's a good trial. I think ultimately there's going to be a lot here about what's going on and like how this all worked out and how this all came about. And we're going to catch up. I mean, we're going to probably speed around into some spots. I heard there's some really good testimony this week where one of the guys getting cross-examined is like yelling at the defense attorney, like, don't ask me questions. We're going to try to catch up where we can. We're going to catch up on these days and go from there. But I really appreciate you guys being here because I couldn't do it. And yeah, I'm so sorry I was gone, guys. Also, the ear infection, God, it took it all out of me. The horror host says, I thought Tupac went back to his home country of Serbia. Yes, Tupac Shakur, the most wholesome Serbian name ever. Carmelo got denied. Ag, send me the stuff on that. We may go over that tomorrow, and do some farming of content with that. So if you have any of that stuff, let me see it. Just Me says the best local trial since the OJ robbery trial. Well, there we go. All right, guys. It's anybody here is new. I'm Sean, also potentially criminal. I'm an attorney out in Ohio, or Ohio licensed attorney down in Florida now. So let's get started with what's going on. Like I said, I think this is an interesting trial, and it's because ultimately he says he did it, but they need they're trying to prove that more. They're trying to show additionally that he was here in LA, that Keefe D was in Las Vegas. And we don't have that yet. And it's going to be weird how they could show it, because think about the times that we live in now. You have a digital footprint in 1996, though. I mean, cash was king, dude. Like, very few people use debit cards. If you had a card, you were taking it to the ATM and then you got the cash out. So, why aren't you wearing silk shirts and 90s number 4 Jordans for this stream? I could, yeah. Yes, Haven is saying, I was watching the Diddy documentary, and apparently he was jealous of Tupac and Biggie's friendship. I mean, yeah, I mean, Diddy was very much like, he thought, he was the producing, but he wanted to become the big thing. And I do agree with the idea that, a lot of people think that Diddy had Tupac or Diddy had Biggie bumped off to make room out on the East Coast for him. So, because then what did Diddy go right into? I'll be missing you and all that shit. And that really skyrocketed him, and from there it was champagne wishes and baby oil dreams. So, and then Bilson for $5 says, come on, Sean, thousands of Facebook Karens are offering their kids a tribute to Lindsay Clancy, and you want to talk Keefe D. Yeah, but a bunch of white women, that song, that saying, like, weak men create, hard times. No, it's white women create hard times. It's all fucking white women doing this. So, but thank you for the super chat. But let's get started. Hi, Patty. Let's get into this. I mean, ow, God, this is, it hurts. It hurts. Where is, do they not have it up on their, yeah, they should have. Okay. So we're going to get back to day 2, and we're going to try to catch up, guys, and bounce around. If there's anything you guys specifically want me to get to, we will, but we'll start on day 2 and go from there. We have closed captioning, and we have all kinds of things at our disposal here we're going to take advantage of. So let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, that's true to say white women fuck dogs. Yeah. I need to update my channel description. What's wrong? What did I mess up? So I heard the end of the week is very interesting with the prosecutor. They tried to do something like insane. And we'll make sure we cover that. We'll make sure we cover that. All right, here we go. All right, chat. We are going to start. I don't want your chat. So here we go, guys. Here we go. Now they play this. They play more of this.
Okay. What about outside the park? Really?
They play more of this, and it's not really that important here. But it goes to show you guys ultimately how this all, like, the information out of, Biggie's death. And remember, Biggie got killed in LA, and Keefe D was suspected of having his fingers right in it. And this guy was about it. Like, this guy was all about that action. So, this is not a nice guy. This is a bad dude. This is a bad dude. So, just me, is that yesterday where the guy keeps on telling him, like, you don't want me to answer these questions? Because we'll get to that. They don't read through the 302, the 308s. They're called 302s in the FBI. But yes. So, here we go. Here we go.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name is Kern, Kern.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jocko, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. How are you currently employed?
I work for Customs and Border Protection at the Chicago Laboratory as a latent fingerprint examiner.
I'm going to take you back 30 years ago. 30 years ago, what were you doing for a living?
I had just started here as a crime scene analyst. I was in my first year.
What does a crime scene analyst for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department do?
Basically, it's a response to crime scenes to recover evidence that was potentially left behind during the incident. Things like burglaries, we would go look for fingerprint evidence, maybe sometimes broken glass, those sort of things, and we would collect that from the scene and bring it back to the lab for potential use later.
Did you have a field training officer on September 7th or September 13th, I guess it is, of 1996?
I did.
And who was that?
David Lemaster. That's Lemaster.
Do crime scene analysts respond to the coroner's office for autopsies to document the body and collect any evidence that the doctor pulls out during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
And were you present at the autopsy with David Lemaster for the autopsy of Tupac Shakur?
I was.
May I approach Judge?
You may.
Aside from the detective, this guy could have leaked all those pictures too.
I'm going to start with state proposed exhibits 44 to it's like 56 there.
Well,
4 to
okay,
56.
he's just if he's just going to authenticate pictures, I don't need that. So, we don't need it. We don't need him to authenticate.
Who's your next witness?
Dr. Lisa.
Especially if we're not going to see the pictures. And honestly, if this is if this is the medical examiner, guys, I'm sorry, I'm just talking through this here. I mean, if she's gonna, we know Tupac got shot. Isn't that a little weird? I hope you guys understand. I'm okay with skipping that because I don't nobody's questioning that he's dead. Nobody's questioning that bullets entered his body. So if only Eazy-E was available. Yeah. Sir, do you suck dicks? Yeah. Anyways, we're going to skip ahead. I don't really need her to come in here unless we're going to see pictures of him. We're going to skip ahead. I don't really need her to come in here unless we're going to see pictures of him. We're going to skip ahead. I don't really need her to come in here unless we're going to see pictures of him. We're going to skip ahead. I don't really need her to come in here unless we're going to see pictures of him. you know, we're just gonna blow through this because I don't. Oh, here we go. His body bag chat. Or are we gonna see Tupac dead? Uh-oh. 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 Oh no, we're not seeing it. Well, that sucks. But anyways, she's gonna discuss what happened to him here. And ultimately, I'm kind of curious to see what the defense is gonna do. So here we go.
What are we looking at here? Or within the coroner's office, right? Photograph.
For the record,
Oh.
exhibit number 16.
They pulled a slug out of Tupac. There we go.
Mr.
College.
Good thing for my work.
Yes.
Just go.
Okay,
Yes,
here we
I'm
go.
here today.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Just a couple questions. Your testimony here today revolves really around your review of the record that was laid out 30 years ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, fair to say, of course, that keeping records would be very important in your life work.
Yes.
In the event that in the future, something that you do while you're on vacation somewhere in the Bahamas could be testified to by another doctor.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to the records that you saw here, and is it Dr.
Jordan.
Jordan? Was there anything missing in your review of those records in terms of record keeping or anything like that?
No, but we only took a few photos at the time of autopsy. At that time, they used Polaroids or they used film and cameras. And so we had few photos of the body itself. And so consequently, the crime scene analyst photos were helpful for being able to come to determination in addition to the reports.
Right. So the way we're able to explain it to the jury today is that you reviewed the record as well as any photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
That's correct.
And once again, going back again to my original question though, is that was there anything at all in review of Dr. Jordan's records or record keeping that would have indicated to you something that should have been done differently with regard to Dr. Jordan's work?
No, nothing that I could see in my review.
Okay, and fair enough to say though, that you're not really there to critique his work as much as it is to relay what you read in the record to a jury like the people that we have here today.
But that's fair.
And once again, a critical review of someone's record is a little bit different compared to just reading what was done and then relaying that to a jury.
Yes.
Okay, what is the difference?
I think the scrutiny that you can utilize in those kind of details may be something that becomes relevant for a particular case.
Right. So, for instance, if there was some issue, some dispute over whether or not he was given adequate medical treatment, that would be something for another day, for another topic, and another type of review, right?
That would be for somebody that actually does treatment of bodies. I'm a forensic pathologist, so I'm a medical examiner, so I review people after they've died. So that would be treatment related to whomever does that type of treatment.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record. He does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are based on.
I like what he's doing here because he's saying they set out a record, the police did, and I assume that's where he's going to go with this. There's a lot of police records missing. So I think part of what they're going to argue is sloppy investigation.
On my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work in general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regards to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures, no.
Okay. And in the event that you don't even have that, say, for instance, you're coming in here today, and the question is, well, did the Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redraft, Mr. Dudley?
Man, Mr. Stamps suggested, I just want to make it clear, you're not regurgitating Dr. Jordan's opinions. You've formulated your own opinions as the cause and manner of death.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's clear.
One final question based on what you're talking about. And fair to say, though, in order for you to do that, you have to rely on Dr. Jordan's documentation of what he did.
I relied on his documentation as well as the other documentation that I talked about, which was medical records as well as photographs.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have one more that we're waiting for. Can I have the parties approach?
Let's skip ahead here. And like I said, guys, I'm sorry. Some of this, like, the coroner, that was...
I don't know what. No, there were not.
And then were all the bullets found of the same caliber?
I don't know what the caliber of the other bullet was, the one recovered at surgery.
Okay, state any follow-up based on those questions.
Do you even know what the caliber of the bullet was that was covered in autopsy?
No, I don't know this caliber.
Is that something that is not in your realm of determining?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Doctor, I'm assuming you're probably going to say I don't know, but are you aware that if any Metropolitan Police officer or expert came forward to take a look at those fragments that we're looking at now, or any other fragments that were recovered from the body?
No, I don't know.
You don't know that.
I don't know whether or not somebody did that.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for being with us, Dr. Evan. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She might not. That you'd like to think that she would be able to know, like they would document who accessed the body and everything they ended up in their possession with, or they'd be able to show we pulled this slug out of Tupac and gave it to the police. It doesn't sound like that happened here, but you wish there was some level of information she could use. So,
Next witness.
Just before we call the next witness, I have in my hand case proposed exhibit number 59, which is certified copy of Marion Show Knight's medical records from UMC that night.
Any objection to the admission of those records, Mr. Sam?
No.
All right, those will be admitted.
I apologize, I don't know his name, but he is the custodian of records for MGM surveillance.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated.
also, guys, if this guy is the records custodian for MGM, like we already know it's Orlando Nelson getting stomped out by Tupac and everybody else. Like, it's funny because you see Tupac on the screen, and I thought Tupac, you know, being the ballet dancer and like the fake thug, he actually like tap dancing on this dude. He's giving him his little ballet kicks. He's in that point of his toe, kicking him and shit. I give Tupac some credit here. Tupac got down when it was time. So we're just gonna skip through this because it doesn't really matter too much. This is kind of important here. So let's focus on this. It's actually the map here. So here we go. Now I don't know if this is still the MGM Grand's layout because 30 years ago, there was a different casino. Let's see how much they changed it. Or if any degenerate gamblers out there could tell me as if it's the same.
Maybe more than that. Generally speaking, events like the Tyson-Selden fight, where would that have occurred at?
The MGM Grand Garden, which is located at the top of the screen.
Up here. Okay. We have an elevator view that we're going to see. Where is that located on this?
There's in the middle of the screen, there's three small boxes. Those,
right here?
Yes, those are the elevator core for the MGM Grand.
And then if there's a camera that's going to say food court, that's kind of that's looking down a long hallway. Which hallway are we looking at?
The white box, yeah, you're going to be following that basically to the Grand Garden Arena.
So when you come out of this box, you can either come down here or across the casino, essentially.
Correct.
So now I'm going to start with, if we go back to me. I'll pause it here for just a second. This says food court promenade. So I'm just going to hold it up for the jury. Do you know anywhere where we are along this white corridor? Or could it be anywhere on that white corridor?
Specifically, I couldn't tell you exactly where along that corridor you are, but you're along that corridor.
Okay.
Getting melting on the horn.
I'm going to stop it maybe a little farther.
Out there before.
This person right here, we're going to see in some of our other videos wearing a Dan Marino
Bailey.
Dolphins jersey. You probably know that, but for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's the person that we're trying to follow. Is that accurate? Or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Now we have another camera view of this long hallway. From this, can you tell generally where in that hallway it is, or once again, we're just somewhere on that white hallway?
Somewhere along that white hallway.
And Oh, he just flashed.
That
So let me stop it here. On these VHS tapes, cameras would flash between different hallways.
that technology was in effect during that time frame.
Full multiplex back in those days.
Correct.
So sometimes we jump from camera view to camera view, trying to capture what we're trying to capture.
Correct.
Remember, guys, the biggest reason why casinos have cameras is to prevent cheating and also for their liability. They're not there to protect you, it's to protect them.
We can see the 13 on this jersey right here with the gentleman walking behind him.
Tropicana, geez.
Now I'm going to take you to 115B.
Yeah, hey guys,
Did that.
remember, technology sucked back then. We thought it was good, but it's dog crap now. I mean, look at it. Absolutely awful. Casinos were always on the cutting edge, but this was right on the edge of the digital revolution and the high def revolution. So the casinos would always spend the money. So this wasn't an issue of them being cheap. It's just this was the best bang for their buck.
All right, we're going to use a different program so we don't watch it sideways. And I'll turn my volume off because there's no volume. Now this is that elevator core that we saw. Please switch over to me for just a second.
Over to you mean the dot cam?
Yeah. So as opposed to those other views that were somewhere in here, now we're down in the middle of these four, and there's a tree in the middle of these four.
Correct.
Is that tree still there?
No.
And unlike the other camera, this one is a movable camera that goes back and forth.
Correct.
Go back to you.
Yeah. So this one starts at 2043 or so, and I'm going to jump forward to about 2047. This is just people walking through that elevator area, correct?
Correct.
Close enough. We'll start at 2046-33.
Now, guys, remember the time, and unlike everybody else in the world, their VCRs are set correctly. So it's 10:45, right after the fight. That may or may not have been fixed, considering it's considered a Don King promotion. But here we go. Okay, come on, let's get to the fight. There we go. Okay. Only we're getting there. They're doing the rule of completeness. Okay, come on. Like, are we getting there? Oh my God, where's the fight? Let's go.
So the camera, is it being operated manually by a cameraman so he can stop it on something that he's looking at?
He can stop it at a location, but that movement that
I assume this is a pre-positioned movement, but he could stop wherever he wants.
you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
If it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on. And
Yes.
You want to come here? Oh, hi, there.
Yes.
okay.
All right, chat. Real quick, since he's off for the weekend. Oh, the camera died again. He's off for the weekend, but we have a Clyde. He's here. Look at that. Give us an awoo. Give us an awoo. Give me an awoo. Just one awoo, Clyde. One awoo. One ping for somebody. No. No. You're gonna give it to me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Do it. Do it. You can do it. Come on. Put your back into it. No. He's off the clock, chat. Sorry. Say speak. Clyde. Speak. Speak. Nothing. So. Try to tell Clyde to see a cat in the corner. That won't really fire him up. Who's there, Clyde? Who's there? Is there somebody at the door? Is there somebody at the door? Huh? Is there somebody at the door? I think the delivery man's here. So. No, ceiling cats won't fire him up either. So. You want to see Bonbon? No. Bonbon? Bonbon, your friend? No. I did see Bonbon. Bonbon is alive. And so is Louie. They're together actually right now. They're being very much an odd couple. So let's go back to that. All right. Let's go back to this. So, thought you give. What? I got nothing for you, bud. All right, let's get back to this.
Stop it just here for a second.
And, like if Orlando's family's here, his mom be like, "That's my baby on the floor getting his ass whooped." Oh, that's my baby getting his ass whooped by Tupac.
Orient everybody. So the camera, is it being operated manually by a cameraman so he can stop it on something that he's looking at?
He can stop it at a location, but that movement that you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
If it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on. And
Yes.
That's an entourage, man. That's that Tupac's rolling deep, man. That's that is actually kind of gangster. And in the casino security is just like get out and escorting him out. They knew who they were dealing with. I don't know. Yeah, is Tupac kicking your ass give you street cred? I mean, it might. He's getting up like, I didn't hear no bell. He's like, I'm okay. I'm okay. Let's fix your boo-boos up, sir. I'm okay, I promise.
security guards and the gentleman in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
And guys, remember, Los Angeles has a metropolitan police department. All like it's a it absorbed multiple police departments. It goes over an entire area. That's why they're called the Metro, like that.
Pause it there for a second. Once again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 Merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
There's Orlando. All by himself. Now, remember, they said Keefe D and them got tickets from the scalper and they sat differently, but we still haven't seen them run up yet. Like, remember, there's no cell phones or text messages like, AO, Orlando's getting beat up, but you think he'd show up at some point. I wonder if we're going to see Keefe D in here in a second. Let's see here.
Stuff is about 2055 or so. And then our final view, this may seem somewhat distracting, but
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I was just muted, was I? Okay. So the way they did that, where they're kind of like filtering through the crowd, that's not proper security tactics. You should be keeping everybody out. You plow the road and then you move through. You don't move through a crowd and filter through the crowd with the people you're trying to protect. That's actually kind of opens up the risk for attacks. And already you've run now into a opposing gang member at this. If I were them, I would be very, very... I'd be very concerned that we were going to encounter more people. So instead, they're just filtering through that crowd, and that allows them to get opened up to possible attacks. So you think that they would do a little more proper security. Remember, these guys are mainly gangsters, not trained people. So, sorry, chat. Stop putting my ear. It really freaking hurts, guys. It really hurts. It really hurts. Actually, I'm due for more aspirin right now, so I may go grab some. Does my ear infection prevent you guys from yelling? Yeah, because it's hard to yell. Yeah, it kind of hurts. What's in your ear? An ear infection. Yeah, but there you go. See, and they're not really doing good security. They're kind of getting strung out, like who's in charge, who's protecting. They're worried about the paparazzi. It's like, you got to get people in and out. Now the crowd's formed.
The Lion entrance? Right.
Is that anywhere near the ballet?
That's I'm sorry, I was confused. Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Porta Cashier.
Okay. Just me is saying they 100% got flustered and turned around. They didn't know how to get out of there because the exit was right there. That's interesting. That's interesting. But that's also part of it. Now they spent more time in an area where they're getting attacked and ran into enemy forces. You got to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Do you know whether or not back in '86 there was a valet there or not?
Yeah. No, I don't know if there was an exact valet or what it was called at the time.
All right, here, all right, Chad, I'll be right back. I got to go grab my...
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Sam, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you are an investigator with the MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I vote on it? Yeah. I'm going to publish this again for the jury. State's Exhibit number 44. All right. A couple questions. As the investigator or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years.
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns.
Yes.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to retrieve this video that was what we've all seen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to write a report for that?
No.
Now, you had shared with us earlier that you had reviewed the videos. Anything about the review of the videos that would have required you to put it into a report?
No.
Okay. And you were going to, I must have cut you off. You were going to say something. Did you want to finish?
I did not, like you said that I provided this video.
Yes.
I did not provide this video.
Okay. So, and once again, we want to make sure that we're accurate, right? So what is your role in this whole thing and what you did here?
The video that we all reviewed to be able to say that it's MGM Grand's video, that's MGM Grand's location, and whatever you guys want to talk about inside of the video.
Right. So in terms of you verifying it, was it just you looking at the video and saying, yes, that's the casino floor of the MGM?
Yes.
In terms of the date and time, for instance, you're just relying on what's date stamped and time on the actual video that you watched, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any other way of verifying any of the time and date in this case outside of what's time stamped on the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not a trick question. I just want to make sure it's like, yeah, you're good. But in terms of the case itself, was there an internal number that was assigned by the MGM property specifically as to this event in September of 2000 or 1996?
I don't know that answer.
So when you were asked to review the videos, do you know if there were any reports that were written by MGM security or MGM investigators like yourself on September 7th, 1996 with regard to this event?
I don't know that answer.
Now, in addition to that,
I get maybe in the heat of the moment they didn't write reports, but once the morning came and Tupac was getting shot, the idea they didn't go call those guys who were security, bring them in and tell them to write out reports about what happened and document it blows my mind. Just from a risk management standpoint, like, you guys may have been the opening shots to what became an attempted murder, which later became a murder. I'm surprised MGM didn't do anything about that.
You were asked to look through the video. Were you ever asked to locate anyone based upon the video that you saw in this case?
No.
All right. And the way the surveillance worked back then, right? I'm assuming you weren't, that was 14 years ago, so that would have been, you were there in 2012.
Technically, I got hired in 2010.
2010. All right. So this is another, take a step back, another 14 years prior to you working there. We heard testimony that the recording system was all VHS based.
Yes.
The if you could describe for the jury, right? So you have a control room, I'm assuming, with all these monitors that are on there.
Yes, sir.
And there's multiple people that are probably looking at different quadrants or areas of the casino.
They're looking at different monitors. Yes, sir.
Okay, and some of them are concerned with, like, say, cheating on the tables and that kind of thing, right?
That is a different team altogether.
I see.
You have your security team, and you have your gaming surveillance team.
I see. So as a security team, you're just tasked with safety on the premises.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, when those cameras are going around, they're going around automatically until such time as somebody in the control room looks and says, "Oh, there's something going on right here," and then manually focuses the camera over there.
Some of the cameras, yes.
Okay. And even if the person in the room is not seeing it, sometimes they'll get a call from security saying, "Hey, we've got a situation over by the elevator banks," and then that would draw someone's attention to that monitor and move the camera over to that area.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the person that's operating the camera at that point in direct contact with the security team that is down below, like in this case, in the elevator area?
Yes, sir.
So they would be communicating back and forth about whatever it is that would be going on that would be helpful for everybody to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you have obviously a lot of people on the property.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you're too young for this, but I mean, this was fight night, right? Mike Tyson against Bruce Seldon.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Like, is that a typical amount of people on the MGM property?
In my experience, yes, that's a typical of fight night that you would have.
Right. So nowadays it's UFC or some type of championship thing with somebody, I don't know. But once again, championship level sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Not an everyday.
Not an everyday thing.
Right. And obviously there's a ton of people that are there. We see at some point the group that attacked the individual run.
Yes,
and
sir.
they run out of the area. And I want to make sure the jury understands. So going back here to State's Exhibit number 144, the area where the attack happens is right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is right next to it. It just says elevator core, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we talked a little bit about where they exited, and you had mentioned somewhere, but I just want to make sure I'm clear as to where that would have been. Can you tell the jury where they exited?
From what I observed, it.
Sir, just so you know, you could actually take that mouse that's right there and just move it around.
Yeah, when he's on the back end.
They
All right,
changed
John
it.
pointed out.
Usually they can, but
All right. Just go ahead and just describe it, and I'll just point it out.
He appears to have traveled initially after the altercation. He appears to travel north up into the casino area, around that area, and then from the description, it looks like he comes back south and then turns to the
Approach that screen and point.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, please. Could you just?
Just talk louder while you're over there.
you can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
Sorry, I should.
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up through this.
We get a map, chat. So it sounds like he's saying they're here, and like you're saying, just me, they run around, and they're like, we got to get out of here, and we aren't getting out of here yet. And then it looks like they go out this way. Is that correct, or do they do they go out this way? But it looks like ultimately they go around the block, and they once you get flustered. Wait, easy to get flustered.
This location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down. And it appears that he goes. I would have to watch it again. I'm a little confused on the exact route. There's only two routes. He either went out the Port of Commissioner or went out the line entrance. But I'd have to watch it one more time to be able to confirm it.
If we could ask the state piece so kindly to replay that particular video back for the witness.
She needs to put it back on me.
Okay. Take a minute. And once again, this would be 115.
Okay, well, I guess I'm asking just me. This is the main exit, right? Or does that say it says lion entrance? I'm assuming this is the main entrance right here. Where wait, that's a crossing the street? Is this like the pull through to drop off in the valet? And is this like the street entrance, like you can walk in and out of? So I assume they basically went like this and fucking wandered around, then eventually made it out. If I had to guess, I think that's what you're trying to say. Yes. Oh, port. Though the port. Okay, the coach. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's the fancy entrance. Okay. So the map of the mall from Dead Rising. Oh my god, that takes me back. Yes. You've got lost at every casino, and yeah, they're made hard to get out of. Because then you keep going and you keep gambling. Yes, their job is to rinse you of money and to take it all. You see the guys that rob a casino that got lost? No. Unless it's a joke. But here we go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, chat.
Thank you, Matt.
There's Suge in front. I'm assuming that's Tupac behind. Okay, that's Suge Knight. And Tupac is... I think that's... Is that Tupac? He's a little skinny guy. He's skinnier. These big dudes are not Tupac. But you'd think they'd all be around him. Kind of confused. Like, this is a very poor defensive posture. When they know they got to get the hell out of Dodge. Wait, is that Tupac? Yeah, that's Tupac right there, I think. I don't know. It's hard to tell. So. Anyways, they go out.
Okay, let's show this to the jury then.
It's just a weird setup. I was Tupac in front? Oh. Tupac was in front? Okay, let's go back. Let's back this up then. Oh, that's Tupac right there. Damn. He's like, I'll run this bitch. I'm up all in this bitch. This biatch. I'm King Kong. Why are they running? Because they just got involved in a crime. They got to get out of there. Also, you don't know if his friends are going to show up, and they might have guns. So. There we go. Did you find the dime slots are good? Phil, I figured you for like a craps guy. No. There we go. I do wonder if he got in trouble for saying they have different surveillance teams because they keep that very secretive, how much information they have. So. Why is this not playing? I hit play. Okay. Why is it not playing? Oh, it's circling. I was wondering what the hell is going on. It's like, damn. They passed by Victor. Yes, I'm sure they watch. They watch everybody. They watch everyone, man. Everybody's a suspect of something.
Okay. Let's show this to the jury then. Put this back up if you want to go on. Yes, sir. You can wait for me for a second. Showing you again, States Exhibit 44. Can you explain to the jury the path that was taken?
Initially, it starts in the elevator court. They exit the elevator court. They enter the casino floor. They come down. They pass the cage. They pass the Emerald City, and then they're out the line entrance.
All right. And for the record, the line entrance is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, with regards to how we're able to determine this, obviously it's we're looking at this particular map here, and there's names of certain parts on here. Did that help you in terms of seeing where the camera locations were?
Yes.
As well as just looking and seeing that there was a casino cage and there was, you were able to determine just based upon that where everything was.
Correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the map again as well, can you point out for us the number of cafes that's located on the property?
Cafes. What are we getting at with this? What, like, are we counting all the times Tupac had to stop for a scone? What does this have to do with anything?
Would reading the actual thing help you?
Yes, I think it would have.
What does this actually
the number
do? Yeah, Tupac needed to freshen up his makeup. Yeah, it's a cafe check.
You can just get up and point to the map in terms of where the cafes are.
Okay, so I can see cafes. We have Wolfgang Puck's Cafe back when he was hot shit. The Coyote Cafe. And then the is this the Cracked Cafe? I don't know, maybe. Oh, Studio Cafe Coffee Shop. The Buffet. There we go. That's the important thing. That's what matters most in life, chat. The Cracker Club. Yep. Oh, you're saying they're all in pink. Well, he said there's only 3, so we're trying to figure out which ones they are. Mr. Reginald Steakhouse. Who the boring. I love how they have a newsstand in the casino back then. Yeah, I've been told this is back when they had like all you can eat, like steak and lobster, and it was all pretty decent still. Like these are back like in the days when Vegas was for like people to be kings. So I think it's a little different time. It's a different time, chat.
On property in 1996
Remember what they took from us.
please.
You have the Coyote Cafe, the studio, coffee shop, and I believe this is also
What about the Wolfgang Puck Cafe?
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the number of people moving through the casino, obviously very excited in terms of who they think is going through the casino. Would that have been something that would have been unnoticed by anyone?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Yes.
It is
No, you wouldn't notice it.
And in terms of the number of people that are going through there at that particular time, you have camera angles, right? And they're showing us.
We might.
Right?
Yes.
So outside of the casino, going back down here to the bottom of 144, were there any camera angles out here in the line entrance to help us see where the individuals left and what direction they went to?
Not that I'm aware of.
And fair enough that there is actually cameras that are outside the property as well to protect the MGM property, right?
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was at this time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to pin you down, but the idea behind it would be, even now, for instance, there would be surveillance cameras to help protect the property.
Correct.
Now, directing your attention over here to, you had mentioned this before. What is this called here?
The Porta Cashier.
Okay, what is that?
It's a drop off, pick up, a taxi line, limo service. It's basically everything for the guests arriving to the property.
Arrive and leaving at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough. Once again, there should have been or would have been cameras as far as you would believe in the hotel registration area as well as this Porta Sure.
Porta Cashier. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sure. There would have been cameras there. At least now there are.
Yes, there are.
Okay. Now, do you know what MGM's policy is with regards to events that occur on property where police officers request video surveillance to be captured?
Yes, I know the policy.
Okay, what is the policy?
The policy when police request video is they submit a what we call an admin subpoena with the date, time, and kind of information that they're requesting, and then a member of either security surveillance or gaming surveillance will put that video onto a portable drive of some sort and provide it to the police.
Right. And with regards to that video surveillance, is it the entire property?
No.
Okay. What typically is requested of the police officers and what's typically protected or is saved by MGM?
Situations dictate, but whatever they're initially requesting, if they're looking for a physical altercation, that's what they're going to get is the physical altercation. We don't provide, a 24-hour like movement of the persons. It depends on what they're requesting.
Right. So in this particular regard, you have an individual dressed in a Dan Marino jersey that at some point leaves the elevator area. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you know if there was ever a request to follow that individual through the casino and maybe out off the casino premises just because he had been involved in an altercation with some other people?
I'm not aware of any requests.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Redirect. Definitely.
Briefly. You mentioned one, you didn't know if this was 1996 or not, correct?
Correct.
You also said you weren't sure whether or not there was a report written by security.
Correct.
Let me show you. Does that document generally look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that indicates the accuracy of the times on the, generally speaking, on the video that we have.
Yes, sir.
And I want to read that description for yourself. And
I don't know where we're going with all this here. Let's just.
was attempting to push past security into this cafe when he was attacked.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Mr. Ingram, or is basically reflecting what's found on the videos that's been provided by the state.
I'm sorry, I lost track. What?
The videos that we watched earlier, is that what's in the report?
Yes.
So in essence, the jury can see the report for them, or see the videos for themselves to determine what was happening in terms of actions and what people do, right?
I don't know if that's completely accurate. There are things that are in report that are written by like eyewitness that you can't see on video.
Sure. Now, the report itself, do you know who wrote it?
I do not.
Do you know if that person had the same training and experience that you have here today talking to this jury?
I do not.
In terms of the report itself, is it a standard report that would have been drafted back in those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there would have been somebody who would have supervised that report, I would assume, and reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it is in this document?
Who the
The
supervisor?
supervisor is.
I don't know who the manager at the time was.
All right. Once again, not you. You were 12, right? Okay.
Yes.
I have no.
He's 42, guys. He's 1 year older than I am. He was 12 in 96. I was 11 in 96. Like, yeah, this is, he wasn't hired for another 15 years.
Just briefly. Mr. Sam said that only.
Although I bet if this guy's the custodian of records, guys, so just so you understand, he seems to be pretty good in court. That's because anytime there's records that come into court, this guy's probably had to testify a gajillion freaking times in court about the evidence, like videos and stuff. So it's very funny, but this guy is pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, he's almost dead now. Yes.
What was seen on the video is in this report, but there's actually a description of what Mr. Anderson, what the person in number 13 was doing before we could see it in video. If you read the first.
Yes, he. Yes, sir.
This is a document that appears to be authored by somebody who was present and confronting Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked. And then we see on video kind of the remnants of that attack, but not the beginning of it, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm just going to object to that question.
Well, he opened the door with that question by saying,
What's your response on leading?
oh, that's bleeding? Oh, okay. Read the first 4 lines of the report. I'll rephrase my.
Okay, so it's the same. Maybe rephrase.
Read the beginning of the report.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers.
No, I disagree with the point. I'm going to object as this is hearsay, and there's no exception to this particular statement being brought in.
Okay, your response on that one.
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, it's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM from MGM in 1996, all of which would qualify for admissibility.
So, guys, here's the issue with this being a hearsay issue. It's a report written by a guy who we don't know who did it, but we're getting into what's known as a business records exception. There's a lot going on here of this, and this judge wasn't even alive when this happened. No, she's old enough to be alive when this happened. Blood says, I assume this is normal for cold cases. I mean, this becomes an issue. I mean, think about anything that's over 20 years old. You know, people start dying after 20 years or something. If I lived in Ohio at 11, I was for sure listening to Tupac. I didn't really get into like rap music and stuff until I was like in junior high. So it would have been probably like another year or two before I really got into that stuff. I mean, I got in trouble in music class because like we had to read, like we sang and used instruments and stuff like that. But we also like read about music things, and like we had to read these like magazines, and like they were kind of about music stuff. And it was about rap music, and I got laughed at by the class because I was talking about a guy named Busta Rhymes. And my music teacher was like, it's Busta Rhymes. And I'm like, and he got mad at me. He thought I was fucking around. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, he's like, you don't know who Busta Rhymes is? I'm like, no, I don't. I don't know who any of these people are. I don't yet. It's like, I know who Garth Brooks is in AC/DC, but I didn't know rap music yet. Like I didn't know, like when I saw some kids in art class, one of them painted like the No Limit Records thing where it's like the guys in trench coats riding the like what looks like a Renault FT tank. I was like, why are they carrying what, like these guys have Tommy guns and they're riding a fucking World War I tank. I'm like, that's kind of cool. I didn't even know what that was. So yes, I read Tom Clancy, Black People. Yes, they do. Yes, at that time, yes. I was an 11-year-old playing Rainbow Six and planning counter-terrorist operations. Yes. Like I didn't know shit. Robusta Rhymes, a new flavor coffee from Coffee Brand Coffee. Yes. Yes, Tupac probably would have a script for Big Tarvey now. Yes. Oh, speaking of Lil Durk's case, apparently Lil Durk might be fucked on his hitman case, his murder for hire. Yes. I was not cultured in 1996. Not really. I was still kind of like a little not cultured then. Yes. So.
Maybe a question.
Sure.
All right, let's catch up here.
Truth. Instead, it's being offered. All right, overruled. This the statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being offered to rebut the idea that the only thing that the report contains is viewable on the video, and the jury is to consider it for such.
You could just
So this is one of those times where it's like, we're not offering for the truth for the matter asserted, but we're going to read it to you because we want you to hear what we're saying. It's like, it's one of those bullshit end run rounds. Lil Durk is a rapper who tried to get some people killed. Yeah, and Brian Steele's his attorney. Yeah. Yep.
I guess start over. Start at the beginning there and stop at the point you get to this person in the Jersey getting attacked.
Okay. In Wellington, Ohio, kids did not first learn to say the N-word by talking about rap music and rap lyrics. I can tell you that much. I'll be honest.
Sunday, August 7th of 1996 at approximately 8:50 p.m. This officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past
territory. I
officers.
might. I said I might. We'll
Chelsea,
get to that at the end.
I can't read the first name. Munez Roberts at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself and Officer. Your screen went black.
Oh, sorry. I love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, maybe approach again while Mr. Jock is working on technology.
Is it Mr. Claus? Okay.
Yes.
go ahead. I think you were at officers whose name you couldn't quite figure out.
The unidentified BNL was questioned by myself and Officer Gamba on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he continually kept looking over his shoulder towards the north key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the north key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs, approximately 20, were running right in our directions. As they got close to the BMA that was being questioned, started to run south towards the elevator core. Around 5 or 6 BMAs from the group caught up with the single BMA, grabbed him, punched him, and knocked him to the.
That's probably far enough. Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Stamp, anything else based on that? I guess that'd be recross.
No, Your Honor, but with regards to my discussions with the state, I'm going to move for the admission of that particular page that was read into the record.
Any objection by the state?
Hey, don't. There's a second page. You want to read it all first and then make a decision as first page or page?
That's the same page.
At least page 1 will be admitted. Page 2 is still up in the air. But would that be next in line for the state, or do you want?
Sorry, guys, and damn, I hate this when YouTube does not do things properly here. But,
Exhibit B. We'll hold tight to see if you want 1 or 2 pages. How many pages?
but honestly, what did that really show us? Nothing really important. Why is Adrian Wilson on the stand? Well, guys, remember though, did that really help the prosecution at all? No. Did that help the defense at all? No.
Actually, too, but right.
So let's get to.
Do you know where the person or officer who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessed the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Can you restate that for me
That security guard's probably in his 60s or 70s and might be dead already.
one more time?
I can try. Or I can read it again.
Yes, sir.
Where is the officer or person who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessing the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Oh, on the map, it's located the entrance, the specific entrance, whether it's
You think maybe you should stand up and do it on the big ones?
Yes,
so you
sir.
can understand that.
So from what I could read, the entrance into the cafe is located here. So this would be where the initial stop and talk by the security personnel would have occurred at.
And do you know where the person who wrote the report was seeing that person in the jersey from?
From that specific location. So he or she, I'm not sure the exact persons, but the security describes that they are at the position and someone tries to push past, in which case they approach and stop and talk at the entrance of the cafe itself.
Okay. And then as to the second part of that question, I'm not going to ask because that's not something that he would know why that decision was made. Steve, did you want any follow-up based on that question?
You didn't recognize the name of the author of that particular report, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened to that person in the last 30 years in their lives, whether they're alive, dead, locatable, anything like that.
No knowledge.
Thank you.
I mean, to be fair, guys, these jurors don't know if these are important questions or not. To them, it is important. So,
Mr. Sam?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple more quick ones. So I want to be sure I'm clear. Did the MGM during that time period have those booths set up where you couldn't go to the elevators unless you had a room key or something? Is that what we're talking about in terms of a checkpoint?
The checkpoint is, it's not a physical location as much as it's a security position where they would check room keys to get into an area.
So if the report is saying someone was trying to push through, they're trying to go past that area into the elevator area? I mean, where are they going?
That's the direction that he travels. The security report states he tries to get into the cafe, and then when he's approached by the large group of males, he runs towards that checkpoint. So he's trying to get out or through the elevator core down into or wherever he decides he's trying to go. But that's the checkpoint. That little looks like a telephone next. Correct. That's where he's trying to get.
All right. So, but the report's kind of weird, right? Because it's not saying that he's trying to go into the.
I disagree. The judge is the finder of law. They have the right to say whether or not things are relevant, whether or not they are violative of the rules of evidence, if they're unconstitutional. So, no, if the jurors ask a question they're not allowed to ask, the judge should be allowed to interfere with that and stop that.
Coyote Cafe, he's actually trying to go through a checkpoint or an area. I think that's what you read, right?
I would have to reread it again, but I believe he tried to get into Coyote Cafe first.
Okay, so he's going, there's a ton of people that are all leaving the fight, and for some reason, him going into the Coyote Cafe causes security to go after him?
If it's closed or if it's blocked for a private part, I'm not exactly sure, honestly, why they would do it.
I see. So, I mean, but outside of that, your idea as to why the Coyote Cafe would not be open to this particular individual in the Merino jersey would have been because it's closed for a private function or closed completely.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ingram.
So I don't. Yeah, so they're going to take a break. It looks like they're going to take a quick break here. They're going to bring in another witness. Let's get to it.
Good morning. H-R-I-O-S.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Mr. Giacomo, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was employed as I retired as a Las Vegas sergeant for Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long were you with Metro?
28 years.
And when did you start?
April 17th, 1990.
I direct your attention to September 7th of 1996 at about 9 p.m.-ish in that area. Where were you working?
I was working as uniform patrol at the MGM Hotel.
At that time, did you learn of a situation that occurred in the elevator section of the MGM?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond over to that location?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with an individual wearing a San Marino number 13 jersey?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to play a little video for you. Go back on this.
And this is 115B. And I got to play it with the other program. I don't know why. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. When you come in. Started right about here. You let us know when you see yourself.
I see myself.
All right. And which of the three officers we have on scene there are you?
One with the dark hair. My back, well, it was dark back then. My back is towards the camera facing the gentleman that has the Merino jersey on.
Eventually, we watched this video. You have a conversation with this individual, correct?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did you ask him to identify himself?
Yes, I did.
How did he identify himself?
He identified himself through a California driver's license, which security had in their.
This actually might be interesting because he might say, wait till my uncle and my boys show up. I wonder if he's going to say something like that. Because remember, the big issue is, how can they prove Keefe D was ever in Las Vegas that night? And I wonder if they have something like this coming up. Let's see.
Possession and gave to me.
Back then, this is just a fight call on who's the victim, correct?
We thought he was a victim, yes.
And so did you talk to him about whether or not he wished to press charges or be involved? Describe that for us.
Yes, I asked him first if he needed medical assistance, and he refused. He said he was fine. I then asked him what happened, and he told me basically that a couple of guys that he didn't know jumped him. And once again, I asked him if he needed medical. He said no. I asked if he wanted to file a report, and he said no.
At that point, was he released and free to go on his way?
Yes, he was.
Later on that evening, did you learn about a shooting involving Tupac Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then were you asked to then draft a report as to what your interaction was with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what name did you remember for Mr. Anderson?
It was Orlando. I remember his first name.
Is it anything unusual that when a victim gets attacked and doesn't want to press charges or write a report, for you not to have written a report that night?
No, it's not. Basically, if you don't have a victim, you don't have a crime, as we put it, which isn't necessarily true. You always have a crime. But if you don't have a victim, the chances of prosecution, you won't get any information, and so we don't take a report if the victim refuses.
It's only afterwards, the incident that occurs a couple hours later, you then go back from memory and write down what you recall from this incident.
Yes, I did.
And you were able to remember his first name as Orlando.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thoughts, Mr. Sam?
Mr. Rios,
Yes, sir.
did you review anything in your preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
I reviewed my officer's report. I reviewed my memory. I reviewed also the last statement that I gave, I believe was to the grand jury a few years ago.
And I would assume that prior to your testimony to the grand jury, you reviewed your officer's report back then even,
Yes, I did.
prior to testifying in front of the grand jury.
Yes, sir.
Make sure we're clear here. You wrote that report. That's in the normal course of your duties as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
No exception to in terms of you conducting your business as a police officer that you don't have a right report.
No, there's some instances where I may not write a report.
Sure. Can you tell us what those instances are?
Not offhand, because it's been so long. There's just, you don't write a report for everything that you do. Everything's recorded in some way through the computer or through dispatch, I'm sure. But to sit down and write a formalized report on all my actions, no.
So in terms of all your actions, are you saying, like, for instance, if you get up out of your cubicle and you go into your sergeant's office to talk about fantasy football, they weren't then back then, talk about the game between the Bears and the, Chargers, we're not talking about that kind of documentation, right?
Right. I would never talk about the Bears, but yes.
Okay. And there we go. And in terms of the way, though, you would handle, like, for instance, if you're doing an investigation, or in this case, you're part of an incident that occurs, a report would be drafted for something like this.
Yes and no. It would just depend. It would depend. It would depend on some factors. In this case, there was no victim. He refused any kind of help. But it was worth noting because of his involvement.
Yeah. And so the state had asked you a question specifically as to when you wrote the report. You wrote it after you got off of this particular shift. Is that when you wrote your report?
I don't recall when I wrote it, but I'm sure that my officer's report would reflect that time. But I know I didn't write it immediately after.
All right. And in terms of your knowledge that Tupac Shakur had just been shot, your testimony to the jury is that you had understood at that point that potentially a person by the name of Orlando may have been something to do with that particular case.
I don't recall if that was the reason why I wrote the report, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm a little curious. Like, how do you, there's a shooting of Tupac Shakur. Is it because you heard that there's a shooting up of Tupac Shakur? They go, wait a minute, there was an incident that occurred with Tupac on property. Is that how we get to this point?
Back then, I don't recall if that was the process that I went through to make the report. I don't believe so. I believe that there was some other officers that probably told me and suggested that I write a report because of his possible involvement.
Right. So news goes out throughout the valley. Tupac has been shot. And then you're advised, hey, there was something happening where Tupac just captured whatever it is that you remember, right?
I don't recall that happening that way, but for most intents purposes.
Right. Now, in terms of your report and you writing it, you're still on property when you hear that this incident had occurred with Tupac Shakur.
I don't recall where I was at the time.
Okay. Would you have ever called back to the MD and say, hey, capture more video of, this particular incident and the guy with the Merino jersey, the night of the shooting to help them with whatever investigation could be out there? Did you do that?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know if anyone else among the 3 officers that were there or any other officers would have done something like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Maybe they're all Bears fans and that's the reason why they didn't do that.
It could be.
Yep. Let me ask you this, though. In terms of your this particular night, extra officers show up as overtime. They work overtime. Is that what this is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they're doing it for a special event, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, this special event was the Tyson fight.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mhm.
In terms of the amount of
And
people,
just think about like this guy back in 1996. This dude was using his fucking nightstick and cracking people in the teeth at a casino. If you piss this cop off, I'm sure he's one of these dudes here. Just you give him a little lip and just whack right in the face.
in Las Vegas, I would imagine there would have been a lot.
A lot of people?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We see video showing obviously a lot of people at the MGM.
Yes, sir.
And would it just be the MGM where the fight was taking place, or would that be throughout the strip?
No, there'd be officers on other properties.
Yeah. And once again, these officers are on there because of the anticipated flow of people coming into Las Vegas for this special event.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything further, Mr. Duffman?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have at least one. And of course,
All right, let's see if there's anything at all, guys. Let's see here. I want to know if he said anything about his buddies being around, but it doesn't sound like that came up. Sounds like it probably didn't happen. Okay, hold on. Here we go. It sounds like we got some questions here. He probably had a blackjack in his pocket. Oh, I bet he did.
Is it customary to not follow the people who did the assault? Is it common for everyone to stay with who you thought was the victim?
My position at that time, yes, it would be to stay with the victim because we had already radioed 2 other officers that were on scene.
Okay.
And as well as the MGM security had radioed to their officers up front. So it would have been my responsibility to stay with the victim to make sure that he wasn't in dire need of medical assistance or still wanted to file a report.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Giacomo?
No.
Mr. Sampt?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. With that, you are free to go. Mr. Rios?
Thank you.
All right. State, who's your next witness?
William Pedemeyer?
William Shedemeyer.
William.
So, I mean, that was. It's a question, but it doesn't really change anything. So let's see what happens here. Let's see who's next. I have to say, I didn't realize how much I was watching Sean until he got too busy for us. I know. Doing real life stuff. Hi, Afton. How are you? Thank you guys for all hanging out with me
It's
last
William
night on the
Heidmeyer.
drive, by the way.
William William, and Heidmeyer, Heidmeyer.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in 1996, were you working here in Las Vegas?
Yes, I was a security officer at the Maxim Hotel and Casino.
The Maxim these days is now the West End on the corner of Koval and Flamingo?
Correct.
And it's on the northwest corner.
Yes, northwest corner.
Actually, sometime prior to 11:17 p.m., were you engaged in an investigation with some Metro officers?
Yes, I had 2 Metro officers with me, and we were looking for stolen vehicles. There were 5 or 6 Dodge Caravans that were stolen out of our parking garage that night.
And where were you located when something unusual did happen?
Well, I was on the ramp of the 3rd floor of the parking garage on the southeast side of the property.
And while you were there, describe what you hear.
Well, the 2 officers, another security officer and I were standing around one Dodge Caravan, and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire. And we ran to the barrier wall that was overlooking Koval Boulevard, not Koval, Flamingo Boulevard. And that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you heard?
It sounded like a lot.
1 volley, 2 volleys?
3 volleys.
3 volleys.
Yes.
And when you say a lot, I mean, some people, can you put any sort of number on it?
I had 3 to 4, maybe even 5 each volley. It was a series of pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
You said after the shots fired, you guys ran to the retaining wall.
Yes.
I assume you ducked for cover first.
No, because I was armed, so I was leaning over the retaining wall to see what I could see.
And when you look over the wall, what do you see?
I see a line of vehicles in the left straight lane on Flamingo heading east. And there's several vehicles. There was a white Dodge Stratus at the front, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside the vehicles in the traffic lanes.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well-dressed. He was wearing a very bright white 3/4 sleeve shirt, black pants, and a black dress vest.
And at the time that you see him, is he firing his weapon?
No, he's not, but he does have the weapon in his hand. It was an automatic weapon, automatic pistol.
Semi-automatic pistol?
Yes.
And is he holding it down? Is he pointing it?
In chat, that's when they mean semi-automatic pistol, they mean like a Glock or a Beretta. That was, and you can tell this is an older cop because this was still back when people had revolvers. And this guy would have come up in the age of using revolvers. So a Glock would have been, and like they called them automatics all the way back at the beginning because they were repeating firearms. They were automatic in that they would fire and reload. So they were semi-automatic firearms, but they were considered automatics to differentiate between revolvers. So when people said, handgun back in the day, it probably meant a revolver, not, a semi-automatic handgun. Nowadays, though, that's changed. When people say handgun or pistol, they think a Glock or they think a Beretta or they think a SIG or a Makarov or whatever you're thinking of. So, Are you sure you didn't mean a Webley Fosbury? No. No. But that's why they're talking about that, just so you guys understand. I know some of you might not. Clippy's saying there was a public altercation before the murder happened elsewhere. Yeah. Yes. Keefe D's nephew got jumped at the casino by Tupac. And OJ was happening at the same time this all went down. Yep.
The direction.
He wasn't pointing in any direction. It was kind of just off to his side.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue. And then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again. And they made a U-turn heading west on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
All of the cars in the caravan?
Yes.
And so you see them make a U-turn at Koval and head back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
And
No, Clippy. It's kind of like a couple hours later. So this happens about 10:45 at night, and this is around like 2 o'clock in the morning when Tupac got shot. But pretty quick in time.
those vehicles, you saw the two Metro officers you were with jump in their vehicle to give chase to that caravan.
Correct.
At the time that you're out there and you see somebody with a gun, you've just heard shots fired. Is it the conclusion you originally drew that that person was your suspect?
Yes. Yeah. That's what I deduced at the time.
And based upon the officers following that caravan, that's a reasonable assumption that they deduced that as well.
Right. They asked me what direction they were going. They rolled down their windows and were asking me what direction everybody went. And so I pointed to make a right and head towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And those officers then went after the caravan.
Protection and speculation.
What's your response?
Well, you watched them do it.
Okay.
Did he testify that? Did you watch the
Listen more
officers?
foundation.
Did you watch the officers go after that caravan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I trust the witness.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Jack?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Heidmeyer, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State Exhibit number
One.
No. Yes.
One, you want two?
Any both? Thank you.
Closer. More moderate. You're right.
All right. I'll show you State's Exhibit number 1 here. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Just to get to the point, this is Las Vegas.
Yes.
All right. And I'm just more concerned right now about the actual streets themselves. Can you just show us, actually, you know what, if you could step down out of the witness chair and just go to that screen, I'm going to have you point out for the jury where everything's at, okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you point and show us where the Maxim Hotel is?
The Maxim Hotel, this is Cobalt and Flamingo, would be right about here.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, right about here.
Okay. And just for the record, it looks like you're pointing in this area right here.
Well, this would be the hotel.
I'm willing to assume that the Maxim has been torn down long ago. And I think the Flamingo's gone. Like half this crap has been torn down since then. So, yeah, Las Vegas in the 90s. Yep, it all went gone.
And this would be where the parking garage was, and it was parking in front of the parking garage as well.
All right. And just for the record, I'm pointing to the north part of this would be Flamingo that I'm pointing at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's on the north side of Flamingo, in between. What's the main streets that are in between where the property sits?
It sits on Cobalt and Flamingo. The entrance to the parking garage was over here.
All right. And so that area is where the Maxim Hotel is located.
Right, but adjacent to the parking garage.
Right. And the parking garage, once again, for my identification, is where exactly? If you could just point that out for us.
Right here.
All right. So that would be on the north side of the property?
Yes.
So would that be behind where the hotel is?
No, it's beside the hotel.
Beside the hotel. Okay. And that's where you were located with the 2 police officers.
Correct.
Now, you were investigating at that particular time stolen vehicles out of that garage. Did you write a report on your own with regards to what you were doing that night with the stolen vehicles? And
Actually, no, I turned that report over to my other co-officers because I was tied up with this.
We're going to be getting back to
I'm going to
Lindsay
zoom in a little
pretty
bit better for
quick.
you here, sir, if I could. Going back again. That's hopefully more helpful. All right. So when you said that you looked over and you saw, can you explain for us again sort of where the vehicles were that you saw?
Well, the vehicles were on Flamingo heading east, and they were you have a left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center.
Oh,
Correct.
Flamingo's still there.
Meaning
Okay.
that they were intending on going forward.
Correct.
They're not making
Cool.
that left.
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure. And once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east. And is that yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Cobalt? Or is it
Actually, I believe it was 2 lanes. So it would be from the facing east. It would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn lane.
All right. And then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort of mini vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a car.
It's a two-door sedan.
And then behind it is the BMW.
Yes.
And then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified a Lex. Is it a Lexus behind it?
I think it was a Lexus, I believe so.
And then another vehicle, and then a white Chevy, and then it just kept going all the way down.
Correct.
So even though we're identifying these vehicles, you don't know how many vehicles were in the procession or
It
the.
was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
Okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something.
No, I did not.
You just heard it.
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with a gun.
Yes.
Did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right, but you saw him dressed up in a relatively nice-looking sort of presentation, black
Yes.
pants.
Yes, he was well dressed.
Okay, vest and a white shirt. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can. Okay, yeah.
Sit down.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. Steve, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Heidemeyer. You are free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. So you have one more, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, who's that going to be?
Dino Kelly.
I expect this copycat soon, Quippy. What? Yeah.
Only swear or affirm the testimony about the witness action shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, so here we go.
If you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
It's Dean O'Kelly, and it's DEAN_KELLEY.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. You may proceed, Mr. DeJohnny.
Yeah.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy marshal in district court with Judge Erica Mendoza.
Prior to become a deputy marshal, well, I guess you've had multiple hats. At some point, were you a Metro police officer?
Yes, I was for 20 plus years.
And approximately what year did you start?
September of 1991.
And when did you retire as a Metro officer?
July 12th of 2012.
And after July 12th of 2012, did you do something else with Metro?
I did for about almost 8.5 years. I was a cold case homicide investigator.
Now, well, let me ask you this. When did you first go to homicide?
In 2003 on July.
So on September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in the gang unit on one of the enforcement teams.
What does that mean you did for Metro? What's an enforcement team?
So the enforcement teams are dressed in greens, and we usually have 5 or 6 detectives together, and we would patrol known gang areas and come in contact with gatherings that involved gang members. And then after enforcement, I did 2 years in investigation where I investigated gang-related crimes.
Before I get to your actions on this particular evening, I want to ask you a little bit about how the process of report writing has changed at Metro over the years. You have handled your own cases since the early 2000s, but you also were a cold case investigator, which I assume that means you also have experience with years and years and years before you ever even became a police officer.
Certainly.
Was there a particular way that cases were documented up until the early to mid 2000s?
I mean, I think there's been some changes over time just because of the digital age. And, when I first went to homicide, we were still using typewriters that had the little spinning ball on there and actually typing in triplicate, those types of things. Keeping our notes, handwritten in our notebook. And then it kind of changed over time. Everything went digital and we started keeping things on a computer.
And so when we're talking 96, there was multiple reports written by officers as they did things because there wasn't the same computerized systems we have today.
That's correct.
Modern day, is there something called a main case report or a main officer's report related to homicides?
Yes, there is.
Explain that to ladies.
So what we normally do, and it kind of depends on the detective themselves. I mean, you probably work with people that have Post-its all over their desk and it's a total wreck and you have no idea what you're looking at, but they know where everything is and they know how it's organized. We had detectives that were like that. Me personally, I would keep everything on what's called a case management form. So from the very beginning, from the very start of when we got a call and we're keeping notes in a notebook, all that information go into a case management form. So I wouldn't be initially concerned with an officer's report getting started at any point because I was using that management form each and every time we did something investigatively. If we took a phone call from, a witness, then I would document that on that form. And at some point, especially if you had somebody that was in custody,
you would transfer all that information over into an organized officer's report, which would then have the title at the top. It would have the date and time and location of when the incident occurred, who's involved, who are the suspects, who are the victims, who are the witnesses, and it would be in a chronological order in an investigation. But initially, everything's kept just basically in the management form. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you put together all that information into an officer's report, and there will come a point in time where the individual detective would make the decision that the officer's report's final, right? You would get it signed off. It'd be signed off by your sergeant. It'd go into the case file. And then from that point, you would just basically be filing addendums as new information came in. You might write that information down on that management form and then do an additional officer's report. That's definitely something that I saw when I went to cold case. Some of the cases that were, 20 years old, every single step that detective did was a completely separate officer's report. So you get 15 officers' report in the case file. It definitely made a lot more sense to finally get to one point where we had just one officer's report covering the case.
And in your experience, is it unusual for an officer's report to be the very last thing that's generated by the detective assigned to the particular case?
No, that's not unusual at all.
I want to direct your attention back to September of 1997, and I'm going to put up really two aerials for you, first of all, but I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 1. Can we go back to me? That appears to be an aerial of Las Vegas Valley.
Yes.
Okay. And it's clearly more modern than 1996 because you can't see T-Mobile over here and some other things. Is that correct?
Quite a bit different today. Yes, that's true.
And then I'm going to go back and show State's Exhibit number 2. This is a much earlier rendition of the Las Vegas Valley because T-Mobile's not there. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And identified on State's Exhibit number 2 is where the I can move this. Where it says Monte Carlo, that's generally where the Park MGM is today.
That's correct.
And at the time, back in 1996, there was a club called the 662 Club on Flamingo. Is that correct?
Yes, very familiar with it.
And is that referenced in State's Exhibit number 2 as well?
It is.
And is that generally the location where it's at?
Correct.
So now I want to jump back to 1. At about 11:17 p.m. On September 7th of 1996, where were you?
We were conducting enforcement activity kind of northeast of the location of Cobalt and Flamingo.
And did something catch your attention?
Yes. As we were out with a couple of 2-3 gang members, we heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to that area of the Maxim Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum. So we didn't even announce that we were en route. That's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way, because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
And where do you respond to?
We responded to the intersection of Cobalt and Flamingo right there at the Maxim Hotel. Now it's called the Westin. But we went into the parking lot on the south side of the Maxim and where we saw a patrol unit.
At some point, do you walk out onto Flamingo? Well, let me ask you this. When you first arrive, is there traffic still driving eastbound on Flamingo?
Yes, I mean, nothing's changed so far as traffic at that point because whatever had happened was several minutes before that. So now people are still just driving by. We got to the parking lot. My Sergeant Cindy West, had inquired as to where the shots had come from, and we were able to look out into the street there on Flamingo, just west of Cobalt, and I saw in the headlights just little glints of light and recognized that. I spent plenty of time on a firing range, and I know what brass looks like on the ground. So we were able to determine where several cartridge cases were located in the street west of Cobalt on Flamingo.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Patrol's Exhibit 34 to 41. As you look through those, I'm going to grab something from the clerk. you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
When we spotted the cartridge cases in the street, at the time, my enforcement vehicle was in a Chevy van, and we had a whole bunch of cones. So as we located the cartridge cases there in the roadway, we took a bunch of cones out of my vehicle and actually placed them, in the photographs you'll see it a little bit different, but we placed the cones on top of or over the cartridge cases. So the cones protected where they were located, because you could even see there was at least, I know one for sure, maybe more that had already been run over by traffic. So it was a little bit mangled. So we protected the crime scene. And we also popped a couple of flares on the north side of the number 3 travel lane where the cartridge cases are located.
And this fairly, State Exhibits 34 through 41 fairly and accurately represent that situation.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit.
No objection.
So admit it.
So I'm going to put up 34. And can you just describe for us what we're looking at?
So you can see the cartridge cases are kind of straddling the 2
Can I
lanes.
stop you for a second, Mr. O'Kelly?
Yes.
There's a mouse sitting right there. Don't click it. Just it'll freeze up the whole system, but you can use it as a pointer.
Exactly.
Here we
So
go, guys.
These 2
You get
cones
the
that we set
crime
up here
scene
were
now.
more or less to protect where the cartridge cases were located. These other cones are covering the actual cartridge cases in the roadway. The one that's closest to us in this picture is a bullet fragment. It was the furthest away from Cobalt. And then the other cones are all spent cartridge cases, Winchester,
Now-
Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Do you
Guys, remember, this is probably one of the biggest cases this guy's worked, so he's going to remember all of this. He's also probably read all his reports. So here we go. Yeah, and some guy popped some flares, too.
know a person by the name of Dan Ford?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dan?
Dan Ford is a senior crime scene analyst that I worked with quite a bit. We started on the department right around the same time and ran into him several times on cases that I worked with in the gang unit investigations. We also utilized him on the RICO task force that I was on for a couple of years. And then he responded to countless homicide investigations during my career.
Eventually, does Mr. Ford leave the crime scene that was at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and come, and is he the person that takes these pictures and winds up collecting these items?
Yes, he is. Fortunately, Dan was already dispatched to the area of the Maxim for the patrol units that had called out on the radio the shots that were fired. They were taking a report for damaged vehicles that were there, and Dan had already been dispatched to that. So he wasn't far away when the shots rang out, and he was requested to come to that scene.
Sitting there in front of you is State's proposed exhibit 129. Looking at the State's proposed exhibit number 129, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do. I've seen and reviewed the handwritten evidence inventory that was authored by Dan Ford. I can see that that's his handwriting. It's also his initials and P number that are on the package for the Winchester cartridge cases.
We'll get to this.
And then there's a red seal on the back of here. That would have been placed on by Mr. Ford, correct?
The red seal is not, so it is marked up here at the top for his P number. This doesn't look, I don't know. Oh, he wrote the date on that. So 9/7/96. So he initialed in the top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner. Yes.
And all these blue seals are the times that the forensic lab has opened this package in order to look at these items and potentially do some testing.
That's correct. But I do remember from the evidence inventory that Dan had indicated that these cartridge cases were checked for fingerprints at the time with negative results.
So I'm going to have, well, I guess I'll move to admit 129, Judge.
No objection.
Okay, so admit it.
I'm going to have you cut this not along the seal. There's space left to do it.
Place?
I think if you cut right on there, you can pull those items out.
Yeah, down here at the bottom I can. Maybe I have to go too far.
You can just pull those items out. And these, well, they will eventually be marked 129 G, well, A through G, but I'm going to show you this one, which has a 14 on the top of it. And you said you remember at least one of them was mangled.
Mm-hmm. This one's flattened on the opening opposite of the headstand. It's flattened, so it's been run over.
And there appears to be at least one more of these that has some damage to it. And several will have damage to it. Is that correct?
They're definitely misshapen. A couple of them are. This is actually the closest that I've seen them, because when we came out, we just put the cones right over the top of them, didn't mess with them at all. So I'm able to now look at even the primary impacts, which is significant.
Why is that significant?
Because a Glock pistol has a rectangular opening for the firing pin. It's vertically oriented on the front of the bolt face for a Glock pistol, and you.
And guys, this is important because back then in 1996, Glock was the only game in town that did that. Since then, the technological evolutions and the evolutionary dead ends and everything that's gone on, yes, Glocks are kind of like the king. I mean, heck, Sig made the P320 by trying to make a Glock without making it a Glock. You know, you can buy PSA sells knockoff Glocks now. So yes, this is in 1996 though. This would have been unmistakably a Glock firing pin. Doing it. The rectangular openings make sense. No, it's a rectangular firing pin indentation. In 1996, this would have been very unique.
You can tell by looking at the primer impact that that's roughly the shape of the impact on the primer.
So that suggests to you that the weapon was a Glock 40.
That's correct.
Now, Detective, or I guess it's Mr. O'Kelly now.
Detective retired. I don't know. Deputy Marshal.
Yeah, Deputy Marshal. There you go. While you're at the scene, are you getting updates on the radio as to potential suspect vehicles that you should be looking for?
Periodically, again, that code red is in effect for quite a while, so there's not a lot of radio traffic that was going on. The call came in initiating the code red at 11:17. We were short distance away, and we went code, but we ran code, so we did lights and siren. It didn't take us very long to get there. I know that Sergeant West waited until there was a complete lull in the radio traffic and announced that we were en route and arrived at the same time. And I believe that was at 11:26. We had been there before that. So we were there before 11:20, we were already there at the scene. So at about a little bit past 11:30, we got an update on the rough description of a light colored Cadillac. I know at some point on the CAD report, it said late 90s. It had to be late 80s, right? This is 96. And there was also some indication that it was in good condition, which would say that it was an older vehicle than late 90s, right? So we were looking for a light colored, possibly white Cadillac with two black male occupants. And there was a report that it was northbound on Audrey, which now Audrey Lane is the link, right? It's the link lane. So it's on the west side of the Maxim going north. There was some report that possibly that's where the suspect vehicle had gone.
So initial report says light color Cadillac, last seen northbound on Audrey.
Right, with two black males at that point.
Do you wind up getting updates throughout the evening as to the vehicle you're looking for?
We did. I'd say it was about an hour or so, about 12:45 maybe, right around that time. We got an update that we were looking for that same white Cadillac in good condition, but potentially occupied now by four black males, and was southbound on Cobalt. That made a little bit more sense to us, especially that we were out on the eastbound lanes of Cobalt, right just short of the intersection, and that the Cadillac had to have been to the south of the BMW, and it made more sense that they would have made a right turn. So that definitely clicked when we were told they were southbound on Cobalt.
Does there come a point in time when you do what's known as an ATL or attempt to locate that particular vehicle?
Yes. Thankfully, because Dan Ford was not too far away, we were able to get relieved from our protection of the crime scene where the cartridge cases were located. And I think we cleared exactly an hour after the initial code red was called. And that was the first thing that we did was we went south on Cobalt. We checked areas that we frequented in the gang unit, looking for potentially really any light colored Cadillac. The kind of the yellowish lights that we have in town, the street lights that they use for low, so it's not too much light in town. Those can kind of throw you off on color. So we were looking for any light colored Cadillac.
We'll put back up CC01. During all this time period that you and your partner ATL to this white Cadillac, did you ever drive into the parking lot of the carriage house?
No, I can say that in my 35 years, I've never been in the carriage house.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Simpson.
Be interesting.
Sorry, sir, what's your last name again?
O'Kelly, O''Kelley.
Mr. O'Kelly, thank you for being here today. Your testimony, obviously, I would imagine before you were here, you probably reviewed your reports, whatever it is you wrote during that time period.
I didn't write any. Certainly, even after I went to homicide, I wasn't involved in the investigation for this case. I did review the CAD report, the computer-aided dispatch report, noting those times. I don't have that great a memory, so I'm going to have to tell you that. And that handwritten evidence inventory by Dan Ford. I have both copies right here in my notebook.
I see. So at the time you retired as a homicide detective?
I did.
And then at that point, you came back to work as in the cold case unit as an investigator.
I did, yes.
All right. Now, a couple things. First of all, when you retired as a detective with homicide, were there any outstanding reports that you had not drafted when you left?
I can tell you that and people love me, so they got a limousine and we had a big party. So as there was a limousine out in front of headquarters at 400 Martin Luther King, I was typing the last officer's report that I needed to personally finish. I was leaving a partner behind whose name is also Dean. So he was able to, tie up any of the cases that we had at that point. But I would say there were, but the ones that I knew I needed to get done before I left, I got done.
And the reason why you prioritized those ones is because I would imagine they're still open investigations and you're handing it off to the next person to continue your work.
That's correct. It makes it easier for them if it's tied up as best we can.
Right. Did you take any of those cases with you when you went over to the cold case unit?
When I came back to cold case, that was the original reason that I even agreed to do cold case homicide investigation was because of unsolved cases that I personally had investigated, one in particular. So as soon as I came back to cold case homicide, the very first thing I did was go and pull Jamie Sheldon's case and bring it over to my desk. That's the first case that went there, and we were able to work. I was honored to be able to work on cases like that and others that I had been a part of when I was a detective, yes.
So in terms of, just explain to the jury what a cold case is. Can you explain that?
Certainly. So a cold case is officially cold when the detectives who are originally assigned to it are no longer there, whether they transferred out or they retired. If there isn't an original detective assigned to the case, it's considered cold, right? No one's assigned to it. Those cases can be handed off to other detectives that are still in the unit. I remember, when Marty Wildman left the department, he came over to me personally and said, hey, I'm handing Teresa Insana to you. Can you take this case on and continue to follow it up? It's considered cold because he's gone, right? As soon as he left, it's officially a cold case. But if there's a detective who was originally assigned to the case, it's their case until they're done, right? You're not going to go stepping on toes and just pulling cases and start working on other people's stuff unless they asked you to do it.
And with regards to the cold case unit, I'm assuming there's probably two detectives who are the official detectives for the unit, and then you have investigators, retired homicide detectives that help with the investigation.
That's correct. Initially, when Sergeant Hefner, sergeant in homicide, but then came back with me at the same time. So the two of us came back and we were on our own. Like we had a sergeant that was assigned to us, but basically they were a signature block. We could pull any case that we wanted and work on those. The department saw, thankfully, a lot to do with the work that we were getting accomplished, where we solved 20, 25-year-old cases. And, the department's able to go to the media and say, look, we're not giving up after all these years. We're going to continue to follow these cases and solve them. Because of that success level, then the department dedicated 2 full-time detectives that were still in homicide to the cold case unit. And then we had, I want to say 3, 4 more cold case investigators that were assigned to us. I think we had a total of 5 or 6 at one point, plus the 2 detectives and a dedicated sergeant to the cold case unit.
So in terms of your work in the cold case as an investigator, you're not a detective, right?
No.
So there is a difference in terms of your responsibilities versus the responsibilities of a detective.
Correct.
Because the detective would be the law enforcement officer.
Certainly.
And you are the person helping the law enforcement officer.
Essentially, I mean, we can still steer the investigation where we want it to go. We're doing interviews, we're doing those things, but say authoring a search warrant. So we run into a situation where we need a search warrant done. It's going to be, it may get written by one of us, but it's going to be sworn to as an affidavit by a detective on the department who's a sworn police officer.
Have you ever drafted a report, 8 years after you started an investigation?
Well, because of cold case, yes, certainly.
But
yeah.
Does that
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Have you ever waited, say, years to draft an actual report on something?
I don't know what would be my record-breaking delay in authoring a report, but I'd say, if you're dealing with a case where there's nobody in custody, like you haven't arrested anybody, probably pushing 2 years before I finally said, and even reluctantly said, all right, I'm going to close this officer's report. It's signed off because we've run out of investigative leads. We're to that point. There's really nothing else coming in. And now that's officially done. Then there could be maybe somebody calling up, or we could have somebody that gets in a jam, right? Where they're now looking at serious time. This has happened to us in cold case, where now that person says, hey, I have information on a murder. So now it's completely open. Now the case is back up and running, and there would be a new officer's report started at that point in time to complete that investigation. I know where the gun is. I know who did the shooting. And now we've got a solved case after 15, 20 years.
Now, have you ever delayed writing an officer's report after going to the grand jury presenting evidence on that same case?
Yeah, I would say that I've gone to grand jury before officer's reports are done. I would say that I've gone to grand jury before I've started an officer's report. Again, because for me personally, and for a lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but I mean, there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not gonna be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way, but I always get the case management form started and maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date. If you make a phone call to me, I'm going to document a date, time, phone call, right? That may not go into the ultimate officer's report because it's superfluous information, didn't mean anything, but I'm going to keep that record in the CMF. I might not even start the officer's report for months, and grand jury may have already happened. Now, I feel now some pressure to get that done, right? Because if I'm going to grand jury, more than likely we have somebody in custody, and I want the district attorney's office to have the benefit of a completed officer's report, although it's not necessary.
Right. And so if you had submitted it to the grand jury or done your grand jury, you're telling us at some point you could delay finalizing your officer's report.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you delay that officer's report until after you retire?
Well, because I still have a partner that hasn't retired, I can have confidence in doing that. You know, we definitely did have that happen. I recall specifically a double murder that was not, the officer's report wasn't done when I left, because I knew Dean was going to be, Detective Rates was going to be continuing on with it.
Right. So you knew that the other detective would still be the detective handling the case through because you were now retired.
No question.
But what if you didn't have that detective there, that your partner? Would you have delayed after you retired to draft your officer's report?
I would not.
How about
I wouldn't be able to do it. Right. I mean, I just know that I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why when, the limo's out in front of headquarters, I'm typing an officer's report. I literally I got the officer's report done and then went downstairs. I was done. I was retired.
Now, can you explain to us, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you explain for us a little bit about why reports are so important to you in your line of work as a homicide detective?
Reports document everything, right? I mean, you need to document your observations. You need to document evidence. And for us in homicide, or even in the gang unit before that, we did that with officer's reports. Officer's reports don't become evidence, right? Officer's reports are so anybody picking up that case file can walk through the investigation from beginning to the last part of an officer's report is conclusion, right? So it may be a conclusion as to what you believe happened and you don't have somebody in custody. It can be a completed officer's report where the case isn't solved. It's still open, right? But it's at that point when you're doing the conclusion, it's more or less your opinion. This is what we believe based on everything else that precedes it in the officer's report.
Okay. And that would, of course, help you later if you ever recall to testify in front of a jury to recall what happened.
Oh, absolutely. That's the go-to document for somebody who's preparing for trial is that officer's report. I mean, it can be lengthy. I've written officer's reports that are 70 pages long.
And with regard to those reports and being 70 pages long, fair to say that details are super important when doing this kind of investigation.
They are.
And that would be helpful for you to remember details in the future, right? To write a good report.
Right. The more extensive and the more detailed your report, the better off you're going to be, the more prepared you're going to be. But in addition to that, you could be documenting things that you observed or that you knew at the time you were doing an investigation that you don't realize were important, right? So I could document something in a crime scene that seems like it's innocuous, something that's just doesn't seem like it's that important. And then later on,
yes, and that's very critical.
Maybe suspects in custody or, the investigation's further, then you find out, that one item that you made a note of now becomes important because the suspect touched it or that was the murder weapon that was cleaned up and stuck over there and nobody realized it.
Now, let's shift gears a little bit here. So you're no longer a detective. You're now working with a cold case. Have you taken on any cold cases that weren't yours to begin with?
Certainly.
And what is typically the standard operating procedure when you are starting your investigation as a cold case investigator?
So you're pulling the case file, right? And it can be extensive depending on the murder, depending on the case that you're looking at, can be rather extensive. Some of the cases that we were pulling had pouches in them with VHS tapes, right? There were separate boxes that had VHS tapes in them. We probably may even know what a VHS tape. So, and we had cassette tapes, right? Actual physical cassette tapes. So we had to maintain a VHS player in homicide to be able to review those things. So we had some of the archaic methods to review evidence. We would go through the entire case file, and that would give us a starting point. As you might imagine, what we're looking for in cold case, because of the advances in technology, is do we have any trace evidence that wasn't analyzed? Do we have any fingerprints that weren't analyzed? Do we have any DNA that maybe, this precedes DNA? We looked at some cases that were before I was born. Okay, it's my 65th lap around the sun. We were looking at cases before I was even on this planet. So you go through.
I mean, this happened when he was 35. So, this guy's seen a lot of stuff.
The entire thing, and you try and make his heads or tails of where the detective took that investigation to that point. Sometimes that could be difficult, especially if you're dealing with one of those Post-it people, right? You're dealing with one of the ones that are writing notes on cocktail napkins and stuff and keeping them in the case file. We'd pull little notes here. We're like, I have no clue how this relates to the investigation at all. Don't know if they talked to this person, didn't talk to this person. Was this a witness? Was this a secondary victim? We didn't know. So we'd have to try and track those down. And some of the cases were so old that, people that we were dealing with were deceased.
Did you have any success with what you did on the cold case unit?
Oh, certainly. Yeah. We had closed quite a few.
So when you say closed, meaning that you were able to find out basically information you needed, the suspect or whatever the case was?
Yes, absolutely. All the way through to an arrest and prosecution and conviction, yes.
And with regards to the success you had on the cold case, did any of those cases not involve some type of technological thing like either trace, DNA, or fingerprints?
I think I'd say there was none come to my mind that we didn't have something that was redone and reviewed and then came to a conclusion or pointed to a specific person that we were then able to go and interview. We had one where we flew to Toledo and we got a confession on a murder that happened here in Las Vegas because that person was already doing life without there for another murder that he had committed. I don't recall that we had any physical evidence in there that we needed. He confessed to it basically. What do I have to lose? I'm already doing life without.
So he basically was in custody ready for a murder in another state and basically
Columbus,
confessed and said, hey, I'm confessing this murder in Nevada.
Correct.
So it wasn't like you found,
We did. I mean, there's, you look at some of these case files and they're definitely pointing towards a specific person, right? Every indication is that this is who you're dealing with.
Right.
And that it just you couldn't get it across the finish line, right? And like Jamie Sheldon, I brought up earlier, I know who did that murder, but it's whether or not there's enough to get across the finish line with that piece of evidence that's going to be where the district attorneys are willing to take that case to trial. And you're waiting for that one more thing, right? So it just stays there waiting for that one more piece of evidence to come in. And that happened with some of the cold cases where it's like, hey, we
It
knew
always
who this person
does,
was. I remember
always to
one specifically
Ohio.
where we had a guy where we knew in the gang unit who we were looking for. And then I got to homicide and then looked up case files and saw that person had never been charged. I'm like, how did he never get charged? We knew who it was. And we were able to then put enough together to arrest him and get a conviction.
and the arrest was because of either DNA or fingerprints or something along those lines?
On that one, no, we had video surveillance that existed at the time on a VHS tape from a 7-Eleven, back when they were recording over them every 7 days. And so it was grainy and you're like trying to get a clear enough picture. But we were able to, and we had physical evidence at the time that existed at the time connecting him to other cases. And we were able to get a conviction on that particular case with nothing new.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that was video surveillance with some other physical evidence that helped you solve that particular
Cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. All right. And then in terms of your work, the night of what happened here, and if I could just ask about this over. Are you? Does this help a little bit here about just zoning into what's zooming into where this thing happened?
Right. That the red triangle or the red rectangle there is where the cartridge cases are located. Near the intersection. I think the closest piece of evidence was 60 feet away from Koval, and they were out in the travel lane, probably 14, 15 feet away from the south curb.
Okay. So my question to you, very specific. You mentioned a little bit ago about what potentially would be a white Cadillac traveling north on Audrey or Aubrey. Can you just, you can step out, Dean, if you want, and just actually point with you can just point at the screen from over there so Larry can see.
So this is Koval. This is now the western, right? It used to be the Maxim. And this would be Audrey Lane. Going north. And down in here is Audrey Street that cuts over, that actually cuts south and then goes all the way over to Boulevard. But the initial report was that we had this light colored Cadillac occupied by two BMAs that went north on Audrey. So they would have to, with an entourage, that everybody had U-turned and got in this direction, they would have to follow and then turn right to go up on Audrey. There's really no way for you to get from eastbound Flamingo at Cobalt to northbound Audrey without making a U-turn.
Okay, and just you could stay there for a second. The other part here is that I'm just pointing again with my pen, and that would be the area where you found and located the bullets, the cartridge cases.
Cartridge cases, yeah, they're in the eastbound lane, I think the number 3 travel lane, primarily kind of straddling the lane there a little bit, right here before you get to Cobalt.
Now, if you can describe for us the street. So on that street right there, and I'm just pointing to the part of Flamingo that's I guess, west of Cobalt, and then before or between Aubrey and Cobalt, this area here. Is there a concrete divider that's in that area?
There was not a concrete divider, no. And I think now it's like those yellow plastic cones that are every few feet. Now separating it when you come up, because on eastbound Flamingo, there's two left turn lanes to go north on Cobalt, 3 travel lanes, and then a right turn lane to go south on Cobalt.
So, for instance, if cars are going to make a U-turn and turn around and follow, it's like saying, for instance, the black BMW, right? The other cars could just basically just make a left-hand turn and go right back. They don't have to go in procession around and keep going. Fair?
Yeah, now they would be hitting all those yellow cones. So I don't know. I don't think back then, I think you could probably just right there, it's a violation of the law.
It is.
Yes, you could certainly make a U-turn.
Because my understanding is those cones that you're talking about will be actually on Cobalt to prevent people, I guess it's like to stop traffic from merging or having too much lanes or traffic in that area. Do you recall that?
I know all the yellow cones because I took a fellow marshal to the airport yesterday, and the lady in the box actually took me north on Cobalt to pass that intersection. So I was able to see all the yellow plastic. They're permanent cones that are there, dividing the north or east and westbound traffic.
Right. But
This isn't really helpful to anybody here.
at the time, your recollection back in 1996, you don't know if there were cones up at that
I
point.
don't know, there wasn't.
Yeah.
I know there wasn't, and there wasn't a Jersey wall, so I think, yeah, you could just make the turn. There might have been a curve. There might have been a cement curve, but I don't see that in the photo.
Let's
and I
get to
don't
some
have any
stuff here, guys.
recollection of it.
Gotcha. So those cars are, if we're trying to vision the BMW getting shot at and at some point it's making a U-turn, there's some discussion about rims on the vehicle being messed up because of
It's possible.
and then as it's going down, the other cars would have just either just turned around and made a immediate left.
Possibly. I know, because we never went to Harmon Boulevard, never saw the entourage, the other vehicles that had gone down.
You don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Duckman?
Briefly. I don't know if you retired on a Friday, but if you knew when you retired on Friday that on Monday you were going to be right back there as a cold case investigator, you wouldn't feel, or would you have felt, the need to finish that Friday before you got in the limousine?
I think I would have been okay to let it go. Yeah, that'd have been all right, and skip that part.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Has there been at least one case with you and I, in fact, where there was never an officer's report that was able to be completed?
No, Debbie Flores Narvaez.
And is there any requirement that there be an officer's report created?
No, again, officer's report's not evidence, right? It's just kind of a guideline to go through the case file itself. There was, in the case that we're talking about, a case management form that went all the way through the investigation. So it really wasn't necessary to get to put it on trial and get a successful conviction.
You mentioned as well that old case files. You've looked at, you said case files from before you were even born.
Yes.
You don't know if all of the reports that were ever generated were in that file or not in that file when you get the case, correct?
I could say that there were some case files that we pulled that they weren't even in 3-ring binders anymore. They were in accordion files, and there were definitely things missing, right, over time. The frustrating part of cold cases, going to pull evidence and seeing that it had long been destroyed, wasn't even available anymore, which shouldn't happen, but it sometimes does. And so, you're trying to piece together the case even without some pieces of evidence that you think is crucial.
So despite not having maybe everything that the original detectives have, you don't just give up. You still try and solve the crime.
Exactly. Well, you go redo it, right? I mean, if there's indication, like, again, if you got a cocktail napkin with a name and a date of birth on there, but you don't know how that was involved, then if that person's still around, you go interview them. And, we ended up doing it in cold case. We ended up doing a bunch of traveling to where we would go do those interviews and sit down with people. And, they have, being a witness to or being involved or even connected remotely to a violent incident like that or a murder, that's called a significant emotional event, right? You're going to remember very specific details. I'm sure in your own life you have that, where something really significant hits you. You can remember what you were wearing. You can remember the smell. You can remember where people are standing. So we're able to just go back and redo that interview and then put that into the case file, even though it was missing.
And you sort of said this, but in a lot of those case files, law enforcement knows what they believe to be the story. They just don't have the witnesses to present in a courtroom to establish the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
No question. I would say, especially during my 2 years in investigation in the gang unit, also the 2 years on the RICO task force that we were involved in, we were dealing with gang-related crimes, and there were many cases where we had something happen with, we knew 50 people around, right? There were 50 people there, and you start talking to witnesses, and everybody has the same statement. I heard shots, I ran, and the police stopped me for no reason, right? So you don't get that level of cooperation because people are afraid. right? People maybe think because they think gangs might be involved, they don't want to say anything. They keep it to themselves, and they live with the fact that they didn't help, right? But then with cold case, we were able to come back to some of these older cases where now that that young gang member that might have had 7% body fat back then and was in his prime and was scary is now an older toothless bulldog that's resting in the shade. So people are not afraid to now come forward and say, yeah, I was there, I saw it, I know exactly who did it, and I can prove it. So we were able to solve some cases like that, which was good.
And you even mentioned the situation where you read through the file, you're like, I know who did it. You flew to Toledo and he confessed.
Correct.
And that can happen in cold cases as well.
Yes, it does, thankfully.
Nothing but
Mr. Giacomo, are you moving to admit exhibits 129A through G?
I was going to have her mark them first before I offer them.
Okay. Was there an objection to the admission of them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they will be admitted. You may mark them. And Mr. Singh, further questions?
Sorry, I was done with you before. No worries. So with regards to the this incident, I want to make sure I'm clear here. You thought you had a suspect. What did you do? Send him a letter and say you need to confess to this crime? I mean, how did that work out with the thing that happened in Toledo?
Oh, in Toledo?
Yeah.
We had put together enough of the case to know, with every bit of confidence that it was him, even to the point where we were able to author an arrest warrant for him. And then we were in contact with the correctional facility that he was in custody and let them know that we wanted to come out. They actually approached him to let him know the detectives from Las Vegas want to come out and speak with you. And he agreed, right? And he's sitting in custody for, serving life without for actually killing two people, a child and the child's father. And so, I think probably just for entertainment value alone, he agreed to talk to us, and we were able to come out there, sit down with him. They pulled him out of his cell, obviously, and away from the rest of the inmates. And we talked to him for a couple hours before lunch, and then we broke for lunch, and then after lunch, he told us he did it.
So you put together information here in Las Vegas that was all corroborated, right? I mean, you had information, you had evidence that you're putting together, right?
Correct.
And all that evidence pointed towards this particular person.
Did it?
And then at some point you said, we just don't have enough. We would want to hear from this guy himself. And that's when you went out to Toledo to confront him on it?
I think that we would have been able to get a conviction without him telling us that he did it, but why not? I mean, if we went there and he said, pound sand, I'm not going to tell you. Like, you flew all the way out here and now I'm not going to tell you that I did it. I mean, we still would have gone forward, but it certainly, bolsters the case to have him say, yes, I did it. And this is what I did before and after, which is what he was able to do.
Right. So in the case you were developing, you had corroborating evidence here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And this was just the final, cherry on top to actually hear him say the words. Yeah, I did it.
Agreed.
Now, the corroborating evidence you had here, though, was your investigation. I would assume that had some physical evidence, witnesses, that kind of thing to it. Okay. And your testimony here right now is literally, you don't necessarily even need his confession. You could have just done it without.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, obviously, if you did have those things, you suspected somebody, but you don't have DNA, you don't have fingerprints, you don't have an eyewitness, you don't have surveillance video, you don't have anything at all that would tie that person to whatever the crime you believe has occurred. That would mean at that particular point you don't have it, right?
I would agree with that.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony here is, and I want to make sure I'm clear, you were a gang person before, and those field interview cards would be helpful if you were looking into a potential crime where someone is accused of the crime. Like, look at those field interview cards, right?
Field interview cards are very valuable. I worked at bike patrol before the gang unit, and we filled out probably more FI cards, field interview cards, than a lot of the gang detectives did. That got me voluntold to test for gangs. And so, field interview cards are very, very valuable piece of information because you're
I mean, this is all helpful, but like, where do we see Keefe D in this?
contacting somebody in a non-threatening, non-arrest, non-custodial environment, and they're telling you, they're giving you information that you're able to document.
And if you can explain to the jury a little bit what a field interview card is.
So that, like I was talking about that stop that we were on before the code red was called. So we were talking to some gang members that were gathered out in a neighborhood that we were familiar with gang members that we were familiar with. And so each time they're contacted, we would do a field interview card, little small, 3x5 card. This is a rights card, but it's about just like this. It's white, and it has all of their pertinent information, name, date of birth, all height, weight, eye color, all those things. Where you're contacting them, and there's a narrative portion on the back. And most of the gang members in that type of environment would say, yeah, hey, I'm 18th Street. I'm like, whatever, for life. I'm 18th Street for life. So you document that. That's 18th Street for life, because that's maintained in what you've heard, the gang file for a period of time until that person says, no, I don't affiliate with them. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm away from it. And then if that stays consistent for a certain amount of time, then that person's no longer in the gang file.
Is it every time that person comes in contact with law enforcement that a new card is generated because it's a physical thing?
A new card is, I always did it. It documented my stop. It documented my activity. It documented our work. It documented, plus it starts the time clock every time, right? So every time that person admits, every time that person's in the company of other known gang members, and then it starts that time clock so that they stay in the gang file until that time expires. So.
And chat, with the gang stuff, there's all kinds of things you can do for gangs. Like, people might admit they're in a gang, like this guy said, or like Bloods. They might, like, there's groups of Bloods who will wear Chicago, like, and I use this as a great example because Sean Ryan, actually, even though he's glowy, he had a guy who did a lot of gang work, and you'll validate people based on, even like Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's Salvadoran and lives in Maryland, but he's wearing Chicago Bulls shit. That's a very common thing that Salvadorans like, is the Bulls. Well, this is where you go up to them and say, hey, man, how many people, you like Chicago Bulls? Well, you're not from Chicago and we're not in Chicago. That's a red flag. Then you might tell them, hey, man, name me like 3 people on the Chicago Bulls that you like. If you can't do that, it's another red flag. And then it's like, if you're hanging out with actual known gang members, they can start validating you as a gang member, aside from just admissions to it. So there's a lot of ways this can happen. But yes, cards are important, but a lot of guys are proud of openly admitting their gang affiliation. So, else like the Bulls, Jeremy. Okay, well, not those Bulls. But I hope you guys understand what he's getting at here. They're trying to just show they have gang documentation is a very common thing. So, but like, you'll see this very commonly. Like, guys will wear like Yankee stuff, or if blue. If you're Crips, you might wear blue shit. Okay, well, no sports team in town wears blue. So, what if they remain silent and don't answer? Well, that you could, and then you're kind of stuck with whether or not you could validate them as gang members. Oh yeah, well, that's a separate matter about the gang, like the gangs validating people. But he's talking about police validation, and they start gang files on people. So, what am I doing? Blood in, blood out. Blood in, blood out. Actually, maybe on Folk Nation, they do red too. So,
you want the clock to continue to start over.
Okay, and just one last question, and I hate hammering the heck out of this report stuff, but in terms of the example that was given to you by the state, they said, well, if you retire and then you go into cold case, you can continue on with the investigation if it's a cold case, right?
I would, yeah, definitely.
How about the district attorney's office? You're an investigator at the district attorney's office. Does the district attorney's office have a cold case team?
We didn't have anybody assigned to us at the time, because I left in January of 23. At the time, we didn't have anybody that was catching our cold cases specifically, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Right. So you are testifying that Metro has a cold case unit, to which if you're a detective with homicide and you want to take a case with you, you could have done that, right?
Certainly.
But with regards to taking your case as a homicide detective and now working for the district attorney's office, that's not how that typically works. Right?
I wouldn't know how they function with it, because I know, we put a case file together and we submit that case that gets approved by the DA's office, and that the district attorney may recognize certain things that need to be cleaned up or need to be followed up on that maybe wouldn't come back to the detective in homicide. Because keep in mind, if we're working a big case, we're still catching new cases. You don't catch a big case and then all of a sudden, time out. And I get to do this, work this case. You're still catching new cases. We worked one weekend in 2003 where we had 6 murders in one weekend. So you're up going into the weekend and up on rotation coming out of the weekend, because all the teams caught a case.
And so, just for the jury so they understand, Metro is the police department. They do investigations.
Correct.
Once you're done with the investigation, you develop a suspect. You then submit that request to the DA's office and the district attorney's office for prosecution.
Correct.
The district attorney's office, on the other hand, do not have investigators that initiate cases to be charged, right?
I don't know how the DA's investigators run their. I know I had contact with them multiple times over the years, because now we've involved the DA's office in what we've produced, because we seek the truth. DA's office seeks justice, right? So but I know there may be some incidental things that come up that an investigator will handle rather than taking it back to the homicide detective for follow-up.
In your experience throughout law enforcement, even up to currently, have you ever seen an investigator or the Clark County District Attorney's Office be the primary
officer on a case.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Giacomo? Any questions from the jury? We do have at least once. Can I have the parties approach? Looks like we only have one.
So there we go. I mean, I thought that would be a little more helpful than what it was, but I think we're going to be at lunch here. Oh, here we go.
Cases located on the scene. Not accounted. Question from our jury. There are 8 cones, but only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or are there only 7 cases located or were there only 7 cases located on the scene?
Good question. So the cone that was closest in the picture, if you remember, I said that was a bullet fragment. So underneath that cone was just a piece of a bullet, mostly just the lead. And so the bullet fragment plus the 7 cases.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. Giacomo?
Detective, you opened the 7 casings, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what the mark the state's proposed exhibit number 130. These appear to be all the bullets and fragments that were collected by Dan Ford.
That's correct. They were also listed on the evidence inventory that I've seen a copy of. I recognize the handwriting and initial MP number for Dan Ford.
Now, you might say, can he verify? Yes, he can verify signatures. He can verify familiarity with signatures as well.
Once again, there's also a blue stripe on here. I'm not putting this one. There's also a blue stripe on here indicating that they were forensically tested as well.
Yes.
But I'll move to bit 130.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions that you have?
None.
Mr. Stamp, questions on this question?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. All right. You are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whoa, you can almost hear Keefe D talking a little bit. Those microphones, remember, chat, them courtrooms are wired for sound. Be careful.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break.
Okay,
During
so we're
this
going to skip
CPR
ahead here, guys. We're going to skip ahead. Okay, so these are some of the...
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald.
I think these are now, we're getting into the death row records, people. I think this guy is part of death row records.
Well, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order. Is that right?
Correct.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were instructed by a court that you had to attend.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. Every witness you should subpoena, but you always subpoena your witnesses, but he was probably said, if you don't show up, we're going to get a material witness warrant for you, and we're going to have the police come arrest you and put you in jail. So Joe Nome says this part is good. Okay, good. Here we go.
I want to ask you about September 7th, 1996. Were you at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Club 662?
It was a club that Jill bought, and we operated it. When he opened, I was head of security through the neighborhood. Just a place to go and hang out.
Did the number 662 mean anything?
Well, to the new guys, that was part of our neighborhood, 662,
okay.
MOB.
Okay, MOB. And when you say MOB, there used to be, before Apple iPhones and those types of things, when you had to have landlines and you pressed numbers, 662, there would be letters under those numbers, and M and O would be under 6. Is that right? And B would be under 2?
Yes.
So 662 would be MOB.
Yes.
Okay.
It's all gang. This is all gang shit, guys. This is all gang nonsense. We in a gang. You all a bunch of bitches. You got rolled up on by Keefe D and some homies with a single Glock. Now, that's the other thing that guys remember. Like, these gangsters talk about, like, doing all kinds of crap with, like, switchies and blickies and stuff right now with Dracos. But, like, back in the day, like, Tupac sing about you, like, using a he had a 357 in one of his songs. These guys used a pistol. Like, this is very common. Just bop, 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 just with a pistol. It's not like they had, like, a Tech 9 and with, like, or, like, Ice Cube and, Boys in the Hood, where he's got, like, in the back of that, what was that, like a Corvair? And he's in the back of the Corvair with an AK-47, just which is actually a pretty baller scene. So, yeah. But here we go.
When you talk about Suge, are you talking about Suge Knight?
Yes, sir.
How'd you know Suge?
He lived in my neighborhood.
And is that in Compton?
Yes.
When you were at Club 662, you said you were head of security.
It's 662 MOB. It's the area code back in Compton, Nibba. You know, they were tighter than a, as Dr. Dre once said, they were tighter than a motherfucking gangster beats, and they were balling on these motherfucking Compton streets. And Peep shit got deep, and it was on number one song after number one song.
Yes.
So,
Was somebody by the name of Reggie Wright Jr. there with you?
Not at that time.
No?
No.
When was he with you?
quote that, Phil. Clip that.
I got out of prison in 1988. She came and got me in 1988, like 4 days from coming home. Started another company, Burn Hill Records. Then Death Row Records came. As soon as Death Row was launched, Reggie came a few months after that.
Okay, so we're talking about the start of Death Row Records. Reggie wasn't part of Death Row Records initially, but you were.
Yes.
And then Suge Knight, was he the boss of Death Row Records?
Yes.
Okay. Was Suge from the same neighborhood?
From the mob?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Suge was, he was guilty by association.
Okay.
He wasn't from the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood. We looked at him as somebody from the neighborhood. When he started Death Row and started to recruit us, then yes, he's from the hood.
So I guess there's a difference between living on a certain street versus being from the hood.
Yeah.
And how would you describe that difference?
I look at it, you have three different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association from living in that area.
And can you tell me what the difference between a gang member and a gang banger is?
A gang member hangs out. A gang banger handles his business, put in work, do what the gang do.
And what was your role with Death Row?
These are hired guns, chat. Remember, these guys are gangsters. Like this dude back in the day would have been what you might call in England a rude boy or a road man. He would have been a rough, this guy's a gangster. Like this guy probably would have killed people. So, but here we go.
I was the guy that if something happened, she would have you take care of that. Like Snoop Dogg trial, there was issues up there. I was sent up there to make sure those problems didn't happen again.
And are those problems, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics, but are those problems meaning issues with other people who might be gangbanging or might be trying to threaten folks?
Correct, yes.
And you are somebody that Suge relied on to be able to protect his roster of music artists and other things like that.
Correct.
And after you were asked to help out with Snoop, did Snoop have any other problems?
No, we didn't have one issue at court.
Now, I'm going to ask you, fast forward a little bit, to were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Would you say they were somebody you were in alliance with or a rivalry with?
Rival.
Okay. And would sometimes those that rivalry get violent?
This is also very unique, Chet. I should say he is an old gangster. The fact he isn't dead is actually very impressive. I guarantee you almost everybody else he knows is dead by now. Everybody he ran with is pretty much dead by now. Does this guy have immunity? Probably not, but they're not. He wasn't involved in the murder, but that's why they're saying we're not here to talk about your other crimes. That's why they said stay about it. Yeah. Or they're in prison forever. Yeah. So this guy's actually very unique. He won the game. He won a prize most people in this game don't get, to be an old man. Free.
Anytime you're dealing with the gang life, there's going to be violence at any given time.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Tupac?
He was assigned to Death Row.
And when he was signed with Death Row, would he also hang out with you guys?
He hung with my brother now. Yeah. Not me.
Who was your brother?
Alfred McDonald, Buntry Ave.
Did he went by Buntry?
Yeah.
Now, during this time, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had an issue with rappers from the East Coast?
I think Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight and Puck.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was. And we all felt some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS, should I say. And that was a situation between record companies. Now,
This is interesting. He's a gangster, and he's like, this was a bunch of bullshit between Suge and Diddy to go make money. And I mean, I'll give this guy credit. He's willing to say we were just pawns in a game by guys trying to make money off our gang beefs. It's interesting. He's not really snitching. He's not saying anything that ain't out there. But I don't think they're going to consider this snitching by any of his crews. So this is interesting, though. He's willing to say this is all bullshit.
like games. So technically it wasn't our business. But when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Suge, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to Keepy D now, and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
Are you serious? Don't ask me that right here. I can't say that on both sides. When each neighborhood met each other, there was a lot of tension. I'd say that.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about September 7th, 1996.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in Las Vegas on September 7th of 1996?
Yes.
Why were you in Las Vegas?
To run the security at 662, we were having issues with individuals that said that they were coming for whatever reason they was coming for and to come to 662. My job was to not let that happen.
Similar to the kind of security you were asked to apply in the whole Snoop Dogg situation.
It didn't have nothing to do with Snoop Dogg. It was everybody came. Well, Suge and Bunch and them, his entourage. Everybody went for the fight. My job and all of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662. So we were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it, prepared to do that. So nobody else was going to come up there and disrupt it in that manner. But if anybody remember that night, it was so many Metro and everybody there. No, neither side could have did anything. So it was calm, it was peaceful.
So when you say there's so much Metro there, you're talking about so much Metro at Club 662?
It was police all over the place.
Now you said you were there to be on the lookout for something. What were you?
You said I was on the lookout for nothing.
I apologize. You were there. In order to ensure there weren't any problems. Is that fair?
To make sure everything was good.
And because you had heard there might be some issues.
Correct.
And what were the issues that you were concerned about?
Individuals coming up there creating an issue we was having with different sides of with Crips, period.
Yeah. So you were worried about Crips. Not worried. I'm sorry. You were.
This guy is 100% trying not to talk about what happened. He's being as general as he can because this must be the guy who says, like, you don't want me answering these questions. Because I heard about this. But yeah, this guy was expected, like, he talks about doing work. These guys were expected to, like, if it was time to get down, they were going to get down. And they were basically expendable. So ask him how many dudes he deep-throated. Thank you, McGavery. This is very interesting. Listening to this guy. You know, he even admits he was cannon fodder back in 1996.
Were there providing security to ensure that Crips did not initiate any violence at Club 6.
Not just that nothing would happen.
Okay.
Period.
Okay. And then
yes, nothing would happen, but your main threat in 1996 that night would have been the Crips showing up. Yeah, I mean, this was real gangster rap. Yes. This guy also has a podcast, The Gangster Chronicles. Really? He's trying to be kind of, does he talk more openly on that? But Yeah, he was a soldier. He was 100% like doing the work.
When you were there, was Reggie Wright Jr. with you that night at September 7th, 1996 at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Reggie doing there?
Reggie's job was to watch me and make sure I don't get in trouble. Everybody knew how I was. So Reggie, everybody else went to the fights.
Which means he was wilding out all the time.
The people that was there.
And I'm guessing that you were not the only person there making sure there wasn't any problems at Club 662.
I'm positive. It was 30, 45 rules there.
And again, that was to make sure that there wasn't any violence that occurred at Club 662.
Right.
When at some point that night, do you learn that Tupac or Suge had been shot?
That night, yes.
Can you tell me how you learned about that?
Well, people was coming back and was explaining that Tupac and Suge just got shot. Everybody was in a roar. A lot of people started even trying to get over there on Cobalt. We couldn't leave because we didn't pay to do this here. It wasn't too long after people started coming back, like Heron came back and went to the hospital. The majority of the people was leaving the day and coming back because that night they said Tupac was going to be all right. And even Suge came back with a little bandage on his head. And we thought everything was good. People kept partying.
So, and when Suge came back, you said he had a bandage on his head. But
I mean, the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
Some people would describe being shot in the head even
Well,
slightly.
he described it as that. I mean,
Yeah.
wrong.
All right. So when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that Reggie Wright Jr. is responsible for the murder of Tupac.
And it's so not true. His father was implicated, and his father had something to do with it. Reggie Wright used to be a police officer. And here again, I've been knowing Reggie Wright over 50 years. His daddy, as a police officer, patrolling my neighborhood. He done took me to jail many times when I messed up. If Reggie killed Tupac, then death row is over with. Tupac was the money source. Tupac was that guy at death row. So Reggie would have had a problem if he would have did that. And Suge, I truly believe Suge would have opened his mouth if Reggie betrayed him like that. So people say what they want to say.
After that night, do you stick around in Las Vegas or do you go back to Compton?
Well, I stayed in Vegas and we left that morning because we knew we was going to have neighborhood issues, and everybody left and went back to Compton.
Why were you thinking you might have neighborhood issues?
Well, you asking me some. The issues that we was having was heated, and Compton was on fire at the time, and things were happening. And me personally, staying in Vegas wasn't worth it. That man in the hospital, it's time to go and protect your home front and be prepared for whatever happened there. You know what I'm saying? Like the other side was being prepared and was prepared to do things because Orlando got beat up in there. And that's something you don't tolerate. So you was going to get some repercussion from that and everything else that was going on. So living this life, you got to be ready. If you're not, you might as well just lay down.
Now, you weren't there for the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM, were you?
No, I was.
Like we talked earlier, you were at 662.
Yeah.
But are you aware of why Orlando was targeted?
I'm aware of a lot of things. Things that was going on. People ain't talked about it in 30 years. Today ain't one of them. I don't mean to be funny, but here's the thing. A lot of things happened that night. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. Me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong. A lot of people got hurt behind this situation in itself. Living the life and how we lived in Compton is one thing. You bring back all of the guys that made it, like me, I'm 61 years old now, to rehash and relive this situation again. I told every attorney in here that tried to get me to come here, you better treat me as a hostile witness. And I think that's where I'm about to go now because you asking me questions. I can't answer those questions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Then I'm not going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a
Whoa! This guy. Wow. You're telling me you guys don't think this is interesting? This is getting good. Like a guy who's really got some he probably's got bodies he's taken. Damn. Woo, this is actually good.
rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Chug, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me.
Why
That's
is
how I was living.
Why is that?
That's
Ah! Wow. Wow. This guy's not joking. I guarantee you in 1996, he probably would have fucking killed all these people. I guarantee you. I guarantee this guy would have done it. Wow. Oh, buddy.
That's what I was back then.
And so, is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice of it, or you can't be there.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing some side talking. No, that's my fault. I asked, would being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is punking you, like by punching you in the face, something like that, you would have to retaliate, or you would lose your place in the neighborhood.
You would have to go back home.
EDB got floored by this guy's testimony. I mean, I don't know how you mean floored, Chugi, but anyways, hello. No, but like, yeah, this guy's gonna be super combative. This is a guy, like, you know, you joke like about this guy fighting in the trenches. Homie fought in the trenches probably for a good part of his life. So I guarantee you this dude was not probably not violent now, but I guarantee you back then, man, he was rock and roll at the drop of a hat. Like, he's the guy, if you stepped on his sneakers, he'd be willing to fight.
To fight everybody that called you a punk. You would have to go.
Yeah.
There's some rules that you roll with, and some rules you just got to handle. Certain things need to be dealt with, adjusted, living that life. And when I was living that life, it wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I was shot. Yeah. To be honest.
So then you had mentioned.
I mean, was she jaw dropped at this part? I mean, it's not a surprise to me. I mean, when you criminal society is built entirely on respect, and lower class society, and I don't mean that as saying lower class people are violent or anything, but like violent situations where stuff like the gangs and all of this is all about respect. Somebody punks you, you gotta fucking respond. You know, if everybody thinks you're a bitch, like this guy he might get killed. And this is where people say like they don't, Wes Watson was actually true on things like all you've got is your image. And if people think you're weak, that's it. I guarantee you this guy was like the hoodest of the hood nibbers running around back then. I guarantee you.
I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas,
it's all honor culture
between the neighborhoods. How long did that last? Was it like, all right, one day we're good, everything's
Sweet Tooth Fairy? It's not really based on mafia rules. It's just in general in any society prior to like the 20th century. People used to have duels. There was honor. You couldn't go around talking shit and stunting on people like that. You might get in trouble. People might kill you. People might beat the shit out of you. So it's not just that. It's just, it's machismo. That's the shit that built civilizations, man. What, like the frontier was conquered with machismo. Like the guys who did all that is, this is rough shit. This is rough shit. And, violence is for people like this guy and Keefe D and these people, violence was a currency. It was very transactional. It was very matter of fact. You did it because you had to do it as part of the game. So this guy being violent was a normal thing. Yeah. Machismo, aka gay. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, if it's gay as fuck, these gay men would have killed you then. So.
Or did it last for longer than that?
No, it was tension in the air for quite a long time until I guess both sides, and he might agree, just said, let this shit go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and KPD. And people put themselves in situations like myself. I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in a situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. I did it for.
See, Bob Tube, here's the thing. No, it's not that I represented them, that I believe this. This is merely the way the world is. This is like kind of one of the thing again, like you can go skydiving, but you have to wear a parachute. Now you may think that's not fair and you shouldn't die if you jump out of an airplane without a parachute. I'm just here to tell you gravity exists. You should use a parachute or you're going to splat. I'm here to tell you there are crocodiles in the watering hole and they eat gazelles. Don't go near the watering hole or they're going to eat you. It's telling you how it is. That's all it is. That's all this is. It's more saving face than machismo. Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to call it. So, I think like EDW, they think they're people. Not really. These guys are absolute fucking savages. They're absolute savages. But you do need to understand who they are and what they do. So, number one, you can protect yourself, govern yourself accordingly. And then how do you handle them if you run into them? No, I'm not saying this guy's a savage. He should have been probably put down back in the day before he got too bad. So.
Paycheck. I did it on some just because. I'm older now. I get it. But we did things for all the wrong reasons at that time, in them days.
See, here's the thing, Eric. You're wrong. It's not African-American Izzat. There's white Izzat. You go into the trailer park or you go into a low-income neighborhood. You go into rural situations. Izzat is like a very common thing. You go into a Hispanic neighborhood. You go into a Hispanic gang neighborhood. You go into the barrio. There's going to be Izzat. You go into the favela. There's Izzat. Like, you go into the trailer park. There's Izzat. Like, it's everywhere, man. And, like, when you're in these situations where people are, like, extreme poverty and crime, it's all about respect and face. It's all it is every time. Yeah. You have to, like, these people operate on a different rule set for it's a third world mindset. Life is cheap. Violence is common and it's used and everybody does it. Yeah. Like, this is how most of the world works. We are the exception. We are the exception, even in America. I'd say probably at least 30 to 40% of America operates in this thing. So, yeah, you got to be careful. It's very careful. This is actually good if you don't understand this world. Learning how this guy sees it is important to know. And I would say, yes, being an attorney and interacting with very violent and nasty people, like, I've been able to go into their neighborhoods. I've walked into fucking housing developments where I'm like, fuck, this is like, I've been worried because I'm a fat guy carrying a portfolio. Like, I have to make sure they know I'm not a cop. But I've walked into some really nasty fucking housing developments, and there are times where I'm like, son of a bitch, this is not good. It's not as bad as the jungle and Training Day, but you have to learn you learn how to operate with these people, and a lot of it is you just play it cool. You don't run your mouth. You don't make jokes. You're like, I'm here helping out. Can you help me or no? And that's it. Yeah. The hauler is another great example. It's all a separate way of handling it.
Your Honor, Steve will pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr.
So,
Sir, have you ever met me?
Excuse me?
Have you ever met me before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to your testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to as the time that you told them, like, hey, any attorney here is better treat me as hostile because...
Yeah, I told him I didn't have nothing to do with it.
No. A couple questions for you, sir. This is more for clarification. So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662.
Yes.
Explain for us a little bit about the club. Was that Shook's club or was it somebody else's club?
Sure, to my understanding.
Okay. And when you were there as head of security, were you there? Had you worked there as head of security prior to this particular night?
We did an event there once before. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And on this particular night, was this an event like some type of fundraiser or something for police officers or anything like that? Do you recall what the event was for?
We wouldn't have been there.
Okay.
No.
What was the reason for the event?
It was Mike Tyson fight. Tyson was coming back. Tupac was supposed to perform like other people, and we was there for that.
Okay. Can you describe for us how big the club is so that we can?
30 years ago, a little bit bigger than this room.
So it's relatively, it's not like a 2-story. It's not,
it's
you know.
small.
And in terms of the club itself, you were there and you were sharing with us that there were other people that were there.
Yes.
Law enforcement as well as I don't know, people from your side of town.
Oh, law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, "Why y'all from where's my mouth?"
Sure.
They were outside. We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So as far as you know, law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security?
No, this was Metro posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just to harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there. Like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come?
I know for a fact he didn't hire the Metro police.
Okay. Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table. We had at least 30.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty fair. Like
Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what should have paid us.
I like how this guy's like, yeah, we just there ain't no W-2s here, homie. But you know why were the police out? The police were doing a show of force. The police knew that was a gang building, and they were on every corner making it known we're here and we're not here to fuck around. Don't go acting out tonight.
For working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge. The homies was there for the Suge night. Reggie Wright hired his company to watch over Suge night people.
Right.
So his security did like the right thing. My security did what they ain't gonna do. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
The police gonna walk you out of there. We gonna drag you out of there. So it was a difference, but not on the same paper.
Sure. And once again, the intent was to protect 662, right? To protect the club, protect the patrons that were going to go there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of your knowledge of what happened on that night, fair to say you weren't present when the shots
He is what you would call muscle if you weren't familiar with the term.
had run out.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And your testimony is that you had heard from other people initially that, hey, Tupac had been shot.
Yes.
And you had thought maybe other people were maybe relieved, thinking like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. He's going to be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene, and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he's gonna be all right. So people just went back to, me.
Right.
No, Sean Sam and Sundry. Loyal to the highest bidder, no. These guys were loyal to the Bloods. These guys were loyal to their gang, to their neighborhood, to their street, to their set. They would not just sell out. They might work with other blood gangs, but even then, at the end of the day, your set was it's kind of like in A Few Good Men, core God country. Your set came above all else. So Mob Piru was above all else. That's where your loyalty was. So these guys wouldn't sell out. So.
Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Can you describe that for us when you went back?
Yes, these guys were not the Lanskins, okay? Yes.
In terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got ways to work.
I guarantee you the tension after Tupac got shot, it was like the war was about to pop off. And like I guarantee you, people were getting it was about to go down.
But you asked me a question. I don't, and what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why.
Ah! I don't want to send you to prison. So you're like holding up on him. Like, goddamn, man. Whoa. Jesus.
I'm here where I'm at and where I am because I've changed my life. I'm raising my.
Holy shit. Here we go.
A lot of tension. Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got to raise the word in it, but you asked me.
Now, chat, normally, yes, like the basic bitch answer for attorneys is you don't answer a question you don't know the answer to. There are times where you do it because you need to do it. And I think that he kind of needs to get this information to see what's there.
Question. I don't, and what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and where I am because I've changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
Okay.
So these people.
I'm not going to lie, chat. If I'm up there and this starts happening, who is this? He looks like this is it's a local attorney. He's actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm up there and this starts happening with a witness like this, I'm shutting the fuck up. I'm gonna be very careful about how I do this. Yeah, no further questions. Keefe D's like, what the fuck is happening? He's like, what is going on here, man? This is woof. Should the judge step in? No, there's nothing wrong here yet. Nothing improper.
Right here. What they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right? The next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crib shoots a Pyro Blood, and then a Pyro Blood shoots a Southside Crib? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer?
Because you know what the answer is? Probably yes. These guys were clipping. I guarantee you the answer is these guys were clipping each other, and Keefe D was either shot calling or was at least involved in orchestrating some of this action. But I guarantee you, dudes were getting down after Tupac got hit. I guarantee you.
That's a straightforward question. Yes.
You can. Now, here's the thing. If you're ever this guy, you can plead the Fifth Amendment. You can plead the Fifth. I guarantee you there were some fucking bodies that got traded. The problem is, though, by the mid-90s, the gang violence had exploded out of control. So it's like, these guys were already killing each other. You can plead the Fifth as a witness. Why can't you? 100% you can. Ohio v. Reiner allows, like the Supreme Court has reiterated, you can plead the Fifth even if you think you're innocent. But anybody can plead the Fifth. Keefe was a Crip? No, they're Bloods. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Keefe D was a Crip. Sorry. Okay. Keefe D was a Crip. Tupac was affiliated with the Bloods. Keefe D's nephew got jumped by Suge Knight, Tupac, and all the Bloods because he's a Crip. And you got to fight when you see these guys. Like it's a no hands policy. Like you see these guys, it's game on. Like you got to go after them. So, it's rough. It's rough. So yes, there's some gang war shit going down, and that's why he said, like, I don't like you. This guy is a Blood, or he was Blood affiliated. So yeah, what if they give you immunity? You would need like complete immunity from everybody for everything. 'Cause I guarantee this guy's killed people. I guarantee you he has. So I heard they attacked Orlando because of the mall fight. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, these things happen in stages. Orlando had this fight at the mall over the chain. Then they saw Orlando at the MGM. So they beat him down. Then Keefe D and Orlando go grab a gun and then they shoot at him. Like, this stuff just escalates. It escalates. It escalates. So, yeah.
No answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that, like I was a part of that, and I was because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And when okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize
when we got back to Compton.
Okay.
Now, honestly, this is the point where if I'm the prosecution, you might have asked for this guy to get a court-appointed attorney because it sounds like there might be some issues of incrimination or her refusal to testify. And getting this guy an attorney assigned to him, like a public defender appointed to him, would have probably not been a bad idea. And if I'm the prosecutors, I think they knew this guy was going to do this. This testimony's out of control. It is. It's fucking crazy. This is weird. So, he was associated with the Bloods, only associated with Death Row. I understand, but he was a lot more than just affiliated. He was neck deep in the blood business. So, yeah, he's literally telling them shut the fuck up. So, yeah, it's
Okay.
Did you see that?
Here we go.
When I was a part of that, like I was a part of that, and I was because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize
when we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood, as well they did mine. But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being sought because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
Am I the only one up in here? No, they weren't the only one. It's his neighborhood in particular.
It's not the judge's job to control the witness. It's the job of the people conducting examination of the witness to control the witness. Right now, the witness isn't acting out of control. He's not causing problems. This is for the attorneys to manage this witness how they see fit. This judge is letting these attorneys do their thing. It's this attorney's job to manage this witness. So,
but they were the main subjects of a gang war. It was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you.
I don't know why the fuck you would ask that question. I don't know why you would ask this question. Because now this guy's saying, yeah, on the streets, everybody thought he was involved in the murder. All these cats running around with guns. All the Bloods, all the Crips. Everybody in Compton thought Keefe D was involved in this. Whoa. Whoa. Holy cow, buddy. I don't know why you'd ask this. He doesn't want to be the one to put Keefe D away. Yeah, but he could have said something else. But damn. Unc mad, yeah, because he's not gonna lie. Damn.
Stop.
This is bad. Oh man. Jesus.
Some type of information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you.
Yeah, you not ask what? Like, I think he wants to be able to say technically, nobody specifically. Well, that doesn't matter if everybody in the town, if everybody in the neighborhood thinks Keefe D did it. That's him vouching for it. That's testimony now. Holy cow!
My question to you.
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second? Sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that
This is devastating. This is really bad testimony.
information,
This is probably going to be the closest we're going to get to somebody saying, yes, I heard that he was involved in the murder. I don't know how much worse it gets in the coming days, but this is probably one of those days. God damn.
Those people were there, right?
And what people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bear their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody? They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitnesses to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in Las, listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't
Is it
answer
a
that
yes or no?
without what's called. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
He says, I don't know. Your Honor asked and answered. He says, I don't know. Oh, my God. This is, whoa. This is, whoa, buddy. Man. This dude's trying to be honorable to what he's done now. He doesn't want to lie because he's like, I ain't coming here to lie. But he's also trying to, like, uphold the honor back in the day. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Focus on this. My question to you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who was that was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay. Let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
Word travels fast and the scent of blood travels very far.
On their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting?
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kinds of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. Like it was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
And think about it, too. When you're in a gang, these guys are in Las Vegas. They're out on the moon, more or less. They got to get back home. Got to get back to the fortress. Got to get back to the group. 2.5 to 3.5 hours. That's fast driving. Maybe the driving was a little better back then. It's like, what, 4 hours to LA from Las Vegas? I don't know.
The night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie, a Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't know what he had on his hip.
But you were the head of security, but you're telling us you did not have any.
Right way security has nothing to do with the gangbanging security, power rules, whatever you want to call it. They had nothing to do with us. Okay. The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see. Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think you stated to ask this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California?
Yes.
By a police officer?
I don't know. He was in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court in Victorville.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing. Right. And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about it. You ask me something, I don't want to talk about it.
This is wild. Damn, and I was driving around with an ear infection all the way halfway through South Carolina and North Carolina that night.
Well, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not gonna talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not gonna send him to prison. You are.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just like answer your questions, we're gonna have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good with him.
Right. And once again, I just want to look, we're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac. You're telling us that you're crazy. That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 62. I mean, that ain't hard. I mean, that's easy math.
No further questions, John.
Anything further, Steve?
Jesus.
All right, got one more phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
This guy was all panicky. And it's like, that's all I was trying to get out of you, homie. Yeah, he's holding up the G code. 100% covering up the G code.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands. Oh, we do have one. Okay, hang on one second.
Yeah, see this idea where each juror, you can identify them asking the questions. I don't like how she's doing this. Like I said, judges I've been in front of where they do this, everybody submits a blank sheet. Like everybody has to submit a piece of paper, folded up with their number written on it. If they ask a question, great. If they don't, great. But doing this one at a time, that is really awkward. Yeah, the jury, that was very bad. This is really bad. Huh. Let's see. Man, Keefe D's got to be like, fuck. I think Keefe D realized he's probably going down anyway. So that was incredibly interesting. That's man, but that's like, you know, people got their on, like, homie ain't gonna lie, but he ain't gonna snitch people out.
Reggie Wright Jr. instruct.
Okay, here we go.
All right, I have a question for you, one of our jurors, if you can answer. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people, all the police officers, not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that? Steve?
No.
Defense.
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night.
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night.
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
All right, I know you don't.
I guarantee you those dudes are strapped the fuck up. So, but yeah, I think he knew he was toast anyway.
Want to be here, but thank you for coming down.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. You're free to go.
Oh, that's interesting. He Frank potentially. Yeah. That was a whole like, look, brother, this is just business. I ain't fucking ruining my life. I did what I could not to burn you. Wow. Wow. That was impressive. Dude is guilty after that comment. No. When they play Keefe D's interviews and shit, he's toast anyway. But that was really bad. I wouldn't have, like, the problem is, this guy, once he finally got to the question he wanted to answer, you didn't know who did it. No, I actually don't know who did. Like, I wasn't there. No. That's all he was trying to get out of him. This guy starts spurging out. The problem is, when you get to that point, like, if you can't, like, I've had this issue with witnesses before. I'm trying to ask a very simple fucking question. Like, what's 2 + 2? And they just go off the fucking rails right away. You're like, all right, cool. Thank you. Nothing further. You sit down. So you don't need it. Like, you don't need all of this. Because if he knew who did it, the prosecution would have brought that up. And they didn't bring it up. So I probably would have left that alone. I'm just like, this is an issue. Nobody said, I mean, think about it. Like, guys, just think about this for 1 second. The prosecution didn't bring up anybody who could say, yeah, I saw Keefe do it. You know, none of the witness IDs show that on the photo lineups from the first day. This guy can't say anybody did. They didn't bring it out of him during his direct. I doubt they're going to have anybody who could say that they saw him at the scene. So I don't know why you're like, once this guy doesn't understand your questions and starts like wigging out like this, You just let him go. Thank you, sir. Nothing further, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, we pass back. Just leave it alone, because notice the prosecutor's like, I'm good with this. That was awesome for me. And it was. It was really bad for Keefe D. So I don't know. I don't understand why we did that. I don't. And sometimes you got to pull the cord and eject. I don't know why this guy, he wrote it all the way, like, right into the ground. And I don't know why he did it. I don't. So, and real quick, we have Chugi Show for $4.99 says, my prayers for 2.0 as she nurses you back to health from your man cold. It's an ear infection, not a man cold. Thank you very much. And it really hurts. It's actually a lot better already from all the stuff I've been taking over the past couple of days. Radcon has her for $10. Says, I was your stream on the Lindsay Clancy trial autoplayed while I was sleeping, and it gave me fucked up dreams that I woke up to one of the medical examiners talking about what medically happened to the kids. Oh no. It's like Max Payne waking up in the dream. You're in the TV show. Thank you, Radcon. Good to see you, man. Hope you're not on duty today. And then Robert Lawrence for 10 sobs. Let's fucking go, chat. We couldn't get a fresher woo, so we got you that one, guys. Afton forward for 10 sobs. Guys, and Afton, once again, Afton, Stacy, Ag, Tech Guy, a bunch of you guys last night. I was driving, I opened up Discord and hung out with you guys for a while. Thank you guys for keeping me company. It was a long drive, had fun stuff to talk about. So, hope you guys are, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support and your generosity. Diane says, do you read Brass Balls? No. Yeah. Karen says, yo, dogs, I'm here for some culture. Well, you just missed some culture, man. If that was someone else, that witness would have probably been pointing at them because they're already dead. Yeah. Yeah. That lawyer really screwed that up. He really did sweep or no sweeping. I don't understand why he did all that. There was no need. And that's the thing. Once you know this guy's crazy, you stop and you walk away. Because he never implicated your client on direct. So they can't come back on redirect. Just leave it. You just leave it. I will be listening to his podcast when I go to bed tonight. Well, there you go. Let's see here. Yes, sub-trade. I don't understand. Why did you have to drive so much? I had to go back to Ohio for a hearing. I couldn't appear virtually for. I had to go back in person to do it. So I tried to drive back partway through Tuesday. I wasn't feeling good, so I stopped early and tried to sleep it off. I woke up Wednesday morning with a nasty ear infection and drove the rest of the way back to Ohio. And then had the hearing Thursday during the day, throughout Thursday. It was kind of long. And then yesterday, Friday, I woke up at like 6:15 and hopped in the car and just right back. So that's why I had to drive. So I had to, as this guy would have said, I had to go do work. So from these crosses, I think he's flying blind and noodling around. Yeah, but I think the biggest thing is, I agree, Mariana, but I think the biggest thing is nobody can put him there except Keefe D. Like, no other witnesses could say he was there. And I think this is something, because I was actually texting Emily Baker about this. Yeah, I'm throwing names around, chat. I'm going to big league you all. I was telling her, I think the biggest problem is there's going to be, other than Keefe D's statements, I don't know how they put him there in Las Vegas, even remotely around the time of this shooting. I don't think they can. I think it looks like they're going to rely on the words only of Keefe D. But this guy, I would have kind of maybe let this go. I mean, there wasn't a lot to gain out of this. The police didn't help him too much. I just think that, like, the police don't have anything solid. They had nothing until these interviews came out. Really. So I just don't understand this guy doing this. Analytical T for Ted Sobs. Goes to a hearing, gets an ear infection. No. I already, like, starting on Sunday, my ears started hurting a little bit. Monday, it was hurting a little bit. And I'm like, I could survive this. Tuesday, it was hurting a little bit. By Tuesday night, it was getting bad. Wednesday morning, I had to stop, like, Wednesday afternoon. I was in Virginia. And, like, there were a couple times I had to get out of the car and try to, like, walk around or sit down, like, because it was just getting bad. And I had to stop in, like, Christiansburg, Virginia at an urgent care Wednesday afternoon and get drops. And I get ear drops and antibiotics. So it was rough. Yeah, he doesn't have what he needs for impeachment, but you're never going to get it out of this guy. But Analytical T for Ted Sobs. He's in Vegas pulling the slots, but I don't think we see any of that. Aaron Hack for Ted Sobs. Thank you guys for your support. I appreciate it. Once again, guys, like I said, I'm sorry we had to take some, it just wasn't working. Like, I was hoping I'd get done and, like Wednesday night I would do something, but I was like, I'm dying. Thursday night we struggle bust that one, but we got it done. Kept the streak alive. 230 in a row. But we last night was just like, had to get home. So, I drove because no one would lend me a train. I drove because if I flew, I probably was going to die with an ear infection and that. So that's fair and interesting. Yeah. I mean, I don't know else how they're going to do it. You drop Clyde all the time. Yes, my dog Clyde. Aaron Hack's been a member for 36 months. Thank you for being here for all that time. I appreciate it. Says, I stay here for Clyde. Well, we all do. Did I stop at the Buc-ee's in Winchester, Virginia? No, Winchester's up in the Shenandoah Valley, I think. No, I take 77 up, so I was skirting the bottom end of all that, like through like Bluesburg and all that. No, I mean the attorney's pulling slots, hoping he gets bar from witness. Yeah. Yes. Was smoking ever allowed during trials? Oh, I guarantee for a long time, yeah. I guarantee you for a long time you could probably get away with that. But more important, generally speaking, at trials, you'd have smoke breaks frequently. I remember there was a judge I was in front of. He was a felony judge in common pleas court for quite a while. And then he lost the election and he had to run for municipal court judge. He used to, like, when they finally banned smoking in the courthouse, he would be sitting in the juror room that was like there and he'd be smoking out the window with a fan. So he was a good guy. When are the makeup local streams? We'll work on that. Are we going to watch the Freedom 250 tomorrow? We are going to watch Formula One tomorrow because they're back. So Formula One's back tomorrow morning. Anyways, let's keep going, guys.
State's next witness.
It's on Reggie Wright Jr.
Reggie Wright Jr., the head of security for Death Row Records. Here we go. Legitimate security. All right, Chad, here we go.
Maybe. If anybody's smelling something burning, it's a burnt bagel from back there, so don't worry, we're all... Okay. Are we able to...
And look, guys, a male court reporter. That's kind of interesting. You guys, we generally don't see male court reporters. But yeah, he's got his little typograph going at it.
I think he was leaving like that to swear, and then we'll turn him
Okay, perfect, got it. All right, we'll have you...
As long as you state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Oh, wait, no. He's not the court reporter. He's on a fucking scooter. He's on a scooter. He's immobile. Holy shit. I thought it was a guy with this fucking little thing. Yes, he's on a scooter. He's fatter than I am.
The truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Reginald.
Also, this witness stand is not handicap accessible. That's kind of oof. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. He does drive-bys on this.
Lilburn Wright Jr.
Pete, Keefe D was fucked anyway, because they're going to believe he said what he had to say. They're going to believe every word out of Keefe D's mouth in the interviews. Keefe D fucked himself.
Reginald. Lilburn is Lil. He is a boy.
So here we go.
URN. Wright is WRIGHT. And I'm a junior.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
They see me roll. This guy's like, these motherfuckers have put me in prison. Look at this motherfucker on his scooter.
Mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where did you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised there until about the age of 19.
And who was your father? Who's your father?
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the city of Compton Police Department.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department to become a lieutenant? Is it of gangs?
Eventually captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989, and then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
And why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID.
Okay. After you left the Compton PD or took your medical retirement, where did you next work?
Well, to be honest, my last year or two of being a police officer, I was employed as death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies. It wasn't just death row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security. Worked at a nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
Compton PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was really young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well, actually, let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job, and like I said, I started in like 1985, so kind of got familiar while I was working in jail, and it was something that was curious to me. Being that my father was active with the gangs, and it was something that was intriguing to me as well.
So when you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mob Piru territory?
That's correct, sir.
So when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mob Piru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Lewis Park Piru area, but then I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1978, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mob Piru.
So they were Looters Park Piru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mob Piru.
Yeah, we pretty much divided it. Everything south of Rosecrans was mob, and everything north was or the other way around. North was mob, and south were Lewis area or Rosecrans Avenue.
Were you familiar with a gang called the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Well, growing up in the city of Compton, we all played sports together, and heard of them when I was playing at Kelly Park, baseball, Little League baseball at Compton Northern. And then my time in '85 as a jailer, and then working in the streets of Compton as a police officer from '89.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keefe D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially in law enforcement. Heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keefe at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him and already had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer. And I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
All right. So then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for Death Row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your client? Was your client just Death Row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients, like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton. They were repoing people cars and they needed a car. But my biggest, 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean, actually?
It grew over a time period. In '94, it was just mainly just special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. Had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, 2 with Mr. Shakur, 2 with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Rodis, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
And when you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
Because they were able to carry guns concealed, where it's not exposed. We had.
Remember, chat, this is Los Angeles. This is California. They're the only guys who are basically able to carry guns everywhere they go. Also, being a cop, people weren't going to hopefully fuck with cops. Because if like some gangbanger tried to shoot at Snoop Dogg or Tupac and they hit a cop, well, now you got the whole LAPD crawling up your ass. So, no, I saw the part about COVID and all that. So, yeah, this guy's not like trying to avoid questions. It's just probably how he speaks now. So, Snoop is a blood affiliated. Allegedly, he is in the Bloods, but he's claimed that he isn't. So, but yeah, no, the cops are being used because they're kind of like shields in a way. Nobody will fuck with the cops. They don't want the cops coming after them. So,
exposed officers at the studio, but mainly the bodyguards were carried in what was concealed.
And we heard,
and for the training as well.
We heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that there were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
Snoop was
right. Mob, looters, Westside, generally Piru's from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And the Crips are they dead? Well, let me ask you: Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was a unique situation because one of their main artists, prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label, was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seem to have a great working relationship
there you go.
prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, sorry, my black rapper things aren't that good. Sorry.
All right, I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid-90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name you're going by today.
All right, so we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record, and then who would you say is the most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, the biggest one.
Okay, and then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point, did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened. '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995. Does that contribute to it?
Yes, sir. That was August 6, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Shield's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. Yes, sir.
And then is it fair to say that your perception of security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Shook's friends in Atlanta?
That was always the story that was told to us. Yes, sir.
And so is it fair to say by 1995, at the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir.
As security for Death Row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of attention when it came to bad boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. The distributor, the main distributor was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month, I'm sorry, during that time. When Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, but we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
It's debated how that happened, but
I'm not asking about the how. I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now, as a security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, if you don't know,
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah.
Okay, whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
Yeah, with some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember, I picked him up from the airport, me and one of my security guys named Kevin Hackey. And we took him immediately, we went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the studio, the recording studio that night. And from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire, and later on in the house in Calabasas.
As the head of Right Way Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Oh, well, I had two guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was a guy by the name of Kevin Hackey, who was with him a lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was the one that worked with him as well. And then I would always have additional guys, like Al Giddings, one of them fill in for him when those guys wasn't available. But generally always had one security guard with him. After this particular song came out, about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called Hit 'Em Up.
Guys, if you don't understand, Tupac was sentenced to almost 5 years in prison for sexually assaulting a woman and sexually abusing her. And all kinds of shit went down. And while that happened, Tupac actually got shot and robbed. Tupac's been shot before, prior to him being killed. He had been shot before, and he finally got out appeal bond. And, that was, he had to bond out, and he got there, and he appealed his conviction, and, obviously, he got killed, and that never was finalized. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's the other thing too. The cadence is a little weird. Hi, Shawnee, how you doing? This guy would rock rap trivia on Jeopardy. Well, yeah, this guy was there for everything. So,
is it fair to say that in that song,
supposedly,
Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to prove it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight and possibly Mr. Shakur and maybe the security officer primarily with him, we all agreed that he probably need another guy with him.
Were you aware during this time a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton Southside Crips.
Now, the Southside Crips, that was the same gang that you told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean PVD.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then was there ever a time where Death Row and you and whatever other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the Southside Compton Crips at all?
Yes. We had it at a Soul Train Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him, and I even think I may have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun in that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember? Well, I'm going to ask you what your independent recollection is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train. What is it? The Soul Train Music Awards.
Soul Train Music Awards.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
Now, this is a shooting and some shit KPD got involved in. I'm surprised it's being allowed in, but yeah, this is there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here. You guys, I know you guys didn't like this before, but this is where the story gets good. We're learning the real story now. You're in Maui, better the Storm Festival. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being here. This guy had a wild life. Oh, this guy 100% had a wild life.
May of 95.
And he survived all of it too.
95?
Oh, 95?
Sorry, 96.
Okay, 96. And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, before Hit 'Em Up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us what happened at the Soul Train Music Awards.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us, but they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that. So we drove in the back. Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer, and myself and Frank, which was Tupac security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind him. As we was getting out of the vehicle or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Puffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the South Side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling, and confrontation between Mr. Small, Biggie, and Mr. Shakur took place to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon. And then that's when I put my firearm and towards him and begged what he believed with him not to raise the gun. There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentleman took off and ran towards the street in the parking lot.
Sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and a couple of the people that was with him took off and ran.
Now, you said that Southside was providing that type of backup?
They were with him in entourage.
Do you recall whether Dwayne Davis was one of those people?
I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend. When do you come to Las Vegas for that weekend?
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Okay. So I came out that Friday. So we had a nightclub that was.
But just think about that, chat. Keefy D, Biggie, Tupac, and Diddy, and Suge Knight are like all right there. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty cool. That's like Wyatt Earp and Billy the Kid running into each other. So, yeah. Well, the Nation of Islam was used a lot of times. When Tupac was in New York, when he got shot, he used the Nation of Islam for protection. They're a gang of their own. They're a little more professional. So,
in the process of being open, and out here, I guess there's some type of cars that everyone that work around people that's having alcohol, I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cards for that night because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, "Hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's. We got to have everything on point because if everything goes smoothly tonight, there's a good chance we're gonna be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name."
Okay, so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
Okay. And then when you got the advice from the attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak.
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hasn't officially, it never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone, it would spell out the word MOB, which means members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore.
I forgot about that.
And so the club itself, the name of the club itself rang out that it was a blood affiliated club.
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, that we shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So your understanding was, or at least the advice that you got was, inside Club 662, you're working it for right-way security.
Correct.
You're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Khalif's office. He said it. Mr. Khalif said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today I can say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
What you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalif's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting, because I took them all to Fridays and we went and ate at Fridays after that meeting. So it was that Friday.
Okay. And then so the process was with your
Bunch-
folks, with you. Was that
Bunch of hardcore gangsters going to TGI Fridays. That's great. They're gonna get. Did they think they had the appetizer sampler?
they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required.
Going to Tupac to
be
Fridays. That's funny.
They have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, "Hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm."
That's correct.
Did you do anything else that night, Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays, but for some reason we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. But Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night that Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to have the club open because of that fight?
That was the only time the
Yes.
club under Mr. Knight.
Fridays for the boys.
Banner. We only did that about 3 times. And that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, the Friday and the Saturday. And then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial, which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the security for Club 662 that night?
Well, ultimately I am. But I had a on-site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately as the owner, I was.
And then we heard from James McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him. But he and I, we've been knowing each other over 52 years, So, that was like my brother. So he, James used to do it as a hustle. What James would do is go outside, get guys that look like they had a bunch of money, and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy. But James was just out there working the door. Still gonna have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout. Still, blood related, power related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge, or the person contracted to be in charge of Death Row Security, were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we, Mr. Khalif, who he had something worked out, because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty; they were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty. But we had my guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door and the street traffic control and the parking lot. And so, I guess how he got that approved was
well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club, yes.
Yeah, but you're the point of contact for the club. And then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Cleese?
He was the one that got them there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay, so you weren't the one that called Metro?
No, sir.
So anything that you would have said regarding that is just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been.
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promoted it as a benefit for a retired boxer, for a police or retired. He was a retired police officer that were promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
So that kind of got is adding to the P's and Q's that make Mr. Knight look better when they transfer out, when they're trying to transfer the club. They were also holding a benefit.
That and also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so Mr. Shakur was scheduled to perform that night at Club 662, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community service.
Yes, sir.
So when was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday. I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Shakur actually rolled up with, I guess, his fiance and a few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people, actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was Malcolm Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And I think he goes by the Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Katari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Fula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
Okay. And you said Mr. Alexander was the person that's supposed to be working security, or a person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song Hit 'Em Up had come out, and that was probably, 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and writing, and that's what I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was with him. You know, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur. And for some reason, he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest, and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with an arrest.
So the fight night arrives. Where are you? Do you go to the fight?
I went to the parking lot of the fight, so it was kind of hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot at MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to.
So think if he had done his job, he might have avoided them from engaging with Orlando. If he would have been there, he might have avoided Tupac getting shot at all. Isn't that kind of weird? Like the butterfly effect on all this? Oh, I got to go back and help get the club ready. Now Tupac's dead. Kind of weird.
Head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
And was Club 662, it was on Flamingo, is that right?
1700 Block of Flamingo, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not in a position great for any of this. But there we have, can you see 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you. Commissioner Bush, no, Commissioner Bush.
Okay.
Thank you. You see clubs, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing what Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662.
That's correct, sir.
Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
Well, I guess. I'm sure we got worked out. Yes, sir.
And then was Club 662, did you stay at Club 662 or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed here the whole time until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Okay, so we'll start, before we get there, how was 662 super busy that night or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting probably about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. So it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there and then you something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head.
Yeah, okay.
Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
2 gentlemen. Bunchering, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams, and his moniker is Neckbone. They came inside the club. They came straight to me. It was like Reggie Sugar Pop just got shot down the street. I thought they were messing with me because they're like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Khaleesi was standing near me. I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out heading that way.
Now you mentioned two people, Buntree, Alton McDonald. Does Buntree have any relation to James McDonald, the person that testified before you?
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you mentioned Neckbone, Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mob Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Pyro?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That would be a fair. Yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well, at that time when Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me, and I just knew they would eventually get there. But no, I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him on that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
He worked for Right Way as well.
And so then you have Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight headed to.
I just got to do it. Right Way Security, Chat. If you want it done the right way, go with Reggie. If you want to go with the other guys, you're just doing it the wrong way.
Club 662. To your knowledge, were there other people headed over? I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Buntree. Were there other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On driving over, was it more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Buntree and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from the attorney, what do you do?
Me and Mr. Khalees and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, his primary job was to work at the club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Khalees and headed towards the scene where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However,
imagine being that attorney. That attorney was probably at the fucking fight, fucking balling out with just living like a G. And then all of a sudden, people are getting shot, and he's like, fuck. I can only imagine.
En route, Mr. Khalees was on the phone, and we were notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntree and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntree, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now, let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released about 4 or 5 that morning, when I know I was back at his house. I went and got his home secure, and I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
My phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what just happened to Suge and Mr. Shakur. It's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
How are you calling him?
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day?
Well, during that night or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around hey, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from Southside Compton Clubs. And so I relayed that to him. Didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it with some guys from Southside. And I told them, hey, it's going to be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? When did you go back to California?
About 2 weeks later.
So you were in town while Mr. Shakur was at the hospital?
The whole time he was at the hospital, and the following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had 2 guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life. And they were there just we had problems with, I remember a candy striper trying to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lying, fighting for his life. And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Mr. Shakur, his mother was in charge, but just mainly trying to keep people out because she didn't want in or got her permission to come in to see Mr. Shakur while he was fighting for his life.
And then you had said after Mr.
Candy
Shakur had asked, you
stripers.
stayed in Vegas for another week.
I was about to say those were still a thing back then.
That's right.
Why is that?
Well, I'm the one that actually received his ashes and had one of my security guys by the name of James Green fly back with the ashes and eventually delivered them to someone in the family. I believe it was the mother, but if it wasn't her, it was somebody that she authorized to receive the ashes.
You weren't the person that delivered the ashes.
James Green was.
You received the ashes
Yes.
and then gave it
To James.
Ray. You know, I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Absolutely not.
As a result of the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, were there any legal proceedings that involved Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Knight was on probation at the time of the beating at the MGM Grand?
He was.
Actually, can we show 115? Actually, I don't even know that Mr. Wright can see.
Look at the computer up to him. I just have to open it. It'll go off the screen, they'll take it off there. You want to do it on your computer so he can see it up close? And I'll play it for the jury.
All right, let's see. Let's
Mr. Wow, Mr. Giacomo shows it to the members of the jury. And Mr. Giacomo, before you said you want to start it? Yeah, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 115B at 7 minutes and 4 seconds. So here's just actually, before we start tonight, Mr. Wright, have you seen the MGM video before?
Yes, sir.
You fair to say you've seen it more than once?
Yes, sir.
And that's partly because it was part of a revocation proceeding that involved Shogi Knight.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you 115B, starting at 7:04. I'm clicking, 1 second, not just yet. I'm clicking right.
I don't know, Aaron. I
Is this
think
the
they're
video
going
that
to
you
get
see
to
before?
that.
That's correct, sir.
I'm gonna pause. Starting at 7:20. 7:20. Did you recognize the folks that were hitting Mr. Anderson there?
Hitting or kicking?
Hitting or kicking? Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Who were they?
The gentleman in the white with the black hat on was
We'll try and coordinate this up again. Can you see it?
I can see it. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then can you tell us the people who are involved in this?
That gentleman right there in the white is Buntry, Alton McDonald.
There appears to be somebody in a gold shirt. Who was that?
That appeared to be Mr. Shakur.
There's a person in gray on gray, looks like outfit. Do you know who that is?
The one that I saw that's right in front of Mr. McDonald right now is Roger Williams.
Okay.
I thought it was blue. I saw
Okay,
it blue.
maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing. You're talking about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some hot mics going. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Well, that's Mr. Knight, and then that's Mr. Williams.
And then So you see Mr. Williams, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur.
They're all whooping his
Those
ass.
are the people that are evident to you in this portion of the video. Is that
That's
right?
correct, sir.
And then you have another video of everybody leaving. Can you see that?
I can see it, but
That's it. That's it. Okay, I'm going to show Mr. Wright 115C.
and Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, Buncher, Mr. Williams.
Someone's typing furiously.
I don't see Frank yet. Okay, there you go. Mr. Alexander's the one with no sleeve on his shirt. He's leading the pack now.
Did you see Trayvon Lane?
I don't see Mr. Lane yet. No, he had a hat on. I've seen him before. I don't see him right now, though. Let me look again. That's right. Mr. Shakur.
Yes, it is. So much better. So much better.
I'm sorry, I don't see Mr. Lane. I'm sorry.
Praise it and go, I got the beatus eyes. I got retinopathy.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Come on. Jesus.
Right there, upper right. Yeah.
So you see him
Yeah,
leaving.
he has the hat on. Upper right corner is Mr. Lane.
So you see him leaving the scene, but you don't actually see him during the.
Qualification.
You don't see him actually hitting
I didn't see him. No,
Mr. Anderson.
I didn't see him do that.
But he's with the group that's fleeing the beating of Mr. Anderson.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state proposed exhibit 16. Do you recognize who that person is?
That's Mr. Lane.
Do you recognize the person in state's exhibit 7? Actually, no, I gave you the wrong one. It's exhibit 2.
Yes, I recognize him. That's Mr. Davis.
Okay. I'm going to show you the person depicted in state's exhibit number 3.
Mr. Anderson.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibit 72. Do you recognize what's in that?
That's therefore J. Yes.
I'm going to move these exhibits into evidence. Okay.
So admit.
Can you show number 6? This is mark 6. I think it's 06. There you go. Is that the person you identified as Trayvon Lane?
Yes, sir.
Paul, is this could you take it? This is a natural stopping point.
Yes, we can take a break.
Okay, I think we need one of our drivers needs to come for break. Okay. All right. So at this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you are not enough talker.
Okay, they're going to take a break. Let's skip ahead here. Okay. Let's there we go. Let's see, guys. Oh my God, come on. This is like days old and you're still buffering. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Don't make me reload it. Come on, bro. There we go. Come on. There we go. We're buffering hard, chat. I'm not even playing and it's buffering. What the fuck? Look, we're just going to refresh it. Screw it. No, now we got to skip ahead here.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, this is just... Why is this being so redonkulistic? Here we go. Oh my God, come on, man. You're killing me.
You may be seated.
Poor TV.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, would it be...
We'll try this there.
would it be easier to look at the monitor on the witness stand, or are you able to see that better?
Pictures this size, I can see both ways.
It's been bad all week.
So you're now looking at State's Exhibit number 60. Who is that?
That's Trayvon Lane.
All right. And Mr. DeJoca, would you mind putting on 62? Showing you State's Exhibit number 62. Who is that?
That's Mr. Davis.
You mind putting up 63? Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Who is that?
That's Mr. Anderson.
And then we had talked briefly about it, so I want to just show it. Showing you State's Exhibit 72. What is that?
That's the devil Shane Medallion.
And we'll touch on that in a minute. But we were talking about the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM. Mr. Knight was on probation at the time you had mentioned. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And then after you guys got back from Las Vegas back to the Southern California area, did Mr. Knight have a legal problem as a result of his alleged participation in that beating?
That's correct, sir.
And can you explain that to us?
They've already been, initially they've already been, they said for a 30 test for that he did with his probation officer. But while he was still in custody, they then added the charge of he violated his probation for assaulting Mr. Anderson.
So he's on probation. He's on video, at least what appears to be participating in the beating of Mr. Anderson. And so he is charged with violating his probation.
That's correct, sir.
And do you participate in any of the preparation for Mr. Knight's hearing on his probation violation?
With his attorney, Mr. Kenner, I attended several meetings, yes.
And then are you aware of a meeting with Mr. Anderson?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that?
So we met him at his attorney office, Mr. E.D. Fall. It was in Seal Beach, I believe, where his office was. And we met with him. The attorneys had an agreement where I guess they were going to make a settlement or something for and Mr. Anderson to come and testify on Mr. Knight's behalf, where I believe the settlement was about $60,000 because some of the death row people had assaulted him, and some would say for him coming up and testifying on the behalf of Mr. Knight.
Okay, so just to be clear, prior to Mr. Knight's revocation hearing, there was a meeting with Orlando Anderson, the person who was beaten in that video. Is that right?
That's right.
And then there was an agreement that $60,000 would change hands between Suge Knight or Death Row or some aspect of that side to Mr. Anderson. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that was made between the attorneys, Mr. Kenner, who was also present, and Mr. Fall.
Okay. I'm not saying that you're the person that did that. I'm just saying you're that.
I was at the meeting, myself and Norris Anderson, who was the general manager of the company at the time.
Okay. And then at that probation hearing, is it fair to say that Mr. Anderson said that Mr. Knight was just trying to stop the fight and not participate in the fight at all?
That was his testimony, yes.
And that was after he received the $60,000.
That part, I don't know.
That's
I
after
don't
the
know if
agreement for the
There was an
$60,000.
agreement in place, though.
Okay. And then is it fair to say that the judge disregarded Mr. Anderson's testimony and revoked Mr. Knight's parole?
Same.
Well, did the judge believe Mr. Anderson's testimony?
So Mr. Knight was subsequently violated for his probation and received 9 years sentence.
And as a result, when Mr. Knight was imprisoned for those 9 years, who was running death row?
After about 4 or 5 minutes of his incarceration, I became the general manager of the company.
We showed.
Yes, Chad, if you weren't aware, as a shocker, Suge Knight is not, this isn't his first time in prison right now. He's been to prison before, and yes, $60,000 in the 90s. That was actually like 1996 money. That was good money.
The death row, what do you call that? Pendant. We show the death row pendant. Can you tell us about the distribution of death row pendants to various people that were associated with death row?
Mainly the artists received them, and then people, close associates of Mr. Knight, they were given out to different people for Christmas presents of 1995. Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not Trayvon Lane had received a death row pendant?
He was one, yes, sir.
And is it typically wore on a chain around one's neck?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Stamp, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, have you and I ever met?
No, sir.
You have a podcast, I believe, right?
YouTube channel that I talk on.
I'm sure you're probably anticipating the next question. In your YouTube channel, you have spoken a little bit about me, for instance, right?
That's correct. And you have spoken about me as well.
Yeah. So in terms of your podcast or YouTube channel, and once again, I don't think it was anything derogatory. It's more like you never tried a criminal case, or I think Hollywood-ass attorney. I think you had said something like that, right?
Well, yeah, I did about 10 interviews in the last 2 months, so I may have said something like that.
Now, in terms of your podcast stuff, it's very this pretty good point. At some point, you would actually instruct the key that, hey, you can actually make money doing the YouTube stuff. Remember that?
It didn't go quite like that, but I did pass his number to a few YouTube channels after he and I had this discussion about doing something on my channel that I refused to pay. I'm not giving someone I believe is Tupac killer money.
Sure. You had an interview with Mr. Monk. Do you remember that?
Oh.
Detective Monk, yes, sir.
Oh. Wow. Here we go. Let's go with that again. Wow. That was interesting. Oh, come on.
Like that.
Now, in terms of your podcast stuff, it's very this pretty good point. At some point, you would actually instruct the key that, hey, you can actually make money doing the YouTube stuff. Remember that?
It didn't go quite like that, but I did pass his number to a few YouTube channels after he and I had this discussion about doing something on my channel that I refused to pay. I'm not giving someone I believe is Tupac killer money.
Sure. You had an interview with a Mr. Monk. Do you remember that?
Detective Monk, yes, sir.
Was he a detective at the time?
He was.
Why would you even have that guy on your podcast? If he killed one of your people, I wouldn't even be within 10 feet of that fucking guy. God damn. I wouldn't be in 10 feet of that dude.
Okay, so he's a detective at the time, and he sat down with you, and you had a conversation with him, and you basically told him that you had advised TPD about I don't know, how much you can get paid doing YouTube stuff. Remember that?
I don't remember that now.
Now, you don't remember that, or you don't remember
I remember Kevin Coffey, but to say you can make $5,000 or $10,000, I didn't have any conversation like that with Detective Monk.
Okay, so you don't know or you don't remember. I just want to make sure we're different here.
I remember meeting with Detective Monk. I know I am the one that started passing Mr. Davis' number around to do more interviews to get him to talk. Yes.
Okay, so when you volunteered to Detective Mogg, KPD's number, you said, I set him up with a couple of interviews.
Correct.
And because I promised you, if y'all ever listen, I promised him I would. We talk bad about each other, but I'll hook you up. I'm kind of know all these YouTubers out here, and so I kind of hook people up with them. Quote, you want to make some money, N-word?
On Joe Rogan next week.
The question was asked by Detective Mogg. So what do you get paid for your interviews? And you respond, I get about $2,500, $3,000 a show. You remember that?
That's accurate. So I might have said that.
Now, you also said 5,000. I got my app. He was crying about his taxes. You're referring to Keefe in that, right? He was crying about his taxes, Keefe?
Not sure.
I got him about to go blast them next week. He's getting 3,500. So they pay you because they get views. They get paid, man. YouTube, every million views you get about 6,000 to 10,000. And then
That's the channel.
Okay.
Not the person.
And then once again, I'm talking about the YouTuber.
I fucking love this. This is like a guy in the middle of like the gangster wars of the 90s, and he's breaking down like the click-through rates and the ad revenue for fucking YouTube videos in a murder trial. I love 2026. I love YouTube so much.
And so if you do a bunch of them and you get 100,000 and they break them up in
Bizarro world indeed. Bizarro world indeed. Royce. Yes.
into like 5 or 10 minute segments, and you can get a 15-second segments from me, and you get 2.
So he's talking about we could clip it up, and then we could do the shorts. And he's just like, I love this, and we're going to learn about Rumble in a minute.
100,000 people to view it. You can make $8,000 to $10,000 off of me, and you just gave me 2,500, 3,000. You remember saying that to Detective Mock?
I'm sure those sound like accurate statements. So
It's
I'm sure I did.
And once again, it's clear to show that there's a business with YouTube, right?
That's correct, sir.
And so when you post something online, you're posting it online with the hopes that you're going to get paid for that.
Yeah, and that didn't start until about 2021.
Yes.
Sure. 2020, after COVID. Yes.
Now, with regards to your role here, you were the head of security for Suge Knight.
Correct.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. Where did you grow up in Compton?
I mean, my address is 1628 East Pine Street, Compton, California.
Where's that at in terms of, because we're assuming, and you can tell this jury otherwise, that wherever you grew up or whatever your street was, you by default was part of a certain gang or color.
I never gave a always wanted to be a police officer growing up. However, guys that I grew up with, was in the sandbox with, played sportswear. Yeah, they were Mob Pyro's affiliate.
Okay.
Some police officers, some football players, several type of people who grew up in our community.
And at some point, you get yourself out of it. You become a police officer.
I never was in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for correcting me. You become a police officer for about 5 years.
90 to 96, 6 years. Yeah.
6 years, and you have to retire medically.
I did, correct.
And you had shared with us earlier that you created the security company. You were moonlighting, sort of doing your job during the day and then doing this other side hustle at night.
That's accurate.
And that side hustle became your full-time gig when you were no longer a police officer.
That's correct, sir.
And so in terms of who you were, the main service you provided services for would have been Death Row Records.
95%. That's correct, sir.
And in essence, I mean, this was your number one client, right?
I agree with you.
And you spent a lot of time with Suge.
Eventually that grew, but yes, 94, not as much. 95, 96, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're providing services for Suge in terms of security, right?
For Suge or his company?
For the Death Row label.
That's correct, sir.
And you actually had created a company specifically for the security aspect of it, right?
That's fair.
And that's the right way
protective services.
Protective services. Okay. Now, as you're going about doing that, you had shared with us a little bit about some of the things you had done, and you shared with us that
He means a sandbox like guys I grew up with as kids. Like, he doesn't mean like the sandbox you dealt with. He means like little kids in the sandbox. Like these guys weren't rolling through Ramadi. No. Shredder says the OG still call them clip-through rates, Sean. Yes. But you're talking about the CPM, though. It's great. Fucking Reggie Wright to all get his fingers in all the games. Fun fact, Suge played football for UNLV. Did not know that. Thank you. They didn't have sandboxes, though. They were cardboard boxes.
there was something that happened at one of the award ceremony. You talked about that, right?
After the Soul Train, that's correct.
And you said that at that Soul Train incident that my client was present when some other guy flashed a gun or something like that.
That's correct.
It wasn't
your client.
Okay. And once again, your security, your former police officer, did you ever report that incident to police?
They ran. Actually, police detained the subjects outside the gate or towards the gate. What happened to him, I don't know, because I was more interested in getting my clients inside the war show.
And your father, just to correct my memory, is a lieutenant at the time with Compton. Or was he captain?
At that time, lieutenant, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
and his role and what he was responsible for was the gangs in Compton.
That's correct, sir.
So it would have been information he would have maybe picked up or you would have told him?
That's what people get confused about law enforcement. Compton is a city about 8 to 10 miles away from, well, that's why USC is where this incident happened. That's about 20 miles away from Compton. And so Compton PD and LAPD don't share information with each other like people think in law enforcement.
Right, but you're talking about someone who's from Compton. You're saying that that guy right there who's from Compton was present at that particular event.
Wasn't a big thing. It was just a guy that brandished a weapon.
Right. So in your mind, it's not about this idea that this is a gang sort of thing. It's just some idiot with a gun flashing a gun, right?
I agree with you.
Okay.
But they were also protecting Bad Boys Records.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that in a second. In terms of your role, though, in your company, you at some point, you obviously are now working with Suge, and there's this idea with Death Row Records that there may be sort of a tension in the air. Was there anything going on during that time period prior to September of 1996 that was happening that was telling you, hey, I need to make sure that Death Row Records is protected?
You always had an element because of incidents when you go out to nightclubs, the party scene. It was always an issue.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And because you're dealing with someone like Suge Knight, and at that particular point, any of those other people that was looking for him, like say the entertainers, right? You're talking Snoop, you're talking Tupac, that you would have adequate security to protect them, like say from fans and that kind of stuff.
I called it my cell was to be good witnesses. Mr. Knight had just went through a situation with one of his artists, Snoop Dogg, that was on trial for murder. And they ended up beating the case. But they had got a large judgment, mainly because of the qualifications or the lack of qualifications of the security officer that was acting as security officer that shot him and killed the person. And so when you have a big company like Mr. Knight had, I thought it was best, and he thought it was best, or maybe his attorneys, I don't know, his label, that let's get some professional people around you.
And so for the most part, your practice was to hire people that were either off-duty police officers or retired police officers.
That's correct, sir.
And you did that because they were properly trained and you could trust them in terms of their judgment.
That and my cell was to be a good witness.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
But with regards to their roles obviously at the end of the day were to protect the people that were your clients. That would have been Death Row Records and whoever you assigned them to.
As best you can.
Yeah. So in terms of what happens here in Las Vegas, right? Your testimony is you arrive here to Las Vegas and you're here on Friday.
Correct.
And you're here to get ready for what's happening on Saturday.
Friday night, the club did open. Like I said, it wasn't majorly attended, but definitely for Saturday night, yes, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, Tupac and Suge didn't arrive until Saturday anyways.
They didn't come up until Saturday, that's correct, sir.
And they drove up.
They drove up, yes, sir.
So they drove up, you're there, you're working, and you're at 662, right?
I'm at 662, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to show you your image. I'm going to ask the clerk to mark as proposed offenses to the next in order.
See, I think? Yes.
See?
Yep.
May I have it, John?
You may.
You recognize this?
That's Club 662, yes, sir.
And with regards to, I'm sorry, and with regards to that photograph, would that have been an accurate depiction of 662 around the time period that we're talking about here?
I agree with you, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, Your Honor, at this point, I move for the admission of proposed offense exhibit C.
Any objections, State?
Nope.
So admitted.
May I copy, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show this to the jury here real quick. So this is a picture of 662. Now, you shared with us a little bit about what was happening on Saturday night. Attorney basically says, hey, if we really want to get this club, I guess, passed in terms of its licensing.
Vinyl, we're not even close to being done. Like, we're actually getting into the good things here. Does Reggie have security? No, he won't have armed security in the courtroom because the cops are the only ones allowed to be armed. But I guarantee you, as these guys, like the real gangsters, are coming in, security is mounting and mounting and mounting. And like if Suge Knight was to be ever like brought in, they would have like just locked. They probably have the fucking SWAT team on call. So here we go.
The community at least does an outreach. Is that what we're doing?
I think that was mainly to get police officers there.
Okay. And with regards to that particular night and so forth, you said it's something to do with boxing. This is a Barry's boxing benefit. Is that what that was?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So this picture would have been taken pretty much at the time of when this event had gone down in September of 1996.
I believe that night or that week. Yes, sir.
And with regard to Barry's boxing, do you know anything about what Barry's boxing is about?
Just that he was a retired police officer that was helping young kids in the area with boxing. That was about it. Or association or foundation to raise money for youth coming up. This is what I remember.
So, Mob James just testified a little while ago.
Okay.
If his representation was there was no event like that was happening in September of 1996, was he be wrong?
Let me just say this. They don't be in the know like that. We're not as transparent as maybe we should be with the homeboys.
I mean, but obviously this is sitting on the front sign of the entrance going into the facility, right?
I went in that club and I ain't never noticed that.
Well, let me ask you this though, in terms of what was happening, was Mob James the head of security that night?
So James' responsibility is he had a lot of juice with the homeboys, and they have something they call Code Red, where everybody come out and support each other. And James was that person that should look to, even during the Snoop trial, when Snoop was having problems with his homeboys coming up there, messing with him and stuff. They were hired to be outside the courthouse to keep them away, and that was James' role. So, and James was with Suge at the beginning, and quite frankly, he might be a little upset that my guys kind of took a lot of their roles or their responsibilities.
Right. So on this particular night, there's actually Metropolitan Police officers that were they hired by you to be on the outside?
Well, I would say Club 662 or under Mr. Khaleesi, and the person that was running the club under their direction. I knew they were going to be there, but I didn't speak to anyone from the police department to say, this is how much y'all going to be getting paid. I need you to do this. I just knew they were going to be working from the door out.
Yeah, okay. And really the concern at this particular point that you had, as well as I'm assuming Mr. Khaleesi as the attorney, is you wanted to make sure everything was going to go well for the club.
That's correct. That's fair.
In essence, and to help Shook with passing up this particular club. Right?
That's correct, sir.
So one of the things that had happened that you had shared with us is that Friday you meet with Khaleesi and you learn and you're instructed that your people are not to be carrying firearms.
Inside the nightclub.
Right, inside of the nightclub.
That's correct.
All the way up until the time that they get to that door, they're not supposed to be carrying firearms.
Inside the club.
Are you aware that the regular people from Mob James were all carrying firearms that night?
Well, I had problems with that. My guys were strict.
Yeah, they're supposedly on the witness list, Carrie, but it doesn't know if these guys will show up by virtual or like Diddy ain't showing up in person. He's in federal custody. Suge is in California DOC. So who knows?
The law enforcement, they didn't have a relationship with James and them as I did. And so they will search them. And if they got one in, who knows? But there was always issues with them about being searched. But my guys would still, they were like, hey, if you want us here, we searching everybody coming to this club.
Right, so that was important for you, but Mob James says otherwise. He says everyone's
Okay,
fine.
if they snuck them in,
and
it happens.
And yeah, and with regards to your meeting with Mr. Khaleesi, once again, you're there, and do you have at that particular point any ownership interest at all in Death Row Records?
None.
So you are a separate entity. You are just the security company hired to provide security for Death Row Records.
My company, right, was making money, but I also received a salary from Death Row.
Okay. So, and you're in this meeting, and once again, the meeting is to help Suge get this club approved so he can make it happen.
That's correct, sir.
And your job is, really honestly, is just somebody who's providing the security to the club.
On that particular night, but I'm more, some would say at one point, Suge right-hand guy. But my main focus was Suge Knight entities. It wasn't just the recording artist. It wasn't just the record club. It was everything that Mr. Knight was trying to invest in at the time.
So you're telling us that not only were you providing security, but you're also like an employee for Death Row Records?
I was both.
Okay. Were you drawing like a paycheck every 2 weeks as an employee?
I was, sir.
There wasn't no under the table stuff like Mob James would have been telling us?
We didn't do that. Right, we didn't do that.
And with regards to Mob James being paid, you're telling me that he would have been paid the same way with employee checks and so forth from Death Row Records?
Bob James wasn't one of those employees. Like I said, he was just called on special events. I don't think James made his money by guys in the line that were ballers or shot callers or whatever that he would bring to the front of the line.
So just drawing your attention back to let's say around 4:00 of Saturday, that Saturday.
Okay.
Where were you?
At the Luxor Hotel.
Okay. And did you ever, what happens after 4:00 for you?
I didn't head over to the club until, about 7:30. Got a call from Mr. Alexander and Mr. Shakur. Mr. Shakur was very upset that night because Mr. Knight, always late. And he actually took a taxi cab, I don't know if most people know, over to the fight because he was like, tired of always coming through the fight late, waiting on Suge, calling me because most people call me because they know I usually can get over Suge. And they used to have phones in the hotel lobbies back then. And I remember him and Mr. Alexander calling me, and he told me he got on the phone because he was so upset. Until we taking the cab over there. We're going over there right now. We'll meet him over there. He had his song was the interest for for Mike Tyson to enter the ring on, and he wanted to be there. And he got impatient with Mr. Light being late.
Now, up until this point, you had developed into the person that if you want to get a hold of Suge, they would call you, right?
In the streets, meaning when we out and about. He had office staff, assistants, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Tessay, Roy, that were in the office. But generally, if I call Suge, he'll pick up.
But with regards to you, usually you would have been with Suge in order for the call to be made, right? They're calling you and like, hey, where's Suge now? He's right here.
That's correct.
So on this particular night, Tupac is upset because Suge is obviously late. He calls you.
His bodyguard friend called, but he got on the phone.
Yeah.
You know anything about Mr. Shakur? He's a hands-on guy. And he eventually just said, hey, you can't get a hold to him, we gone. And they took a taxi over to the fight.
And so you have Frank Alexander, you have Tupac, and no other bodyguards protecting Tupac that night.
Yeah, Mr. Kevin Hackey was supposed to attend, but he didn't. He wasn't there at night. I didn't know that he hadn't shown up yet.
But you are aware at that particular point, Tupac was the most
What do we freeze? God damn it.
famous rapper almost in the entire world, if not the entire world, and you only assign one person and another person calls him sick?
He didn't call him sick, he just didn't show up. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Shakur to roll around with one guy and his outlaw guys.
But once again, you're telling us it's only Frank Alexander that's coming from your outfit, right?
That is correct.
And you also share with us that there's other people inside of 662 who are patting down the Mob James crew, but you can't send any more people over to be there for Tupac?
If I knew there was going to be an issue that eventually happened, of course I would have. I would have asked them to stay in the hotel.
Now,
if I knew what was going to happen.
You are aware that this was fight night, this was Mike Tyson, and that everyone in the world would show up to Las Vegas to be there for the fight, right? There's so many people.
Yeah.
And in your opinion, only if you believe that Tupac was somehow going to get the fight or something along those lines, would you have provided more than just the one person? I'm just asking for your clarification.
I would have had an army around him if I knew something like that was going to happen or suspect something like that was going to happen. But the gentlemen that were with them and the ones that you seen kicking on Mr. Anderson, those were security as well.
That was who security?
Death Row style.
But once again, let me make sure I'm clear. You, at this particular point, only have one security guard with all these other people from, I don't know, from Death Row Records who are not security guards. They're all gangsters, mob high roof.
Yeah, I trust more than I trust my security. Yes.
So more than you would trust cops and off-duty cops and retired cops, you trust those mob high roof guys?
I do personally.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, after they go in for the fight, right? I'm assuming that Frank Alexander probably didn't have a ticket.
You know, that was always an issue with Mr. Knight.
Yeah.
He promised everybody that they can go to the fight. And when we get to the door, it's always an issue.
Right.
But one thing about him, he will get at least Mr. Shakur, one security in, if not both, and myself. He will make sure we got in.
Okay, so they all get in for the fight. And then for some reason, Bruce Seldon takes a phantom punch, falls to the ground in the first round within a minute and 45 seconds, right?
You call it Phantom? If you say so.
I'm just looking at the tape, right? All we got is a syringe. So he falls to the ground, the fight is over. They leave the fight, right?
Hyped up. You see him?
Yeah, and Tupac was very hyped up.
Hyped up.
So did you get a call from Frank Alexander saying, hey, the fight ended early, we're on our way?
Not one. And that's normal.
Okay, and I want to make sure we're clear about the type of communication you had. So cell phones, I'm not sure were available to everybody. You had one.
Pretty much everybody had cell phones, but they were expensive. He called me after 7 o'clock, right? Back then.
Yeah.
But but I did have next cell phones. We had about 8 to 10 of them. They did dual jobs. My guys knew it better be an emergency to pick up that cell phone. But the two-way walkie-talkies on the next cells, you could use it on the phone. That's how we communicated.
I remember those with the chirp, chirp. Like, those are so cool. And it's interesting, like, Nextel had to, like, get rid of them because, like, I think they were forced to get rid of that feature. So.
Picture with Buntry. You'll see one hanging out of his pocket. That's what the type of Nextel phones we had.
And so going back again to what Frank has, Frank does have one of those radios.
He had one, but later learned, after we do Monday back quarterbacking and stuff, that it was dead.
So he is there. He doesn't call when you leave the fight. Now, does he call you after the situation happens with Fernando Anderson?
No, sir.
They all rush out, right? They all go back to, I think, to Luxor.
That's correct.
But you don't know that because no one calls you.
Haven't heard anything. Didn't know it was an issue.
So you're still sitting over at 662. You're worried about making sure the club passes inspection.
Are you like it's a weird flex to make yourself out as a foot guy on the internet. It's a brave stance. It's a brave stance. Oh, Nextel was losing money and they wanted to reallocate their bandwidth. Okay. I remember people doing it. It was like freak phone calls though. Because you could basically go forever on them.
And you're there and you're waiting. In the meantime, people get picked up at the Luxor and then they're transported all the way to Suge Knight's house.
I mean,
Again, if you don't know, you
yeah. I just assume I don't know.
Okay. Now, at some point, they're traveling down Flamingo, and the shots occurred after the point, right? But you don't know.
Correct.
And so you're sitting at the club and you don't know.
I wasn't sitting, but yeah.
Oh, well, whatever. I mean, I'm sure you're working, right? So you're working and your concern is making sure the club passes and that the club passes for Suge Knight. Even though his attorney's present, all these cops are on the outside, and you have the security proficiency of Mob James on the inside, right?
And about 25 to 30 of my guys.
And so, once again, yes, 20 to 30 of your guys.
Correct. Yeah.
Retired police officers or off-duty police officers.
Correct.
And they're all there.
Correct.
And at some point, you get notice that Tupac had been shot, right?
I got notified. Correct.
Was it through the Nextel walkie-talkie stuff?
No, sir.
How did that happen?
Mr. Williams and Mr. McDonald ran up to me and told me.
Okay, none of your people, but two of the people that were associated with the death row people.
Down drugs.
Okay. And they're the ones who told you that, hey, something went down with Tupac.
Correct.
And so at that particular point, what did you do?
Like I said, I didn't believe him at first initially, but we talked in seconds now. Mr. Kalisa somehow, verified that, yeah, something's going on. And then me observing a few of the police cars that was assigned at the working the parking lot or the taking off license sirens going towards that way made me believe that something's going on.
Now, did Suge Knight ever appear at the club and continue partying that night?
I don't know, but I have heard James say that before. But
what about just from your Monday night sitting down with your people and going over what?
Why does it matter what Suge Knight did after the shooting? I don't understand this. I really don't know where we're going here.
Should have done better. Was there any conversation or any way that you learned that Suge Knight actually showed up to party the night after the shooting?
The party was over. The party was over. They probably were still there at the club, but it wasn't like no partying going on. Especially after people heard what happened. I can see that.
Now, we talked a little bit about the death row chain. Do you recall telling Detective Mogg when he visited with you that you sold your death row chain because of hard times?
I had a platinum one. That's correct.
Now, later on, when you're testifying in the grand jury, you remember doing that?
I still have my gold one. That's what you asked.
So when the question is asked in the beginning about your death row chain, you never tell Detective Mogg, for instance, that it's a platinum one, right?
I don't know.
Let me just
tell me.
The camera's on. You want to turn the camera on?
Oh, sorry. So this would be page 21, counsel of the surreptitious report or recording. So you say, the question that was asked by Detective Mogg, you were describing the change as cheap. He said, he had asked you, got a $300 chain? He said, yeah, one of those cheap little chains because they were messing around with the same women and they got one and he got mad about it. My presumption.
We talking about Kifi?
Yes.
Yes.
So what? What did expensive ones look like? Do you have a picture of those? And you said, yes, sir, I can show you the one that Tupac would have. And then the question is asked of you by Detective Mogg, did you ever get one of those chains? And you respond, yeah, I had one. And then the question was, what happened to it? And you said, shit, hard times hit. And Detective Mogg commiserates and says, yeah, I hear you. You said, I've got to get rid of it somehow. And then Detective Mogg asked, what did you get for it? And you said, I got about $5,000, right?
Yeah, that was the platinum one. Okay. Or the white gold one. You can watch, and I'm sure you have several interviews, pictures with me with my gold chain on it. I wear them on several YouTube videos.
But fair to say, of course, that, when you said you had one, it's not one gold, it's not one platinum in this book, right?
Like I said, the one I sold was the platinum one.
Now, in addition to that, later on, when you're testifying before the grand jury, the question that was asked by one of the jurors was, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to mess up I want to be accurate with you.
Your Honor, I think it's improper impeachment or refreshing. I'm not quite sure.
Let me just do this as a refreshing of his recollection, Your Honor. I just didn't want to.
So what they're getting into here is if you want to refresh recollections, you have to show they don't know and that you could show them with the thing. Because if you offer to refresh somebody's recollection, They sometimes might say, no, I don't remember any of this. I've had that happen before where a witness is like, I don't remember. Like, and they weren't a cop because that really wouldn't work with them. But like, you sometimes will get like a lay witness is like, I don't fucking remember signing shit. So is he trying to impeach him here? I don't know if he's trying to impeach him or refresh his recollection. We're going to see here. But I think he's trying to refresh his recollection ultimately.
So it's sustained. So I don't know that he said he doesn't remember.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You were asked by a juror.
Again, I think you'd ask the substantive question first. Determine whether.
Mr. Bullock, you're gonna have to apply because your mic's not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think you have to.
You approach.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Everyone approach.
Okay, yeah, this is where it's like, So we'll see here. We'll see. Like, I think there's, exactly how they need to go about this.
You have to ask the predicate.
Here we go.
Again, Your Honor, I think, you have to ask the predicate. He's trying to impeach and or refresh recollection about something of substance. You have to ask, procedurally, you have to ask the substantive question first, not what you were asked as.
Are you talking about the chain of question?
Yes.
So it sounds like he's trying to bring in his grand jury testimony, because remember, grand jurors can ask questions of the witnesses, and people testifying.
Gone up and down about the chain.
So yes,
so I believe
not really,
he's already
Sandy. It's
answered the chain.
refreshing the
Are
recollection.
we impeaching or?
No, he's impeaching, saying that he's given an inconsistent statement.
Okay, so I guess they had a discussion. Actually, they are impeaching now. I don't think it was clear earlier. So here we go. Oh, Raven says the gangs would use this. The shopper you tattooed from had a decent flow of this clientele, and these phones were popular. Everybody's using them. Yeah. So here we go.
Past. So overruled. He can proceed.
Do you recall being asked a question by a grand juror, do you still have your death row pending?
Correct.
And you said, yes, you do.
I do.
You didn't say there was gold, you didn't say it was platinum, you just said I had my death row pending.
That's right.
Okay. Now, one of the other issues that we've talked a little bit about is and once again, I apologize. Maybe the state can refresh my recollection because maybe I was thinking about something else. You have been convicted of a crime.
I am.
And with regards to that crime, it was a felony.
It was sales of marijuana.
No, back up here real quick. It was sales of marijuana and it was also embezzlement. Is that what it was?
No,
money laundering.
Money laundering.
Ah,
Money going in.
and with regard to those two things, that happened in California.
No, actually, well, the reason why I got in trouble because it went across state lines to Memphis. It's actually Memphis, Tennessee.
And because it was across state lines, it was a federal case.
Correct.
And that happened way after you were a police officer.
Yes, 2019, well, 2017, I believe.
Okay. And at some point, you become the general manager of Death Row Records.
That's in 1997, sir.
1997.
Yes, that's right.
So Suge Knight is in Las Vegas, and you were with them every single day. And in September of 1996, he just happened to get in this fray, and next thing you know, he's going to prison, right?
I'm sorry?
Let me ask you this. Why did Suge go to prison?
He violated his probation.
Right. So you knew, of course, that he was on probation, right?
The whole time I was with him.
You did.
From 1994, yes.
Yeah. And so you knew that the number one person from Death Row Records, the primary principal for you, potentially could go to prison if he got into a fight, for instance, right?
Correct.
And on this particular night, you weren't around for him when he was in this quote-unquote fight, right?
I was around with Mr. Knight about 70 to 80% of his life. So I guess a lot of 20%, I wasn't with him.
Okay.
Public, and when I say that, I mean public. There's a lot of times he laid up, sleep with somebody, I wasn't with him.
So in the most important time of Suge Knight's life of having your protection, you were there for him.
Unfortunately not, that's correct.
And then you became the general manager of Death Row Records.
By his calling, not anyone else.
All right, no further questions.
All right, Steve, any further questions?
Sorry, that was my last point. In terms of who determined who's going to run Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison? Sorry. I'm sorry. Who made you in charge of Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison?
He did, and I visited him 4 days a week during that time while he was incarcerated.
Anything further on that, Mr. Sanchez?
Just one clarification. So
Okay.
Suge Knight made you general manager when he was in custody.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? Ladies and gentlemen, are there any questions for this one? Of course. All right.
All right. Let's see where we're at, guys. I think we're done for the day here. Yeah, we're going to skip to... Oh, actually, there's a little bit left. Let's see what happens. Yes, he crossed state lines. So, oh my fucking God. What is going on with this tonight? YouTube is just dog turd. YouTube is just like dog crap tonight, guys. Reggie Wright's just sitting there like, oh, did you guys forget about me? I'm just a fat guy on a scooter hanging out. He's like, oh, my bad. All right, we're going to maybe skip ahead a little bit here in some of these other ones coming up, guys. So let's, but that's it for the day. We're going to try to catch up on some of this other Tupac here. Let's go. We got, let's see. We did day 2. We got day 3. Here we go. Okay. Keefy D without a jacket on. This is a shorter day. We'll get through this pretty good. Here we go.
I don't think he'd be opposed to subject to recall with Mr. Sant if he wants to go and would come back on by Zoom, but I am opposed to the idea that they're going to control the way we present our evidence. We'll do direct, we'll do cross.
Okay, hold on here. Let's back up. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Looks like we have the jury lined up. Anything we need to address before we bring them in?
Not from the state.
Mr. Mr. Sam?
Yeah, we do have one request at the court. I understand that the state will be putting on a witness that actually has a medical appointment back in California tomorrow.
Okay.
And so as a result, I would like to be able to do my cross after they present all of their direct evidence, which would include the recording that will be played with regards to an interview with Mr. Davis. But I'd like to do that at the end instead of in the middle like we did yesterday or the other day with Detective Miller. There are questions I wanted to ask Detective Miller that I just couldn't do after the recording had been played. And so I understand that this Detective Dupree, would be in California tomorrow for the appointment.
So you would rather, so you understand that he's going to be back in California, but you still want to do it via Zoom?
Sure, yeah, because I don't want to miss with this appointment on.
So no objection to him doing it via Zoom, but you want the state to present all of the information that they're presenting through him, and then you do your cross?
Yes.
Okay. I think we can accommodate that, right, State?
Well, I mean, there is approximately 5 hours worth of recordings with him. Once it's into evidence, our choice to play it, whether he's on the stand or not, is when we decide to play it during the trial. I explained to Detective Dupree that I plan to do my direct and his cross-examination today because I knew that he had to be out of here.
Okay.
I don't think he'd be opposed to subject to recall with Mr. Sant if he wants to go and would come back on by Zoom, but I am opposed to the idea that they're going to control the way we present our evidence. We'll do direct, we'll do cross. If there's anything he wants to additionally have from Detective Dupree, I don't think that he would necessarily be opposed to getting on a Zoom in his case.
All right. Do you guys want to talk to him real quick to see if he can be recalled? If there's something that needs to be done after everything's presented?
Okay, I just want to make sure. I heard the state basically say that they don't want me to dictate how they want to present the case. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just saying.
You're not stipulating that they can play it outside.
Look, I mean,
He's been in jail since about 2.5 years now. He's been in jail for a long time now, almost 3 years.
This is a matter of professional courtesy. I would definitely allow him to go back to California to do what he's doing. But he's on the stand. Technically, he's not supposed to be released until after the court releases him from the subpoena. And so as a result, if you want to play that game, then I would want him to stay here overnight so he can at least be cross-examined by me. I just was trying to be nice about it by doing it the other way. But it seems now like I have to recall this person. I don't trust that he wouldn't disappear and win. I don't care if he's a detective. Like, in my opinion, I got a problem with that.
Well, yeah, but once a piece of evidence is admitted, it's our choice as to when to play it and how to play it. And so, like, I'm not getting dictated how we do that. If he's done with cross, if he's going to delay cross and keep him on the stand long enough, he's free to play it during this cross-examination if he wants to. Once a piece of evidence is admitted, it's admitted, right? And so I'm
So if you're going to have him verify it and then not play it until closings or something, that's your prerogative.
Or I could just, on Friday decide we're going to play, because we have hours and hours and hours of audio to play, and just having somebody sitting on the stand for audio is not necessary. I can present it in any manner I want to. It just doesn't require the witness to be here to listen to it.
And so it sounds like what Mr. Stamp is saying is he has no objection to you doing your direct and then playing it without him being here, and then he would like to do his cross tomorrow. So I was just going to see if...
I just don't think we'll be through it by tomorrow. I think it may be, because we have a witness coming tomorrow, so we may be breaking up 2008 and then later on playing 2009. So I don't know when that's going to happen in our presentation of the evidence.
I understand that.
Kind of the issue that we're having, because we're really juggling a lot of out-of-state witnesses because nobody was in Vegas when this crime occurred.
So, Mr. Sanford, what I'll do is after you listen to when the state is done with their direct, and they've admitted what they want to admit, and they say that they're done, I'll turn to you. You can let me know if you want to cross-examine now, if you want to ultimately recall him on your own for your.
Huh. Wow, that prosecutor was shitting his pants about, like, yes, they get very antsy and uppity when you start trying to dictate terms to them. So that was very funny. That was very, very funny.
Presentation. And
but I get what he's saying. He wants to ask them questions, after things are played. And like he wants to ask it in a certain way, just like he did with the other detective. Makes more sense.
Well, there's a little bit of regret with regards to Detective Miller, and I do understand there were some audio-visual problems with his connection, right? In terms of there were questions that I look back and listening to this video or this audio that I should have asked him that I didn't ask him. I do not want to fall into that same regret with regards to Detective Dupree. So I just know
the prosecutor's going to say that's your fault for not doing it.
There will be questions.
Do you want me to ask then? I guess I was just trying to get somebody to figure out if he would be available at a later time for recall. That's all I'm trying to do at this point, so that I can see what my options are.
I'd be happy to go out and talk. I think he's in the back.
So do you guys want to talk to him and see if he has a time afterwards? I understand your concern. I understand your point that we can just admit it and play it at closings, essentially. We don't, once something's admitted, you can play it whenever you want. That is true. You also may have questions that get formulated after the item is presented. So let's see if there's a possibility.
And that's the thing. He wants to be able to question him after, and it's just a big mess right now. Maybe they could call him in a different order, although it sounds like the prosecution wants to call this guy now.
For him to be recalled at all at any point, I have no problem with doing that, but I don't know if he's available. So go check with him, and then we can come up with a plan. Sure.
So here we go. This judge seems to be fair. She's pretty fair. This judge is a former public defender. She's got a lot of she's been pretty decent. I've appreciated her so far. Keefe D's like, I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about. She's just she's on her phone. She's like, oh my God, what are we texting? Is this? I'm watching TikToks about Lindsay Clancy. She grabbed her phone here in a second in one spot. I thought it was kind of funny. She's like, what are my girlfriends saying about this? She get hand tats. Yeah. How about I don't? All right. Sounds like they're going to come up with a game plan here. Here we go. So, this, oh, God damn you, fucking, here we go. He's like, why'd I have to write this book? Yeah, well, he did Stolen Hood Valor. It's what you get. You run around claiming you did somebody's dirt. Well, you get accused of doing dirt. That's why you don't do this.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Wade Lee, W-A-G-E-L-E-E.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for being here. Mr. DeJockmo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. And that just gets the clerk the next thing on there. Sir, back in the 90s, how were you employed?
I was a special agent with the FBI.
How long were you with the FBI?
25 years.
And when did you start?
May of 1996.
May of 1996?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been retired that long, actually.
5 years.
I want to direct.
I get the feeling this is that guy Keefe D was talking about during the interview. If I had to guess.
Your attention to the 1997, 1998 time period. What was your assignment? What were you doing for the FBI at that time?
Yeah.
I was assigned to a squad that was working.
Yep, this is the guy Keefe D is bitching about that wasn't there.
In the State Streets Task Force. I was on basically the Violent Crimes Major Offenders program, working gangs in South Central LA.
And you said Project Safe Street, and that's a federal task force that has multi-agency people on it?
Yes, that's correct. The way it was generally organized, there were several squads in LA, the LA division of the FBI, that were assigned to different regions of the the area, the territories. My squad was assigned to the Watts area of Los Angeles, South Central.
And as part of your duties, did you have a partner by the name of Agent Holiday?
Yeah, Todd Holiday, yes.
Did there come a point in time when the two of you, along with other members of your squad, begin an investigation into a criminal street gang by the name of Grape Street?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Grape Street is?
The Grape Street Crips was a large gang organization that operated out of Jordan Downs housing projects in Watts. It was basically believed to be the largest Crip set in all of America. Our squad was working the violent aspects and drug dealing aspects of that organization.
As part of your investigation into Grape Street, did you come across a person that you identified as Dwayne Davis?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out to describe something he's wearing?
It's the gentleman sitting in the at the defendant's table with the blue shirt and tie.
And how is it that you came across Mr. Davis?
During the course of our investigation with Grape Street, when you're looking at the organization, there was numerous techniques that we used for investigating, whether it was informants, wiretaps, surveillance, active interviews, and things of that nature. During the course of that interview, Mr. Davis kind of came under the umbrella under the course of our investigation of one of his associate family members by the individual by the name Rodney Blackman.
And did Rodney have a nickname?
Speedy.
During the time period that you're doing this investigation, well, let me ask you this. As part of Project Safe Streets, as well as being assigned to the Watts area, were you aware of the various gang sets and their
Yeah, I mean, while our squad was working that investigation on Grape Street, you always would have crossover in other areas. For example, in Watts, there were 3 main housing project areas. Each of them you had fairly prominent gang organizations, as well as gangs that came up from the Compton area and other parts of South Central Los Angeles. So there's usually crossover, whether it's from drug activity or other sort of gang violence, things like that.
And you mentioned one of them, the Jordan Downs.
Yes.
What type of housing, what type of gang activity was going on in the Jordan Downs?
So Grape Street Crips operated out of Jordan Downs housing projects, and they basically controlled that whole housing project as far as the drug trafficking, violent activity, and things of that nature.
If somebody were hiding out from blood gang members hunting him, and he was a Crip, obviously, would it be safe for him to be inside the Jordan Downs?
Yeah, from other rival gangs and things of that nature, yes, generally speaking.
And you mentioned that Mr. Davis had a cousin, I'm going to call Speedy. At some point, do you wind up learning information that allows you to arrest Mr. Davis for some criminal offenses?
Yes, we were part of our investigation while we were up on Mr. Blackman. There was a period of time when Mr. Davis actually was staying with Blackman. It was actually after the Tupac Shakur murder. During the course of our investigation of the Grape Street Crips and of Blackman and things like that, we were able to obtain information and evidence to develop a case against Mr. Davis.
And can you just describe the general allegations of the case?
It was drug trafficking, 2 kilos. He was indicted and arrested for selling 2 kilos of cocaine.
And the type of evidence you had against Mr. Davis, what was it?
Most of it was telephone conversation intercepts from wiretaps, court authorized wiretaps.
And based upon the charges, ultimately, do you indict Mr. Davis for some crimes related to drug trafficking?
Yes, he was indicted, arrested, and then eventually pled guilty.
The type of sentence Mr. Davis was facing when he was indicted, what kind of ranges are we talking for those kind of charges?
I believe it was around somewhere in the nature of 10 years initially, but it varies depending on individuals' prior criminal history, whether they were felony convictions, drug trafficking offenses, and things of that nature. It also varies depending on the type of drug that the individual might have been accused of trafficking. Even back then, and at that time period, the federal sentencing guidelines, there was a difference in sentencing for rock cocaine, crack cocaine versus regular powder cocaine and things of that nature. And he was indicted for trafficking 2 kilos of powder cocaine.
As part of that investigation, does there come a point in time when you do what's known as a proffer with Mr. Davis?
Yes, we did.
And describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a proffer is.
So a proffer interview session would be, it's usually considered, it's a fairly common practice, particularly in the federal criminal justice system, where we have an individual who's been indicted and arrested, and it sort of is the beginning of a negotiation for a plea agreement, if you will. What we do is the U.S. Attorney's Office, the defendant's attorney, they all agree that to conducting an interview with the FBI. The terms of that agreement are such that the defendant has to be open and candor, tell the truth regarding the questions that we ask him. In return, the FBI, Department of Justice, will not use what the defendant says in that proffer session against him in this case in chief that we have him charged with. There's a couple little caveats. One being that if during trial the defendant goes on to make statements that contradict what he said in that proffer session, at that point it violates it, and we can use his statements against him. Those are generally in nature. And we agree to keep the nature of the interview confidential.
You got maybe approach?
Yeah.
I wonder what's going to happen here. But yeah, see, like, and this, guys, also, if you guys were not aware, we talked about this before, Keefe D's been to prison before, multiple times. So this is one of the times he goes to prison back in 1998 because he's out there doing rude boy stuff. So let's see what happens. Oh, come on. Why you got to be gay? Come on, YouTube. Why are you doing this to me?
You got maybe approach?
Yeah.
SoCal Ellis says, thank you for the membership, kind stranger. Well, yeah, here you go. Come on, YouTube. Ah! Man, it is bogging down tonight. What did you guys do, chat? Oh, come on, dude. Just absolutely obnoxious. And see, now it's running fine. Like, you just get a refresh it, and it's like, oh, good to go. Like, it never even happened. Redonkulistic, man. Redonkulistic. There we go. Here we go. Let's turn on this. Let's see. Here we go. Which, that sucks.
Register definitely proceed.
When you have
Yeah, that's
your
not fun.
1998 proffer with Mr. Davis, well, first of all, were you by yourself?
And guys, remember, proffers where you sit down with the cops, you tell them everything you know about something in the hopes you get a deal. So this is him kind of snitching out a little bit.
Or were there, did you have your partner Todd Holliday with you?
Todd Holliday attended, as well as the Assistant United States Attorney, along with the attorney for Mr. Davis, who were also there.
And what was his name?
Refer to by.
Well, I have what's marked as state proposed in the 46. I know you got a copy
Okay.
there.
That's fine.
How about we use the one that I have marked and I'll take these back from you.
If reviewing those notes, refresh your recollection as to the name of his attorney.
Yes, Edie Fall.
Okay, after reviewing that, has your recollection been refreshed?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it is Edie Fall?
Yes.
Understood. You may proceed.
First of all, let me ask this. Up until you were contacted sometime this year, have you maintained the confidentiality of this conversation that you had with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And as far as you're aware, your partner Todd Holliday also maintained the confidentiality of it.
Yes, as far as I know.
And before you hit the stand today, or sometime last week or the week before, or at some point, the United States or the U.S. Attorney's Office issued a letter authorizing you to testify to these two conversations you had with Mr. Davis.
Yes, referring to the TUI letter, yes.
And that's a requirement that state prosecutors have to get permission from the federal government to allow you as an agent or former agent to testify to actions you took in your official capacity as a federal law enforcement officer.
Yes, regarding those two interviews,
yes.
Those are the TUI letters that in the TUI process.
How is your proffer with Mr. Davis documented?
Usually we use the standard FBI reporting mechanism, which is a FD 302 report.
And that is essentially a report that lays out the information you receive. There's no audio recording of that particular conversation.
That's correct.
And is there a
FBI 302. Well, what's in front of you? And I forgot the number. Is it 146?
146.
146. Is that a fair and accurate copy of the description of the conversation that you were part of with Mr. Davis on July 16th of 1998?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 146.
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, I'm not going to have you go through everything that was in there, but what is your purpose in talking to Mr. Davis in the proctor session?
Well, the purpose is to glean as much information as we can regarding what he knew or knew at the time regarding gang, drug, violent activity going on within the Watts and Compton areas.
Were you investigating directly, at least, the Tupac Shakur murder?
Not directly, like it wasn't. We weren't assigned. We were working our normal gang activity investigations. However, it was known to us that he was a person of interest. Mr. Davis was a person of interest regarding that homicide.
And so during this proper session, you asked him questions about that as well.
Yes, we did.
I'm going to go through 146 in front of you. And actually, I can roll it up here on the screen for you. Oh, it would help if I plugged the computer in.
Yes, this guy's a very good voice.
So that's what the front page of this 302 says. Is confidential and has the date and a description of who the people that are present for this particular proctor are.
That's correct.
The very first part of the interview, and let's close that. There, you have a discussion with Mr. Davis about an individual called Zip. Tell us what he tells you about this individual Zip initially.
Initially, that Zip was an individual from New York who was a pimp who controlled girls, numerous girls, sold marijuana. He did just mention that Zip was involved in PCP trafficking, and that Davis at one point arranged for an individual by the name of Patrick Bernard to give Zip some PCP. So Zip came from New York to LA to conduct the transaction.
And did he also mention how he met Zip?
Yes, he said he met Zip at a baseball game somewhere in approximately 1993 or 94. There was an individual named Fats who was also at the game that introduced Davis to Zip.
And then he talks to you a little bit about who Fats is.
Yeah, Fats was a large cocaine supplier who operated in the west side of LA. He's also known as Flint. Davis associated with Fats prior to 1994.
There were LAPD detectives at this meeting as well. So, no, this information was known to everybody. This wasn't anything new.
Or up until basically the time, I guess, where Fats was arrested and taken into federal custody.
Let's skip past some Fats. There's a or part of this conversation, a person by the name of Wayne Day comes up. Do you know who Wayne Day is?
Yes, Wayne Day was actually arrested by the squad that I worked on, the Safe Street Task Force. He was a large-scale.
In chat, the Safe Street Task Force, if you commit enough crimes at the state level and you're a felon, you can get what's called the Armed Career Criminal Act, the ACCA. That it's a massive enhancement that could put you away forever. It was part of things like the Safe Street Task Force. This was all part of like the 94 Omnibus Crime Bill. So there were a lot of pushes in the 90s to combat black urban crime. And this was part of what that was going towards.
Drug dealer, drug trafficker, and
I hope that helps you guys understand kind of what they're talking about here and why they're involved with these like hoods running around in Compton.
Watts area, Compton with Green Street Crips.
And does Davis describe his relationship as it relates to Mr. Day?
Yes, there was. He mentioned that they were related. That Davis had an uncle who was the uncle of Wayne Day. That's how he described it.
And then there's a conversation in this next paragraph where Mr. Davis makes mention of Mr. Day having Compton sewn up. What does sewn up mean?
Well, in terms of having control of all the drug trafficking in that specific area, and actually, there was agents mentioned to him that Wayne Day had Compton sewn up, and Mr. Davis said actually that he had part of Compton sewn up, that he didn't have the south side part that Davis operated in.
And then does he tell you what his role is in the south side part of Compton as it relates to drug trafficking?
When you say he, you're referring to
Mr. Davis, sorry.
That Mr. Davis had that side of Compton handled as far as the drugs.
And did he talk to you about who handled the north side of Compton?
Yes, he did. It was an individual who was a former Compton PD officer by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
Right. I'm going to drop down a little bit here to the part where he talks to you about both him and Mr. Blackman being major suppliers in the Jordan Downs housing project in Watts.
That's correct.
And then he begins to talk to you about the start of Death Row Records.
Yeah. Again, that was all part of the, overall investigations that we're looking at as far as the gang activity and things of that nature. And he mentioned there was an individual by the name of Harry O that provided money to start the Death Row Records. Also, what's his name? I believe Patrick Johnson provided approximately $80,000. Actually told Davis to give $80,000 that money that Davis owed to Johnson from previous gang transactions to Johnson's girlfriend, so that money could be used to start Death Row Records.
And he also explains Marion Suge Knight's role and his connection to the Blood gang members.
Yes, he did. He said that Marion Knight had gained control of the North Compton drug trade, and that he was associated with a bunch of the Blood Street gang members, like Mob Pyrus and such. And they were, getting, the Knight was getting them in and out, getting them out of jail, bailing them out, and they would cooperate with Knight.
And basically, when Knight goes to prison, he tells you Reggie Wright kind of takes over.
Yeah, Reggie Wright Jr. took over the organization after Suge Knight was arrested.
You already mentioned Harry O, but Davis claims to actually be involved in the delivery of some of the money associated with the startup of Death Row Records.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to start. You see at the top there, you asked him about his prior relationship with Mr. Knight prior to the murder of Tupac Shakur. You see that paragraph there?
Yeah. I mean, Davis said that he told us that he never had any issues with Suge Knight or any of those individuals prior to the incident in Vegas with the killing of Mr. Shakur.
And Mr. Davis goes on, and I'm going to skip down just a little bit, but he basically accuses two Compton Police Department officers, Sergeant Reynolds and Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr., the father of Reggie Wright Jr., as basically being corrupt officers.
Yes. Yeah. That Reggie Wright Sr. was a lieutenant with Compton Police Department, and then Reggie Wright Jr. was a former officer with the police department. He had then started a company called Right Way Security, and then he was working with Suge Knight, doing security, although some claimed it wasn't on an official capacity, for Death Row Records, looking at their parties and such and things like that. And they would, Right Way Security, they would employ Compton PD officers and things of that nature to conduct their business for Mr. Knight.
And he also mentions Omar Bradley. Who's Omar Bradley?
Omar Bradley's former mayor of Compton, the city of Compton. He mentions Mr. Bradley saying that he was associated with Knight and the other Blood Pyro gang members.
Skip through the part. Top of page 4, he provides information, or at least asserts that Reggie Wright Jr. is distributing drugs out of a particular location, and even names some people that are helping with that.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Had a drug distribution location, an auto body shop called Untouchables that was located at the corner of Alondra and Washington in the city of Compton. There was the shop was owned by an individual by the name of Melvin Hurd, and then Hurd, this guy by the name of G. Ray and Jim helped distribute cocaine from the shop.
He also mentions some people that work for Reggie Wright Jr. and assisting in the cocaine distribution.
Yes, he stated that Reggie Wright Jr. had an individual by the name of Mob James, who was a member of the Mob Pyru street gang, an individual named Flip, who distributed out of a shop location on Compton Boulevard, and Harris. There was an individual known as Buntree. But we at the time we wrote it out as Bumptree, but we believe that actually was an individual known as Montreal or yes.
They thought you were Bumtree. You were a bum. Or you took it at the bum. Some gangster you are.
Country B-U-N-T-R-Y?
Yes, Alton McDonald, who was the brother of Mob James, which is James McDonald. Also another individual named Trayvon Lane, who was a Mob Pirate gang member, and then Kevin Woods.
And then they can kind of read this themselves, but at some point he talks about an incident that occurs at a neighborhood mall involving a person named Marcus. What does he tell you about that?
Yeah, this was a few weeks before murder of Tupac Shakur. This individual, Marcus, who was a Southside Crip, was at a mall by himself. Several Blood Street gang members attacked him and started beating him up. Then an individual, Mr. Orlando Anderson, who was the cousin or nephew of Mr. Davis, observed what was happening and went in to help Marcus, and they beat up and fended off the other gang members.
And then he moves on to describe the incident at the MGM casino the night of Mr. Shakur's murder.
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you?
He told us the day of the murder of Tupac Shakur that the Blood Street members, some Blood Street gang members saw at night, they saw Orlando Anderson. They attacked him because of the previous incident at the mall. After the attack, Mr. Davis, Anderson, Orlando Anderson, and their girlfriends went back up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Hotel, and he said that was it. They didn't have any involvement. They stayed in the room the rest of the night.
He tells you that the room was in Anderson's name.
Yeah, the room was in Anderson's name. That they'd driven up to Vegas from the LA area in a Land Cruiser, and that they had some other associates, Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, aka Bubble Up, Big Dre, and Wynn also traveled to Las Vegas. They stayed at the MGM.
And he repeatedly denies to you knowing who killed Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, he said they didn't have any knowledge of what happened, that they weren't involved. He did later speculate that maybe it was some Compton police officers that were working for Suge Knight, and that maybe it was because he had heard that Tupac was talking about possibly leaving Death Row Records or something to that effect. But
his suggestion was that perhaps Knight, who's driving the car, had Compton police officers shoot Tupac in the car, showed us driving.
Yes, something to that effect.
Okay. I'm going to keep rolling down here. He gets back at page 5 to talking about Zip. So how does he tell you? Well, he talks about Zip and how he becomes associated with the Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah, he said that back in 93, 94, Zip introduced Davis to Notorious B.I.G. at Summer Jam concert. And Davis would associate with Notorious B.I.G. when he was in LA area, but they never had any like drug connections or anything like that.
He tells you that he was actually at the Peterson Automotive Museum the night Mr. Wallace was killed.
That's correct, yes.
And that he saw some, at least people associated with Death Row Records at that location.
Yeah, he told us that prior to that, the night of the murder, Davis observed some females associated with Death Row Records at the party. He said, well, like Jewel, a singer, Lachelle, a comedian for Death Row, and Davis believes that they saw Mr. Wallace at the event, and then called Blood gang members to come. Davis did say he observed Reggie Wright Jr., DJ Quick, who was a performer for Death Row, Theo, a local disc jockey, and about 10 or 11 other Treetop Fruittown Blood gang members arrived at the event. Davis told Mr. Wallace that they were to watch, that they were there and they should watch out. And then shortly thereafter, Mr. Wallace was shot. But Davis wasn't there. He didn't see who actually shot him.
But once again, he tells you that he believes that Reggie Wright Jr. and Blood gang members are the people that killed Mr. Wallace.
Yes, he said he believed that Reggie Wright Jr. and the Blood gang members associated with him were the ones responsible for killing Notorious B.I.G. When asked who the individual was who actually killed him, based off of there was a composite drawing that was that had been provided and was kind of passed around, so we showed him that. Davis responded that the composite looked just like Reggie Wright Jr.
Do you remember the day that you arrested Mr. Davis on the indictment?
Yes.
What day was that?
I believe it was May 28th, 1998.
Was it the day before the Orlando Anderson's killed in his own shootout
Yes.
in California?
Yes.
And Mr. Davis talks to you a little bit about that without going into the specifics, but he talks to you a little bit about how Mr. Anderson wound up dying.
Yes, he did.
And thereafter, and I'm not going to go through all these, he initially denies distribution out of state, but eventually talks to you about a lot of different locations engaged in distributing cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him to discuss all the individuals out of state who he supplied cocaine to, and all the local individuals he supplied and distributed to. He initially said that he hadn't distributed out of state to anyone or knew of anyone who did it within the last 3 years. But then he went through and we started asking about specific individuals, and he would provide more details and information about who he had supplied and what he had supplied and sort of the details.
One of the people he talks about is Primo.
Yes. Primo was an individual that he bought cocaine from, like his supplier of kilos of cocaine, anywhere from 11,500 to 12,500 a kilogram. Primo fronted Davis one point up like 200 kilos of cocaine at a time, and then Davis would go out and sell it and then pay Primo back.
He also mentions Corey Edwards getting drugs from Mr. Davis and being out in Ohio and distributing cocaine in Ohio.
Yes, Davis said that at that time, back when we were interviewing in '98, up until about 3 years prior, that he was supplying Corey Edwards, who was selling cocaine all over Ohio. But I guess Edwards got into
comes back to Ohio, chat.
Got into some trouble with his Cleveland drug contact, and that Edwards started coming out to acquire cocaine directly from Davis. That was an individual named Bubs who resided in Cleveland.
Man, Keefe D was poisoning Northeast Ohio, man. Damn.
Eventually, he describes how Primo goes back to Colombia and he gets a new supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez.
So Primo, I guess, departed the U.S. So we had to start selling cocaine in smaller quantities. And he came across a supplier by the name of Samuel Lopez, whose brother was actually in federal custody. Then Davis had heard that Samuel Lopez went back to Mexico after the FBI attempted to arrest him. And I guess there was a younger brother or another Lopez, George Lopez, used to answer the phone for Samuel Lopez.
And I'm not going to go into this, but there was a discussion of someone named Dupree, but that guy's full name was Zelle Dupree Hall III, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He talks specifically about the phone calls that you were playing for him, that you had captured him on the wire.
That's correct.
At the very end, he denies that he's the leader of the Southside Crips and claims Darnell Brim is actually the leader of the gang.
Yes, even though he had said that he was large scale, basically a drug trafficker on that south side of Compton, that Darnell Brim was actually the head of the gang, if you will.
Okay. Now I want to move on. Shortly after that conversation that you had with Mr. Davis, did he enter a guilty plea to some charges and get sentenced to 70 months in federal prison?
Yes, he did.
That's a little less than 6 years. So he got some benefit from talking to you from what the...
Yeah, I don't know if it was 70 months. It might have been 77 months, 70 or 77 months. I don't recall specifically.
Judge, I have in my hand, it says it's admitted, but I don't remember offering it, a certified copy of the indictment, the plea, and the judgments of conviction in the United States District Court for the Central District of California, case CR-98537, evincing his...
I have the parties approach.
No, I take 77. I just rolled right up 77 through Marietta. I could swing through on 35. So. Oh, come on, bro. Well, there we go. So here we go. Oh, fucking A. Come on, man. Put a drop of whiskey in your ear. Not doing that. I'm putting the drops in my ear. That's all I'm putting in. Here we go. Oh, dude, come on, man. Vlogger using Starlink alert. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's getting frustrating. I just want it to work. Just do it, please. There we go. Grease your internet cables. I may have to. Why are you doing this, YouTube? This is so freaking ridiculous. Here we go.
Now, after Mr. Davis goes to federal prison,
Hang on 1 second. They're not offered for any to show propensity to commit crime, and you are not to consider them for any propensity that Mr. Davis has any propensity to commit crime.
Except the jury's going to say, "Oh my God, he's a drug dealer and a gangster." They're 100% going to use it for that. I hate it when they can do this. Oh yeah, he went to federal prison for cocaine trafficking. You're like, come on now.
You may proceed, Mr. Jock. No, sorry, I phrased that one.
subsequent to Mr. Davis going to prison, do you and your partner, Todd Holiday, go to federal prison and have just a voluntary conversation with Mr. Davis?
Yes, we did. We went to the.
Is that situation different than the proffer situation?
It is in that it's a strictly voluntary interview. His attorney, the U.S. Attorney's Office, were notified of us contacting him because he's in custody. But the terms of the proffer, it's not the same as the proffer agreement. It's just a normal, regular interview.
But once again, you do promise him confidentiality during that conversation.
Yes, we did.
And up until the U.S. Attorney authorized you, you maintain that confidentiality.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 149. Is that the 302 that describes that particular conversation?
Yes, it is.
Move to exhibit 149.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And I'm going to put that one up on the screen. Can you tell me the date that occurred?
The interview. Let's see here. April 15th, 1999.
Okay. And the report's generated on April 20th of 1999.
That's correct.
You begin the conversation with him talking about Mr. Anderson and his death. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Mr. Davis tells you he's not aware of any motive for why blood gang members or individuals associated with death row records would have wanted to kill Anderson.
That's correct.
And then he repeats that he had nothing to do with either Tupac Shakur or Christopher Wallace's murder.
Yes, he said that himself and Mr. Orlando Anderson were not involved in the shooting death of Tupac Shakur, and as well as anybody else that he was associated with, and with Tupac or Mr. Christopher Wallace, Notorious B.I.G.
Does he speculate again as to who would have been involved in these two murders?
He said, he told us he didn't know who killed the two rap stars, but that he believed individuals from New York associated with Puffy Combs or individuals associated with Death Row Records could have killed Shakur, and that individuals associated with Death Row Records killed Mr. Wallace.
And then he talks a little bit of the gang war that occurs shortly after the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes. Basically, he said that there was a conflict between Davis and Mr. Marion Knight that resulted as a result of the shootings. That the conflict, there was basically a war going on between Southside Compton Crips and Compton Blood Pirate Gang members, stemming from the mall altercation with Marcus Nunn and Orlando Anderson, and other members of Southside Compton Crips, along with the Compton Blood Gang members.
And he claims the reason that people believe that Orlando Anderson is the killer is that he asserts the Compton police is telling people that.
That's correct. He made comments that he believed that Compton PD members were putting out rumors that Orlando Anderson and them were involved.
Do you confront him about Mr. Anderson, the attack, and him being upset about that particular attack?
Well, I mean, we asked him about that, about the whole escalation of incidents because of the gang activity, the incident at the mall, then at the MGM Grand, then obviously the shooting of Tupac and things of that nature. Mr. Davis said that Davis and Anderson were upset after the casino's attack on Anderson, but they weren't going to strike back with so many police officers around that they would have struck back once they returned to Compton.
So he indicates to you that he's angry enough to do it. It's just he planned on doing it back in Compton, which instead of in Las Vegas.
Yeah, if they were, apparently it was because of police presence in the area, something of that nature.
I'm not going to go through all the rest of this. The jury can read sort of the rest of this. Let me just check the very bottom. Oh, thank you, Agent. That completes my questions.
Okay. Mr. Stamp, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. It's no longer special agent, or it's still special agent?
Either way is fine.
All right. We'll stick with special agent Lee.
Okay.
All right. Now, sir, fair to say, working for the FBI would have been something of an honor, I would imagine, working for an organization like that.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, that working for the FBI, I would imagine that other people would consider that to be the creme de la creme of investigation throughout our entire country.
Yeah, some people would consider that, yes.
You put on seminars for law enforcement agencies throughout the country to help them with their investigative efforts, to help them become better police officers and detectives, fair?
You're talking about me specifically?
No. Well, you as the FBI.
Oh, okay, yes.
And with regard to that, have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to learn how they do their investigative techniques to make yourself or your agency a better agency, or yourself as a better special agent?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Have you ever gone to Compton Police Department to see how they do their investigations to become a better agent yourself?
No, I did not.
All right. And once again, with regards to what you do as the FBI, you're very specific in your task, right? Your task is whenever there's a violation of federal law, for instance, you're the agency that would be tasked.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
With regards to federal law, if there's a violation of federal law, you're the agency that typically would be tasked with the investigation, right?
Correct.
Now, we talk a little bit about the 302s in this case. And the 302, just for the jury's edification, when you say it's a sort of a means, it's really just a piece of paper and a pen, right?
It's a report.
Right. And so you are writing out what your impressions or recollection was of a specific event or time, right?
Correct.
So if you're sitting in a room and we're having a conversation, you would note in your report who's in the room and what your impressions were of what was said and who said what, right?
Correct.
Now, of course, juries here would be curious, we have recorders now back in 1996, 1998 in this case. Recorders were available to the FBI, but of course, that's not how you do your job.
The use of recordings for the FBI they were not standard policy and procedure for the FBI at that period of time.
Yeah, and you retired since what, 5 years ago?
Yes.
During that time period, has it changed in terms of that policy with the FBI?
During the time period that I've been retired?
Right. No, up until the time that you retired, has the policy changed?
The standard procedure is no, not to record.
Right. And so as a result of that, any recording that's done is typically not what the FBI does, right? You still focus on.
That's because the FBI operates as the American Cheka, and they're corrupt. Because the FBI's been corrupt since J. Edgar Hoover created them.
Pen to paper recollection onto a 302.
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of how you do it, the 302s that we read or at least saw put into the record is the work that you recall, your partner recalls during the course of an investigation.
Of that event, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the task force here, we talked a little about the task force project, Safe Street. Is that what it was? Yes?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit of what that project was about?
The Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes.
So it's a compilation of multi-agencies directed to address gang activity within specific areas. So the Safe Streets Task Force initiative is a national initiative, but then there are fundings and directives that are sent to specific areas to address areas of high crime committed by gang activity.
Okay, and I would imagine gang activity would include violent crimes.
Correct.
As well as, say, in this case, drug dealing.
Drug trafficking, yes.
As long as it's associated with gangs.
Yes, primarily so, yeah.
Because, of course, you do have the DEA that also runs their own investigations as well.
DEA, ATF, yeah, we work with.
Now, in terms of your, about this task force, can you tell us at the time when you were operating on it, who was on the task force?
Oh, I mean, there were several agencies in terms of specific agencies.
Well, just in terms of your working with other people, do you recall at all who it was that was working on the task force with you at that time?
Well, there were members of Los Angeles PD. We had, I believe there was ATF. So there was multiple aspects of the task force. So different squads had different elements working depending on what cities they were in. So we would have Inglewood PD, Compton PD, LA County Sheriffs, LAPD, DEA, ATF. I believe we even had postal inspectors that might be involved. There was just a myriad of different agencies.
Sure. Can you tell us who from the Compton Police Department was part of your task force?
Our specific task force, the squad that I was on, Mr. Holiday, we did not have an element from Compton PD.
Why was that?
Because we were working in an area that was in Watts, in South Central Los Angeles. So we had LAPD elements, LA County Sheriffs.
So one of the things that we saw today was that one of the individuals that potentially was somebody of interest, I would imagine to you, was a police officer from Compton by the name of Reggie Wright Jr.
Well, he was a former police officer. There was Reggie Wright Sr., who was his father.
Okay, so your work in Inglewood and this other area, I would assume that information with regards to Reggie Wright Jr. would have been sent to whoever it is that was working that particular area of LA?
Or of Compton. There was a different squad that was working Compton. Yes.
Can you tell us who that squad was?
What do you?
Who was in that squad?
Yeah, the agents, or to be honest, I don't. Well, I mean, some of the agents I recall.
Do you know who that you can recall that was there?
remember, there was an LAPD detective there who wrote a book about all this gang stuff that he was involved in. His name is like Keating or Kading. We'll probably get to him. And Debbie O for $5. Hi, Debbie. Says, no new trial for Carmelo Anthony. Yes, we talked about that just for a second, but yes, Carmelo Anthony getting felted. No new trial, at least on the evidence presented now. But they could try a million different times for this. It's not over yet. This won't be the last time this happens. So, but yes, Debbie, thank you for being here. Yes, in September, watching 1 second would count as a YouTube view. I know it'll help me a lot. Because when people click in and they're like, oh my God, this guy sucks, we'll be in better shape. And then No Mayo's been a member for 9 months. Says, suffer, Keefy. Suffer. I don't know why you want him to suffer. He's nice. He's a nice boy. He didn't do nothing wrong. JLR 57 says, how many years do they have to keep evidence? I mean, like, they try to keep that shit forever, especially like certain things, but biological stuff gets destroyed after a certain amount of time, usually after appeals and everything's done. But it all depends. It all depends. A lot of that's by state law.
At that specific time, I'm not sure. There was an agent, Elliott.
Michael Elliott.
Yeah, he worked down there. Yes. And
I don't want to strain you a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah.
So,
for clarification, because over that time period, H's will change squads and things of that nature. Like I left the gang task force in 2003, and squads would move and change objectives. So who was working at that specific time? There may have been somebody at one period and then it changed or whatever over the course of time.
And would it be fair to say, of course, it's something like this, if you really need this information, you would refer to a 302, to refresh your recollection if you have.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, though, in terms of your role here, there was a proffer session that was conducted with my client, with Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And that proffer was set for July 16th, 1998. That's the exhibit, I don't know, I think it's that one right there. That's correct. Up in the top right-hand corner, do you see the date?
That was the date of the report.
Right, so it'd be dated
It was actually July 14th.
Oh, July. Okay, so even though the date says 16th on this, it would be the 14th?
Yes. Well, so there's a little bit like, the date of the 16th is the date of the report. Down at the bottom where it says 7/14/98, that's the date of the actual activity.
Okay. And you're meeting with Mr. Davis, and specifically you're meeting with him in terms of under the task force, which was gangs and whatever they're doing that's crime related to gangs. Is that what we were doing at this point under the Safe Street task force? Okay. And so when you meet with Mr. Davis, there was an understanding at that particular point that, hey, whatever you're going to tell us, we're not going to prosecute you for. Is that what was happening on that date?
Under the proffer agreement, yes.
Okay. And that proffer agreement, of course, does require the approval of the United States Attorney's Office that would be responsible for that area, right?
Yes.
And in this case, that person would have been Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell.
Right.
Was he present for that meeting?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so it's you, your partner, another FBI agent, as well as Special Agent Michael Terrell.
Assistant United States Attorney Michael.
I'm sorry, Assistant United States Attorney Michael Terrell. And in that meeting, there was an understanding between Mr. Davis and his attorney that whatever was going to be said was not going to be used against them.
Unless he came out and testified and said something that was contradictory to what he said in the proffer agreement, yes.
Sure. Now, once again, we're talking about the federal government here, right? So was there an actual proffer that was signed by the parties indicating the understanding that you're telling us right now in terms of what was the terms of the agreement?
My recollection is that there is, but that's maintained by the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay. And since we're talking about that particular proffer here today, fair to say that would be relevant information that we should be considering.
Could you repeat
Objection
that?
to the form of the question calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay, sustained if you would rephrase.
So I want to make sure I'm clear here. We are talking about a proffer. You're telling us that there is an actual writing, a contract of some sort between yourself and Mr. Davis with regards to that proffer. Do you have a copy of it here today?
That's not between myself and Mr. Davis. It was between Mr. Davis and the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay. And once again, do you have a copy of that here today?
No, I do not.
Now, in terms of your understanding of this agreement, Mr. Davis gives an agreement, and in the agreement, I'm assuming the idea behind it is that he has to give you truthful information, right?
Correct.
And if there's no truthful information, then he's exposing himself to a potential crime in which he's now freely admitted to it, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yes.
So here, I don't want to break it down for myself because maybe I don't understand. So a proffer agreement promises the person that you're interviewing that we're not going to prosecute you for what you're telling us.
Classify anything.
If the person's lying and you catch them lying, then technically the proffer doesn't count anymore because they violated their terms of the agreement. Is that how that goes?
If they lied during the agreement,
I mean, yeah, more or less.
during the proffer session.
Right.
So that doesn't necessarily the benefit is for consideration for plea bargaining and sentencing consideration. So if the individual who is being interviewed during the proffer session shows a lack of candor, lies, and things of that nature, then the consideration for a plea bargain, plea agreement will be considered by the United States Attorney's Office and what they will offer to that defendant. As far as using it against them, it's still the proffer agreement terms as far as using that information against them in that case in chief on that charge, we would still not use it. Does that make sense?
Sure. I just want to make sure it makes sense.
Right.
I mean,
Okay, so
yeah, it's
one of the things about the proffer agreement is it's, as I said earlier, was to set up it's the beginning of a sort of plea negotiation period. So we go to Mr. Davis, we say, you come in, you tell us the truth. We won't use it against you in this case or whatever, regardless of what you say. And the United States Attorney's Office will take that information, determine how useful, how valuable it is. For example, not in this case, not necessarily in this case, we've had individuals who provide information and then they actually go on to become cooperating witnesses for us. They're willing to testify in case against other co-defendants and things of that nature. All of that gets utilized in determining the sentencing for that person and for reducing their sentence on that federal charge. As you're suggesting, if an individual comes in and they're not truthful, they're providing us information that we know is factually inaccurate based on our other investigations, surveillance, wiretaps, and things of that nature, and statements from other witnesses, we would report that to the United States Attorney's Office, and they would take that as far as the sentencing that they would offer for the plea agreement. They would say, well, your client hasn't been forthright and candor. We're not going to reduce it at all.
Did you do that in this case? Was there any recommendation from you or your partner back to the United States Attorney's Office, and specifically to AUSA Michael Terrell, that said, hey, Mr. Davis is not being forthright and truthful with regards to his July 14th, 1998 statement?
I did not specifically do that. Whether or not Mr. Holliday did, I'm not aware.
Now, let me ask you this then. So he gives a statement, and I want to make sure we're clear. You listen to what Mr. Davis says. Did you ever verify the information in here specifically about allegations of Tupac Shakur's murder?
Verify in terms of what?
Well, for instance, in the document that would have been the you have 302 that's dated as of July 14, 1998. There's an indication here, for instance, that at the Las Vegas casino, Davis's girlfriend, and Anderson's girlfriend walked or went up to their hotel room at the Excalibur Casino. Now, once again, this is 1998. The death of Tupac Shakur was in September of 1996.
Right.
Did you ever verify that information with Las Vegas to see if either, and in this case, that what the 302 indicates is that the room was in Anderson's name. Did you verify that to be true?
I did not specifically know.
Okay. And then with regards to the way in which he describes, meaning Mr. Davis, how they got to Las Vegas, he says in here that they drove to Las Vegas in a Land Cruiser. Any particular reason? I mean, did he have a Land Cruiser? Was there any verification of that information?
I did not verify that. No.
Now, in addition to that, he had indicated that Corey Edwards, Kevin Davis, Terry Brown, and Big Dre, or AKA Big Dre, and Wynn had also traveled to Las Vegas. Did you ever verify if any of those individuals went to Las Vegas?
No, I did not.
And whether or not they stayed at the MGM casino?
No, I did not.
Okay, so once again, for the jury's edification, shooting takes place in September of 1996. You're getting this information from Mr. Davis on July 1998, right?
Yes.
About a year and,
right.
8 months, 9 months, something like that. Now, in addition to that, he had made mention, at least with that first interview, that he believed that Compton police officers had been the ones to have committed that particular act, the crime in Las Vegas, in terms of the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And once again, that's just for the record.
Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
And with regards to that, though, sir, did you ever look into the possibility that Compton police officers may have been involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
I did not specifically know.
Okay, and when you say I did not specifically, do you have any personal knowledge as to who in the FBI was responsible for following up with that information?
I'm aware that there were numerous investigations going on. There was Las Vegas PD had an investigation. There were Compton PD, LAPD. There were numerous elements of investigation going on regarding the murder of Tupac Shakur. Regarding Mr. Davis, our squad, and what we were investigating regarding the gang activity and the drug trafficking and the charge that he was on, I was not specifically tasked to follow up and track that down. Who did? I'm not aware of.
Now, fair to say, though, of course, if you become aware of a crime like that, you would report the information that you have to whoever the responsible investigative agency would be, right?
Correct.
You're not just going to hold on to that information and just keep it to yourself,
Correct.
right? Or ignore it.
Correct.
So in this case, for instance, you share with us that there were wiretaps that were being done of Mr. Davis's phone during the time period you were investigating. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Now, a wiretap is not the same as a pen register, right?
Correct.
And just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, pen register is just numbers that you just that you keep recording in terms of what number is calling out and numbers being received.
Correct.
And then an actual wiretap is when you listen to phone calls where people are talking on the phone without you telling them that you're doing so, right?
Correct.
So with regards to the information that you received and the phone calls that you had, were there any phone calls at all in which this guy over here, Mr. Davis, somehow admitted or said anything along the lines of that he was either involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur or that he was even in Las Vegas on the day it happened?
So the first part of the question, no, that would be no, there was nothing. Regarding the second part, being in Las Vegas, I believe my recollection is that there was conversation about being in Vegas and coming back to Vegas after the incident, the incident being the murder of Tupac Shakur, but that was it.
Okay, and once again, I don't want to put any real pressure on you. This is
But you're asking, like, I don't know why you're like, There he just said the thing. He implicates. He says, I'm pretty sure your guy said I was there. Why? Why? I am really struggling to see what we're doing here, man. Ah.
30 years ago.
Right.
So in terms of that kind of information, that would have been at least given to somebody that would have been interested in knowing whether or not, Dwayne Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur. Fair?
Yes.
And as far as you can recall, without looking at any notes to refresh your recollection here, that was never done.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Did you personally ever make any calls to either Las Vegas Metro, LAPD, or Compton PD specifically about, hey, there's information here that Keefe was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting? Was there anything like that?
So you asked the question and then you said something, then you asked a different. Could you please?
Is that the FBI answer to the question? Let me break it up. Let me break it up. Did you ever make any calls to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police to say, hey, we've got some information here that Dwayne Davis? No. Did you ever make any calls specifically to LAPD to say, hey, I've got this guy on the phone, or he's making some discussions here that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No, I didn't make any calls like that.
And then I'm assuming with regards to Compton PD, did you ever call Compton to talk to somebody like, I don't know, Reggie Wright Sr., the gang guy over there, to say, hey, by the way, one of the guys from your community is saying that he was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
No, I did not.
And I appreciate you breaking that down because I didn't want the jury as well to be confused. Now, in addition to that, you had made mention about the type of volume here, or what the type of volume that Mr. Davis was moving in terms of drugs. I want to make sure I'm clear. What kind of drugs are we talking about?
Cocaine.
Okay. And can you tell us, just in volume, what kind of volume that Mr. Davis was moving at that time?
I can't. I would be total speculation. All based off of what was said in his statements to us.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one where he said something, I believe, to the effect of like 70 kilos at one time, or that he was fronted large amounts. I'd have to look. May I refer back to the report?
Sure.
Let's see here.
I know there's one for 60 kilos. I'm just want to make sure the jury understands.
Oh, I'm sorry. Primo Fine Davis, 200 kilos at one time. Okay. So fairly large scale.
Did you ever prove, was that ever proven to be true?
That he received that quantity of cocaine at that time?
Yeah, sure. I mean, confidential informants show up on scene, undercover police officers are there.
No, sir.
Anything like that?
No.
So it's literally what he's just telling you, right? In your 302 for this particular time. But no verification whether or not that was true or not.
Regarding that specific transaction, no.
Sure. Or let me make sure I'm clear here. That specific transaction of 200 kilos is what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. My guy involved in 200 kilograms of fucking cocaine. Why are you highlighting this shit? It makes Keefe's like, God damn, I really am he's like, God damn, I really am fucked. He's like, fuck, I'm going away forever now. Yes, 200 fucking keys of coke, man. Yes, like, what the hell? Oh my God, what is this guy doing? Oh my God.
Did you ever see or have any understanding of whether he was moving 300 kilos of cocaine every month as a drug dealer?
Did
you ever get any information indicating that he was moving 300 kilograms of cocaine every month?
I did not have that kind of specific information. No.
Now, in terms of Reggie Wright Jr., was there, I would assume that because it's not part of your area, did you refer that information to whoever it is that was part of the task force that would have covered the Compton area?
That would be most likely, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the Compton Police Department, fair to say that at some point they actually disbanded or were, they were shut down?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that would have been at what?
Well, it's cross-examination, so yes,
What
you
year?
are
I
testifying.
don't remember.
Remember, it's cross-examination, so you are testifying, and you're saying, "Isn't it true this happened?" So yes, he is, but that's what you're supposed to do.
Specifically, it was somewhere in the late 90s, I believe, or early 2000s.
Okay. And why did they get disbanded?
I don't know these specifics. I know there was numerous allegations of corruption and such and things like that in the department. Organizational, structural deficiencies.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a brief moment?
Yeah.
So you shared a little bit about the next time that you meet Mr. Davis, and that was at the prison.
Correct.
And it's you and your partner still, Special Agent Holiday.
Yes.
And you go to that meeting, and he's sitting down and having a conversation with you. Right?
Mr. Davis, yes.
Yeah. And I want to make sure I'm clear. How much did you actually arrest him with in terms of the cocaine that he had? I mean, I'm assuming at some point he gets caught with cocaine, right?
That's incorrect. No.
Okay. So what happens?
So are you specific the specific case that we had him charged with?
Yes.
And arrested?
It's like you're just burrowing in on this guy involved in cocaine trafficking. Why? Are you hoping they forget about the murder? Why are we doing this?
Actually, no, he was not caught with any actual cocaine. We intercepted conversations between him and another individual where they discussed a transaction before, the price, quantity, and then there were discussions after the delivery. And then there was even discussion, what kind of prompted more of the discussion. There was the two individuals had, Mr. Davis and the other individual had a discrepancy over the quantity, the actual volume of the amount of cocaine.
Okay. And outside of that, nothing to your recollection that was more specific about anything to do with the cocaine. Like he never actually got caught with it. He was just having conversations about it.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in addition to that, when you're part of the task force, you are looking for potential issues with regards to violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, had you ever come across any information in your wiretaps or anything like that of Mr. Davis putting out a hit on someone or green lighting some type of violent act to be caused against somebody?
Good night.
No. And that would have been part of it would have been maybe an enhancement under the sentencing guidelines.
Yeah, this is true. Look, he's just a drug trafficker, not a murderer. I don't know. It sounds like he's pretty high up in the gang if he's coordinating 100-kilogram shipments of cocaine. Bruh.
In terms of if you're looking at increasing his amount of time, is that, hey, he's also doing something in furtherance of, his self.
Violent activity and things of that nature, we would definitely be looking for, yes.
Right. And in this particular case, you don't have any proof of that at all. No facts to that.
Of him being violent?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Now, there is a discussion here that Darnell Brim was identified as potentially the leader of the Southside Crips. You recall that? It should be at the end of the second 302 that you have.
Yes.
Now, in terms of that, did you ever verify that information as to whether or not Mr. Davis was lying or not about that?
No, I did not personally verify that.
And so as of this particular moment, as you're sitting here right now, do you have any facts at all that establishes that Mr. Davis was a shot caller or the leader of the Southside Crips.
Could you repeat that the way you phrased
Meaning, do you have any facts? Do you have something that says he said out on the phone? You know, I don't know what they do. They attended a meeting. I mean, you know, it's like
No, so okay, so I mean, with these gang organizations, there's not like membership cards and things of that nature. It's not like you know, they've got a organized org chart of who is the president, vice president, and this and that nature for the most part. A lot of times it is just word on the street, who runs this area, who's in charge. And it was the way we assessed that Mr. Davis was one of the leaders of the Southside Compton Crips was the totality of information we'd received from numerous informants, witness statements, and things of that nature,
And
wiretaps and things like that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would imagine that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer, that, you know, the money that he was bringing in was probably the reason why he was, you know, considered to be a leader in the Southside Crips.
Because of the money that he was bringing in?
Yes, he's considered a leader because he's one of the biggest fucking drug dealers. Oh my God, you're not making this better. You are not like, oh my God. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually okay. He was just coordinating hundreds of kilograms of cocaine. He wasn't like the official leader, but he was probably the biggest moneymaker, which would probably make him the leader. And he had a reputation for being violent. But no, like, none of that's relevant here at the murder trial, but I'm bringing it up for some reason. What is this guy doing? Really, what are you doing? Yes, my client was the gangster of gangsters. You could almost call him, you know, Capo Tutti di Capo, the boss of bosses. That has no bad connotations at all. My God. My God. Yeah, he's getting his resume out there, yeah.
Well, I mean, the drugs, right? I mean, that's
Well, the
really
volume of drugs. I mean, the leader, the guys who are moving the most weight, the high volume drug sales are going to be generally speaking, the leaders.
Right.
They're the ones that the other guys are going to go to get their quantities and things like that for sales.
Sure. And in this particular case, that's the presumption, right? It's because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer, he would be considered with some status within the Southside Crips.
Well, I wouldn't call it a presumption. Again, it's a totality of statements from other individuals and the information that we got. I mean, it wasn't the fact that he was a drug dealer that all of a sudden alerted us and said he must be a high-level Southside Compton Crip. It was a totality of information from our investigation.
Sure. Now, the word presumption.
Very likely a ton of them were Iron Duke, because if you didn't, we talked about this at the beginning, the Compton, California Police Department was disbanded and the LAPD basically absorbed that department along with the LA County Sheriff's Department. So the LAPD patrols Compton now. The Compton Police Department was killed off.
What does that mean, by the way?
Presumption that
He's going to say, based on my experience operating as part of the Safe Streets Task Force, dealing with all kinds of fucking violent criminals, especially the 30 or so sets that dominated Compton and the South Central areas of Los Angeles, I fucking know this shit.
you presume, you're making an assumption.
Holy shit, man.
But it's a little bit better than that, right? It's the idea there are some facts that support whatever it is that you are throwing out there as the...
That can be the case, yes.
Now, in this particular regard, you talk a little bit about the Lakewood incident, right? It's in your report, I think, and I want to make sure on your 302, this would be... And so if you run across it before I do, this would be page 4 of your 302, the date 7/14/98. Do you see where I'm at? It would be maybe the third, the 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down.
The Lakewood, are you referring to at the mall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
In terms of your presumption, the idea of the presumption, you're telling us that there is some facts that help you to have that presumption, right? Some facts. Can you tell us what facts you have to support that there was even a Lakewood incident that occurred?
I'm sorry. You're asking what facts?
Sure.
We have several witness statements.
Okay, so you have several witness statements. You are aware that those allegedly, and according to what you write yourself, this was a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur. Marcus, who lived at the Southside Crip neighborhood, was in a mall by himself. A number of Blood Street gang members attacked Marcus and began beating him. Orlando Anderson and then others approached the situation, observed what was happening, and then went to the aid of Marcus. They beat up the Blood gang members. That's what you wrote in your 302, right?
That's for prisoner.
Yeah. Now, in terms of that information, did you ever go to the mall to verify that there was this thing that happened a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, which would have been sometime in August of 1996? Did you ever do that?
No, I did not.
Now, in fairness to you, sir, Lakewood Mall and that area is governed by a police department. I don't know, is it Compton or is it the next one over? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been Compton.
Okay. So where was the next one?
And chat real quick. I don't think we talked about this before, but like, if you want to know where Compton is in LA, like here's LA, here's all of Los Angeles. We are talking like down here. Here's Compton. This is, they got their own airport. You think there'd be helicopter gunships at? Imagine how shitty, like, you have a house right on the airport. Like, those probably weren't good back in the day. But anyways, here's Compton. Just to the north is South Los Angeles, also known. That's what they call South Central now, is South Los Angeles. It sounds a lot better. But anyways, that's the, like, we're talking about this, Watts Towers, guys, famous for the riots. And everything that occurred in these neighborhoods. That's where we're talking about. And then obviously, like, there's like Inglewood. That's where they're like when you hear Dr. Dre, like Compton, Long Beach, Inglewood. That's what they're talking about. Yes. And then LAX is right here where you can hop off the plane at LAX. And you could do it with just a dream and a cardigan. Because, guys, I want to welcome you to the land of fame and excess. You wonder if you might fit in. But if you jump in a cab and you're there for the first time, you might be able to look to your right and see the Hollywood signs. And this is also crazy because everybody seems so famous. And if your tummy starts turning and you start feeling homesick, I'm just going to stop there. It's designed to get people to be rats, yes. But anyways, this is where they're talking about. Then there's, that's, yeah. Anyways, this is where we're talking about, like, the heart of LA. Like, there ain't no love in the heart of the city. There ain't no love. So, although technically Jay-Z, kind of rapped that song. But I think it's Bill Withers who did that one. Keep going, no. That was a middle-class area when my parents were kids. Yeah, all that stuff was different. Times have changed. Times have changed, chat. You get down to Long Beach. You can go over to, Torrance, which that used to be wasn't that pretty well-to-do in white? I don't know if it still is, but, like, then you get to the beaches. And you got Santa Monica. And then you get over here into the Palisades, which, ooh, buddy. Oof. They're still not repaired. So, yes, Mr. Herman runs this city with an iron fist. Yes, he does. Because he goes in there and he'll tell an attorney no matter what.
Órale, putos. Muchas gracias para todo. Translation, nigga.
Hello, faggots. Thank you so much for everything.
Yes, thank you so much for everything. Yes, chat. Yes. Yes! So, anyways, let's get back to the show. Can we just burn down of LA? Yes. Yes. But anyways, guys, that's if you were wondering where we're talking about and you hear these things like on, you know, if you're wondering where we're talking about, this is where we're talking about. Compton right here, just to the north. This is all like South Central's huge. South Central's like fucking big. Then you got like Inglewood over here. And then Crenshaw, that's also a historically famous black neighborhood. Those are, you know, then there's, you know, Koreatown. Little girl got shot like Ice Cube talked about in Black Korea. So there you go. That's where all this stuff happens. That's where all this stuff happens. So then you get up to where all the white people live. Away from all that. And then look, West Hollywood, where all the homos live. Like Chili DeCastro. So there you go. Yeah, Inglewood, always up to no good. Yep. So. All right, let's get back to this. Let's knock this out. Oh my God, damn it. God damn it, we've been listening to this at like normal speed. Damn it. Here's the problem. It's like, wait, when my client said he did all this shit, are you saying you didn't go double check it? Why would I do that if he's implicating himself in all kinds of bullshit? Generally, like, it's one of those statements, guys. Remember, it's just based on the idea you wouldn't say it if you didn't do it. You wouldn't say you were involved in this shit if it wasn't true. So why would he do this? Don't make no sense. Oh shit. Oh shit, chat. Shit. Oh god damn it. No. Fuck. All right, here we go.
Did you ever go to the mall to verify there was this thing that happened a couple weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, which would have been sometime in August of 1996? Did you ever do that?
No, I did not.
Now, in fairness to you, sir, Lakewood Mall and that area is governed by a police department. I don't know, is it Compton or is it the next one over? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been Compton.
Okay. So, Representative, did you ever at any point reach out to that police department to say, hey, can you get us the information on this so we can verify it before we put it into our 302 that the, a couple of weeks before the murder of Tupac Shakur, was a beating that took place? Did you ever do that?
Okay, so your statement regarding doing it before we put in that was information that was provided to us by Mr. Davis. So at that time, we were just recording what Mr. Davis is telling us.
Sure.
So this is a follow-up investigation on that.
Sure, but the state has now introduced this document as an exhibit for the jury to consider. So you're telling us that you can't verify the information in it?
I'm telling you what Mr. Davis told us.
Okay, but you cannot verify that information. You're telling us right now you didn't verify the information that he told you.
I didn't verify that specifically.
Why would he have to? Yes, but you get.
Do you know if
rusty,
your
man.
partner did?
I'm not sure. If you're referring to Mr. Holliday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate yes or no.
No, and I appreciate you doing that. I don't want you to do that either. Okay. Now, Mr. Davis is in prison during this time. At some point in the future, you had mentioned that he was in there April 20th, 1999, something like that?
During the second interview.
Right. Now, did you at any point ever look at his, while he was in there, how he was doing, anything like that? Any write-ups he might have had while he was in there, anything like that?
From the penitentiary?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
And then finally, just one final thing here. There was some mention in your 302, and I apologize for bouncing you back, but I'm taking you back to the July 14th, 1998 302. But in that 302, there was an allegation, or at least some information that you documented that stated that Reggie Wright Jr. Was dealing drugs out of a auto shop called the Untouchables Auto Shop, owned by Melvin Hurd. Do you recall that? That's actually on the top of page 4.
Yes.
Do you know why that's important and why you included that in your 302?
Well, activity regarding Reggie Wright Jr., Reggie Wright Sr., these individuals and content, things like that would have been important. They would have been documented. Mr. Davis provided us that information. So again, this is also information that would be utilized for for consideration by the U.S. Attorney's Office and things like that. So all the information is important.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Any of you direct, Mr. Jocko?
Just briefly, you have both of those.
Yes.
Right. So let's start with the July 14th, 98 one. It specifically says in the first paragraph, also, it was understood that the information provided by Davis during the interview would not be used by the FBI in a way which would disclose to individuals outside the FBI that the information came from Davis.
Correct.
So other FBI personnel may have learned about this, but certainly you wouldn't be calling Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and telling them, hey, guess what Dwayne Davis just told me.
That's correct. Yeah, there's a confidentiality portion of the proffer agreement that this is it's offered in a way to elicit information, saying, hey, what you tell us here is not going to be told to anybody, and we won't divulge that you're the one providing this information and things of that nature.
And you're there talking to him, and your case is about a drug case. It's not about Tupac Shakur. That just happens to be a subject that comes up in the conversation.
That's correct.
It's not your responsibility. Well, let me ask you this. Tupac Shakur is killed in the state of Nevada, the county of Clark. Who prosecutes murder cases usually for street level shootings in Clark County?
That would be like Las Vegas Metro PD, the DA's office here in Las Vegas.
The state of Nevada. It's not a federal crime to commit a murder in Las Vegas in most situations.
That's correct.
And so you're just gathering this information, and you did what you promised, which was keep it confidential until such time as you were authorized by the U.S. Attorney to talk about it. The only other thing I want to ask you about is Mr. Sampt there is a difference between proffer and immunity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What Mr. Davis was telling you, you wouldn't use against him, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't any sort of immunity for any crimes that he disclosed. You just couldn't use the statements that he made to you to prosecute him for those particular crimes.
That's correct.
And that was an agreement between the United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
At no point in here did the state of Nevada, the Clark County District Attorney's Office, or any agency other than the U.S. Attorney's Office make an agreement with Mr. Davis about these 302s.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any of you cross based on that, Mr. Sampt?
I'm sorry, what was that last question again? I'm trying to figure that out. So you're telling us, you're giving us information right now about your knowledge of what the other law enforcement agencies had agreements on or not? How do you know that?
I didn't give that information. I didn't say that.
So can we repeat that last question?
We don't have
All right, but
that capability. We can pause and show you.
No, that's right. I just want to get to the point. What Mr. DiGiacomo just asked you was that there were no other agreements with regard to your agreement. Your agreement was the sole agreement between yourself and Mr. Davis, or FBI and Mr. Davis. No other.
United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis.
I apologize. The United States Attorney's Office and Mr. Davis, and no other entity. Right? I think that's how it was put.
Yes.
Right. Yes. You don't know that though. Did you when you?
Sustained stricken. You can ask the question.
You are not aware of any agreements between with other agencies because you just don't know. You are just here on behalf of the federal government and the FBI, right?
With regard to the interview that myself and Todd Holliday conducted with Mr. Davis on July 14th, 1998, the agreement was between the United States Attorney's Office with the FBI there and Mr. Davis. Nobody else was party to that.
Even though this was a joint task force, this was part of
it was a joint task force. It was the United States Attorney's Office, the FBI, and Mr. Davis.
Okay. And with regards to that task force, even though other government agencies were potentially involved in the task force, they weren't involved with regards to this agreement, the proffer. They weren't part of the proffer, is what you're saying, even though it's part of the task force.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Jackman? No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have some.
I bet there are going to be a lot of questions for this guy. Here we go. Let's see if
All
they're
right, a
good.
couple questions from our viewers. If the proper information was never followed up on, what was the motivation behind the interview in jail or prison?
Oh, you want to go ahead?
Yeah,
Okay,
so they have these questions. I'm asking you to answer them.
Okay, so the motivation behind the interview in the subsequent interview in '99, we were following up on other investigation. Because when you go through the 302, you see we asked about several individuals. We actually showed him pictures of other individuals. A lot of times what we'll do is we were going back because he was cooperative and open before. We were attempting to see he would verify other individuals, perhaps identities and things of that nature of other investigative activity regarding gang activity in the area.
Okay. And then did anyone with the FBI verify information given by Davis in the proffer?
I mean, the totality regarding the totality of there was quite a bit of information when we asked about certain individuals and things that he said that we already knew. So because he provided information during the proffer session, there wasn't a need to necessarily go back and verify because we had an idea about the answer to the question. Sort of like you ask a question that you know the answer to, that's how you know if somebody's lying. You start off with that, things like that, simple things, and then you kind of work your way in to other information. So there was a lot of information that we already had other corroborated information on. So when he's providing that information, we have a general idea whether or not he's being open and candor and truthful based off of other investigation, whether it's surveillance, wiretaps, witness statements, and things of that nature.
And you might have already answered this, but it's the second part of the question, so I'm going to ask it. What information was followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer, if you're able to disclose it?
What other?
What information was followed up on by the FBI that was given in Davis's proffer that you're able to disclose?
So, I mean, it's been 30 years. It'd be very difficult for me to follow up on every single aspect. Again, a lot of the information, because it's historical, some of these things that he's talking about went back several years prior to into the early 90s period. So he's talking about, prior drug transactions and things of that nature. Is very difficult or almost impossible to truly verify those types of things. Other things that he talked about, for example, like recordings that were played or photos that he was showing of individuals where he identified and said, this is so-and-so, that corroborates what, individuals that we know and things of that nature. So there were things that were done. Was there a specific checklist, a tasking list that was put out after that interview, the proper interview, to go out and say, go verify? That's really not the way we operate. Usually these files have hundreds of documents in them over the course of an investigation. There's hours and hours and countless hours of wiretaps and things of that nature. So we've got a very voluminous amount of information to go back and check things that along the way. So at this point, he was already indicted, arrested, and basically going towards either trial or sentencing. The proffer agreement really was an opportunity for him to help himself on sentencing. And then for us to maybe, if you wanted to cooperate and things like that, to possibly open up further avenues of investigation for other individuals who weren't in custody or that were still under investigation.
All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up based on those answers and those questions? Mr. Stamps?
No, you
Okay, all right. You are free to go. Thank you so much. Sorry. Just leave them right there. Mr. DiGiacomo will pick them up.
I'll grab them. Thank you.
Are those our exhibits? Okay, perfect. Yeah, for sure. All right, so you may call the next witness.
Darren Dupree. Not before we do that, Mayor, but
sure.
All right, chat. Those weren't. I thought those were going to be a lot more impressive for what they were. The pink Stanley Cup girls.
All right, at this time we are going to take a restroom break for 15 minutes.
Funny.
During this recess, you are admonished not to talk and amongst yourselves. Does anyone?
Yes, that was so not so good for Keefy D. Here we go. Here we go. Gary Dupree. Well, it's not Jermaine Dupree, sadly. With Ferrari and Jaguars, you could be switching 4 lanes, and then you can put your top down and scream out that money ain't a thing.
thank you. Sir,
How did you used to be employed?
I was a detective for the Los Angeles Police Department.
Oh, this is the guy who wrote the book, I think.
How long were you with the LAPD?
33.5 years.
And when did you start?
In 1990.
And through the majority of your career, what kind of crimes did you focus on?
Homicides, gang homicides.
I'm going to direct your attention to approximately 2006. Were you asked to be part of a task force related to the Christopher Wallace murder?
Yes, I was.
And can you describe that task force for us?
Robbery, homicide specials, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, FBI.
If he was robbery homicide, guys, remember RHD, that is like one of the elite. That's like what Al Pacino was in Heat. Robbery homicide's like them's the big leagues for the LAPD. So
ATF and DEA were all a part of the task force.
And was there a precipitating event that caused the 2006 task force to be formed?
Yeah, Christopher Wallace's mother filed a lawsuit against the Los Angeles Police Department.
And what was the allegation in the lawsuit?
That there was police officer involvement in his death.
LA police officer involvement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the 2006 task force?
To uncover, first of all, if there was any police officer involvement, and also to hopefully solve the Biggie Smalls murder case.
Now, by 2008, this is 11 years after the homicide. I assume that there was records that the LAPD would have gathered initially in the investigation in the ensuing 11 years that you had access to.
Yes.
Did you guys, or did the task force formulate a plan as to how you were going to go about investigating Richard Wallace murder?
Yeah. There was rumors that this was a war between Southside Compton Crips and Mob Piru. Puffy Combs labeled Bad Boy and Death Row Records. So we started there. And that consisted of coming to Vegas, getting all their files, getting up to speed on the Tupac murder, although we weren't investigating it. We just wanted to get up to speed on it. And then starting there, everybody was a suspect at that time in the Biggie Smalls murder.
At the time you come to Vegas and learn what information the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is, who is the detective that you're having the contact with from Metro?
Detective Dan Long.
At some point, you go back, you begin investigating. Did you have any suspects that you identified and wanted to potentially look at?
From the initial investigation, Southside Compton Crips.
that guy would have had, but if he started work in 1990, he would have probably been on a baller compensation plan. Like the CBA back then probably was like limitless. So yeah, I bet this guy fucking raked it in. And you know his last 5 years on the job, that guy maxed out overtime on everything. But goddamn, homie's living the high life. No, homie's living the high life.
Possibly had something to do with the murder because they weren't paid for the Tupac murder. And then also Death Row Records, that they were involved because of retaliation for the Tupac murder. So, like I said, everybody was a suspect at that time.
During the course of the investigation, did you at some point focus on a person identified as Dwayne Davis?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Davis here in court today?
Yes.
You point him out, describe something for him.
He's at the fence table with a blue shirt and a multicolored tie.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Is he wearing a jacket or no jacket? No jacket.
No jacket.
So reflected.
How is it that, how is it that you target Mr. Davis?
The vehicle used in the Christopher Wallace murder was a Impala. Mr. Davis had an Impala, and they had impounded it early on in the investigation. So we started with him.
And did you have information related to what his position was in the Southside Crips?
I mean, we knew that Mr. Davis was the man with all the money in their hood, in their neighborhood.
Now, you said that you, what was your role in the task force?
I was the lowest level, bottom of the food.
Damn, Jimmy Dore just showed all the cops in California making $900K. I guarantee you there's something that could do that. Jesus Christ. Yep, that's correct. You have to pay them like that so they'll cover your tracks when you kill a hooker. Yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me. Like these cops are out of control. Like fucking fucking the cops make all kinds of fucking money. You know, New York, LA, it's fucking gravy.
Food chain detective. I was a gang expert, and I knew a little bit about the rap industry. So that was my.
That's how you got brought in.
Yes.
Because he was black.
The Southside Crips, did they have kind of two crews associated with them?
As far as I know, yes.
And one of those crews, the Burr Street crew, who was that sort of generally headed by?
It was Keepy D, amongst others.
The Glencoe crew, who was sort of the leader of that group?
From what we gathered, Darnell Graham.
How is it that you're going to go about investigating Mr. Davis for the Biggie Smalls murder? What's your plan?
I had never worked with the DEA, FBI. I was a homicide investigator coming in. So above my pay grade, they created try to figure out a way to get leverage on Mr. Davis through narcotic sales. We would bring him in after we caught him with narcotics and see if he would work with us and give us information on the Biggie Smalls case.
And were you able to gather enough information to potentially arrest and charge him with narcotics?
Yes.
And how much narcotics are we talking about here?
From what I remember, it was PCP, a gallon, and a kilo of cocaine, if I'm not mistaken.
And with Mr. Davis's past criminal history, as well as that amount or weight of drugs, what kind of sentence was he looking at for that type of drugs?
As I said, I wasn't familiar with the Fed system. From what I was told, though, that was a life sentence with the amount of drugs that were confiscated.
So once you've gathered all this evidence, do you do anything to indicate to Mr. Davis that you've got your leverage?
We met with him.
And who's we?
Me and Detective Greg Cady.
And where did that meeting take place?
If I recall, it was at Mr. Davis's residence, maybe in Rancho Cucamonga or Corona. I forget the location. And we sat in his garage and we advised him of what we had. And we get an attorney and we'll meet with you a couple days later in LA at the Fed building and we'll discuss it more.
Now, was there a suggestion to Mr. Davis that he shouldn't use a lawyer by the name of Edie Fall?
I don't know anything about that.
Does there come a point in time when you wind up at a meeting with Mr. Davis and his lawyer?
Yes.
And that first meeting, what are you there to talk to Mr. Davis about?
To show him the evidence that we had against him, the video surveillance that we had, we did a lot of surveillance on him to show him everything we had and what he was looking, to receive in as a case against him.
And so do you eventually wind up in a meeting with his lawyer in either the lawyer's office or a police station to talk to him about that?
I think that first meeting was at the AUSA's office in downtown Los Angeles with him and his attorney and about 4 or 5 people from the task force.
And was there your understanding as to what the circumstances of what you could and couldn't use against Mr. Davis about what he's talking to you about?
Yes. And again, I'm just in the room. I've never even been in the AUSA's office at that time. So I'm just observing what's going on.
Did anyone use the term, this is a proffer?
USA's guys are U.S. attorneys. But he probably meant an AUSA, an assistant U.S. attorney.
Yes.
And was that agreement between the AUSA? Do you remember that AUSA's name?
Timothy C. Wright.
And do you remember the attorney for Mr. Davis? His name?
Wayne.
And so there was an agreement in that first meeting that this would be a proffer.
Yes.
And during the course of that, do you ask Mr. Davis about his involvement in the Biggie Smalls murder?
Yes.
And what is his response?
At that time, he said, no, he didn't have anything to do with that.
When he said, we didn't have anything to do with that one, did that trigger anything in your mind as to what he was saying?
When I recall, yes. We were like, that one, what do you mean? And then he said, we did the other.
He said, we did the other one. And so at that point, what did you think he was talking about?
Me personally, the only other one was Tupac. But we had nothing, we didn't think we were talking about Christopher Wallace. We didn't ask him any questions about Tupac. He offered that on his own.
And so when he does that, is there some discussion then of maybe having a conversation about Tupac?
It was a surprise to us. Number one, we were shook. We were we were surprised. Yes, I mean, I don't know if we shut that meeting down then to discuss what we were going to do. I don't remember, but we were surprised.
Does there come a point in time when there's a meeting set for December 18th of 2008 to talk to Mr. Davis about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Yes.
In your understanding, was that still based upon the agreement between Wayne Higgins and the U.S. Attorney that it would be a proffer session?
Yes.
At that point, before having this conversation with Mr. Davis, has anybody notified Las Vegas that Mr. Davis is going to be talking about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Unfortunately, no.
Were you present on December 18th for an interview with Mr. Davis about the Tupac Shakur murder?
Yes.
And did you subsequently learn, or previously learn, but subsequently learn that that conversation was recorded?
Yes.
Do you know who recorded that statement?
One of the members of the task force, Bill Holcomb.
Did there come a point in time where you heard that recording?
Yes.
And Judge, I have marked as State's Proposed Exhibit 117, which is the actual recording, and 110, which is the transcript of that recording on our form at this time.
Any objection?
Just to confirm, we're still lacking foundation with regards to that. The answer, the question that was asked was like, do you recognize the recording?
Okay, do you want to play
I can play part of
maybe
that
the
recording
first
for the technical
couple
people.
seconds and see if he recognizes it?
Yeah, there's some walking in time, so we'll just have to pull it
When
forward.
people actually talk.
Yeah. I'll just jump forward. Hopefully. My volume off?
People or his associates, that's not a concern to us. If you had told Mike, we would have talked. We would have talked.
Okay, another. Does that sound like the conversation that was happening on December 18, 2008 with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And who was present at this besides yourself that you recall?
The lead detective, Detective Greg Kading. He was mostly in charge. Bill Holcomb and me. That's all I can remember.
Was Wayne Higgins present as well?
Wayne Higgins was there, and I'm sorry, so was Mr. Davis, of course.
And do you recall where this conversation took place?
It might have been at Wayne Higgins' office.
Which I once again reoffer 117 and 110.
Did you want to show him 110 just to verify that is the transcript of it? Well, that was the objection, was that the foundation wasn't accurate, and we talked about the first item, but not the second.
When you take a look at that, you can read through as much as you need to. Does that appear to be a transcription of that particular meeting?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Which was at 110 and 117.
Any objection, Mr. Smith?
No, Your Honor.
Both they will be admitted.
The jury is going to hear the entire thing at some point. But generally speaking, what was Mr. Davis's version of events as it relates to what happened with Tupac Shakur?
Mr. Davis stated that his nephew, Mr. Orlando Anderson, was jumped and beat up in the club or in a hotel in Las Vegas after the Tyson fight. He came and told Mr. Davis what happened. They went looking for Tupac, Suge, anybody who was involved, basically, in the beatdown of Mr. Anderson. And they couldn't find him at first, and then they saw him, and basically, Mr. Davis had the gun at first, but they came up on the passenger side of Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur's vehicle, so he couldn't shoot across the driver. So he handed the gun to Dre in the back seat, Andre Smith. He was afraid to shoot.
Kind of feeling about the same.
And shot across Mr. Smith into Mr. Knight's car that Mr. Tupac Shakur was in with Mr. Knight.
And did he tell you what kind of vehicle he was in?
In a white Cadillac.
Did he tell you what kind of gun was used?
A 40 cal car.
And did he tell you after the shooting where the car was? If you recall. If you don't recall.
I don't recall.
After receiving this information in March of 2009, does the task force sign Mr. Davis up as a confidential informant?
Yes.
And once you sign him up as a confidential informant, what is it that you want to do with Mr. Davis?
Figure out ways to see if he's telling the truth about his story about what happened.
And so what do you do?
Mr. Davis had a narcotics friend in New York by the name of Equan Williams, Zip. He said he could, this is a lot deeper than that. Sean Puffy Combs was supposed to have given money to Zip Martin to give to Mr. Davis for payment of the Tupac murder. Fast forward, we go to Mr. Davis. He said he can rekindle that relationship with Mr. Zip Martin and get him to talk about the money that was given from Sean Puffy Combs to Mr. Martin that never got to Mr. Davis.
And did you guys or Mr. Davis come up with a plan to get leverage on Mr. Williams, Zip? What was the idea?
Me, Detective Kading, ATF Jim Black, and Keefe D, Mr. Davis flew to New York so Mr. Davis can work undercover to try to rekindle that friendship and business relationship with Zip.
And when Mr. Davis goes in to, do you remember the name of the club?
It's called the Zip Code in Harlem.
Does he in fact meet with Zip?
Zip, he did, but from what we gathered from Mr. Davis told us, he passed him off to his nephew, meaning Zip passed him off to his nephew to do business with him. Zip had cancer or something like that. He was sickly. He said he wasn't in the business no more, something like that. So it didn't work.
So he was unable to reestablish a business relationship and do a drug deal with Zip so that you would have leverage to then talk to Zip about what Mr. Davis. I'm just confirming the information
Your
is correct.
response?
What?
You're just confirming that the information that you just were provided is what?
I'm just confirming the information that he just testified to.
So then, overruled. You may answer.
Yes, he couldn't rekindle the relationship.
And so you come back from New York.
Yes.
At some point, does the LAPD establish whether or not LAPD officers were involved in the murder of Mr. Wallace?
We found out that there was not any police officer involved.
And eventually, Mrs. Wallace's lawsuit is resolved.
Yes, it does.
At some point, are you directed to attend a meeting involving Wayne Higgins, Dwayne Davis, and Dan Long, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department investigator on Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
And on September 9th of 2009, did you in fact attend that interview?
Yes.
And was that recorded?
Yes.
This morning, did you listen to portions of that to confirm that is in fact a copy of the 2009 audio recording?
Yes.
And if I approach you, and I forgot this one thing, I'll go back to it. Showing you 111, if you flip that over, take a look at it. Does that appear to be a transcript of that 2009 interview?
Yes.
Move to admit 111 and 118.
Any objections?
No objection.
So admitted.
Finally, and I forgot to do this. During the conversation on December 18th of 2008, did you have some sort of chart that was put in front of Mr. Davis where he identified where people were in various vehicles?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 147. Is that a copy of the chart that you had prior to the December 18th, 2008?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
Objection.
So admitted.
I mean, like, come on. This is so.
Thank you, sir. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sale.
Holy shit. I don't know how you're going to make this work now because Keefe D's admitted that he was there apparently and had a fucking Impala and was in LA. This is bad. Yes, young George Lucas and the gang. Yep. Here we go.
It's 2.5 hours. I'll play with him on the stand. Mr. Great.
We had some conversations here about what you did on this case. Did you ever write any reports on this?
Sure I did, yeah.
When you say you're sure it did you review the reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
I think I reviewed one report.
Which report did you review?
It was a DEA 6 passing the case over to Las Vegas Metro.
And with regard to that report, did you draft that report yourself?
Yes.
When you say it's a DEA 6, is that a form?
Yes.
Is that a form used by the DEA agency, I guess would be the Drug Enforcement Agency?
Yes.
Did you write any reports on your own with regards to what you did within the LAPD, umbrella or report writing?
I'm sure I did.
When you say you're sure did, are you telling us today that you don't know for sure what report you wrote?
I'm saying that when you have a cold case, a lot of reports are already written. So you interview people and you do a statement on it, but the majority, this was 2006 when we started, the murders happened in 1996 and 97. So a lot of the reports are already written.
So with regards to, you're classifying this as a cold case?
Yes.
And what is a cold case to you?
It's a case that takes a long time to solve.
And with regard to the cold case, which are you talking specifically about the murder here, the murder investigation of Tupac Shakur?
I'm talking about what we classified Christopher Wallace case. I don't know if they classified Tupac a cold case at that time.
I see. So you were part of the task force specifically on Biggie Smalls, which is called Biggie Smalls.
That's why we started the task force, because of the lawsuit.
All right, and you are classifying that as the cold case.
Yes.
So all your work would have been under the Biggie Smalls investigation, not necessarily under the Tupac case that we're here for today.
Yes.
And so with regard to your actions on the Biggie Smalls case, a lot of what you're doing sort of blends into, at least some of it blends into the Tupac investigation, but that wasn't your investigation.
No.
That was Metro's investigation.
Yes.
Now, on the day that we're talking about here, and this would be under the recordings that you had from the 2008 proffer. Did you set
there's
those
a
up?
lot of
Who set
the
them up?
recordings.
Probably the lead investigator, Greg Kading.
So
Okay, and with regards to Greg Kading, you're his partner.
In a task force configuration, you might peel off with one person more than the other. So I would say me and him did a lot of work together.
And with regards to what he is that he's also a fellow LAPD detective.
Yes.
Right. And so with regards to your being, let's say not part of the task force, were you ever his partner outside of the task force?
I met Detective Kading at Wilshire Homicide. Wilshire Homicide is the area that Christopher Wallace was actually killed in. Robbie Homicide inherited the case or took the case because they had more resources to work. Me and Greg worked together at Wilshire Homicide. Greg Kading started this task force, and he brought me over.
Wilshire Homicide, that's like where Bosch worked. I think on the TV series Bosch, he worked Wilshire Homicide.
Years later, to this task force.
I see.
So he was what that means is he was a lowly homicide detective. He worked like basic bitch homicides. And then he got invited up to the gang task force where RHD was running the show. RHD does the real shit.
Until that point when he brought you over, you guys weren't partners?
No, he was working narcotics. Greg knows the narcotics FBI DEA system very well. I didn't.
All right. And so in terms of your awareness about the Tupac investigation, when were you first made aware of the Tupac investigation?
Through the media, as soon as it happened. Right. Everybody knew about that.
And in terms of though your involvement or the official, are you telling us it's at the time of the proffer that you become sort of more involved in the Tupac?
At the time that Mr. Davis offered the information that he offered is when we even thought about doing anything with Tupac.
But isn't it true though that you actually were more aware that Detective Long was the Metro detective on this case as early as 2004?
I didn't start the.
Oh, Bosch worked Hollywood? Oh, okay.
He was an investigator assigned to the case when I got there.
I see. So as of 2006, you would have been aware that Detective Long was the investigator from Metro?
Maybe 2006, 2007, when we decided to come out to Vegas and gather intel on the Tupac case, just for investigative reasons.
Okay. And with regards to your participation in the task force, was there a name for the task force?
Christopher Wallace Task Force.
Okay, so it's the Christopher Wallace Task Force. And you first contact Mr. Davis on, looks like November 21st, 2008. Is that about right?
I don't remember the dates, but.
Okay. Now, in terms of your, you're saying that your review of the evidence in preparation for today's, or your reports in preparation for today's testimony just consisted of the DEA 6 form?
Yes.
Now, at the time of November 21st, 2008, you and Greg Kading are the ones who initially contacted Mr. Davis, right? You didn't do it by yourself.
No, me and Mr. Kading.
Okay, and you basically advised him at that particular point that, he was potentially looking at an indictment for narcotics. Is that right?
Something to that effect, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing this because you are targeting Mr. Davis because you believe he may have been a suspect in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, I would assume in the future, you're going to tell all of us that he was no longer a suspect in that murder, right?
That's correct.
You found information that were indicating that the car that was potentially the car used in the Biggie Smalls murder was not his vehicle. Maybe somebody else was there. And there were some issues with regards to his location that he wouldn't have been the one to be the shooter in the case.
Whatever the reasons, I just know he wasn't involved in the Biggie Smalls murder.
Okay. And then with regards to your conversation with Mr. Davis, when you had that conversation at his home, you talked about being in the, I guess, the garage of his home at the Rancho Cucamonga. Is that what it was?
Forget the city, but the southeast.
Okay.
That's where he lived at the time.
And you had at some point told him that maybe he should retain an attorney to handle the issues because he was going to be dealing with the United States Attorney Timothy Seal, right? You remember having that conversation with him?
I don't think we threatened him or anything like that. We just advised him that, hey, man, we got some information, we got some things that you're involved in, and we need to talk to you. So we need to meet with you, with your attorney at the AUSA's office.
Yes, thank you, Meme Copium. How are you doing, mate? Oi, mate.
Now, at the time that you had that conversation with
And remember, chat, don't cope. Be a real man. Be an American. Don't cope when you buy your tea and coffee. And that's the thing, chat. Think about it. You may not like the T-Man, whatever's going on. Don't worry about the T-Man right now. See, here's your problem. You're worried about the T-Man when you have the opportunity to help me, an American. Help your brother American. Felt some Australian, New Zealander, fucking, who knows what he is, but he ain't American, chat. Help felt a foreigner. That's what you need to do. But code criminal. Just think about it. Just think about it. Think about that. So, never scoop chat, not even once. Yes. Coffee Cat says, my dad is Australian, but I'll use Sean's code. Fucking, that's right. That's right. Ag says, Data Republican ruined a reputation. What? Huh? Is this a joke or what? I don't know. Anyways, here we go.
with Mr. Davis, you advised him that not to bring his attorney, which would have been Edie Fall, to that conversation, right?
No.
You advised him to actually bring this other attorney, Wayne Higgins, that would have been a brand new attorney for Mr. Davis, correct?
No. I didn't even know Mr. Higgins at that time.
Now, in terms of your, the meeting, Mr. Higgins shows up with Mr. Davis, and then there's a conversation between Mr. Higgins and Seawright regarding the proffer agreement, but that wasn't with you being present in the room, fair?
No.
Okay. Now, you had, though, at some point being informed that there was a proffer agreement, and then there was follow-up interviews that occurred as a result, right?
That's correct.
So this is just not one interview. This is multiple interviews.
Yeah.
Now, can you tell us, for instance, how many interviews there were?
That I was involved in? The first meeting at his house in the garage. The first meeting with AUSA, and then the meeting at Wayne Higgins. But mind you, like I told you, I flew to New York with Mr. Davis. So we were out there for 3 or 4 days.
I'm talking more about specifically the actual meetings in which you're sitting down and asking questions of Mr. Davis.
Two.
So that would be the
You don't get it.
meeting,
You don't
with,
get it.
United
It's
States
not about
Attorney
that. It's
Seawright
about
in
beating
the
Meme
room.
Copium right now. Do you want to help crush Meme Copium? That's all you should be worried about. That's our only goal now. We fight for each other. If you don't wish to fight for the Emperor, fight for yourselves.
And then the second meeting was, I'm sorry, at what time?
That was with Mr. Higgins at his office on Wilshire Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken. I forget the date.
On Wilshire Boulevard, like Chef Red Pill, like Coach Red Pill said. Oh man, like Coach Red Pill said. Wilshire Boulevard. It all lines up, chat.
Okay, would that be October or December 18th?
2008.
2008.
Yes.
Do you recall actually being involved in a meeting or being knowledgeable of a meeting that took place on December 1st, 2008?
No.
How about a meeting that took place on January 7th, 2009?
I don't recall. No.
How about another meeting that occurred on February 11th, 2009?
I don't recall any of those dates.
Okay.
I just remember the 3 that we dealt with.
Right. And once again, you're refreshing your recollection off of a DEA 6 form, correct?
No, I'm refreshing my recollection of my recollection.
30 years later?
That's right. And about 20 murder trials.
Right.
Of my own.
Which is amazing. Good job.
Not amazing, just doing my job.
But let's just make sure we're clear. I want to make sure this jury understands that you're refreshing recollection off of a DEA 6 form.
No, I told you the DA6 form that I saw this morning was transferring the case from the DEA to Las Vegas Metro. That's all that's it this morning.
All right. So this is all purely off of your recollection from 30 years ago.
Well, 17, 18 years ago when we got it. The case was 30 years ago. So
Right.
We had it in 2006.
And 20 murder trials later.
That's right.
You're refreshing. Okay. So let's keep going through it. So your testimony here is that at the time of the meeting on December 18th, 2008, you were present for that meeting.
Yes.
And the other people that were present for that meeting was Detective Katie, LAPD Detective William Holcomb, FBI Special Agent Bennett.
Yes. I didn't mention him, but he was there. Yes.
Okay. And then was anybody else there present?
Mr. Davis and Mr. Hagan.
And outside of those, was anybody from the United States Attorney's Office present?
At the first one in 2008, I think, not in 2009, but for sure not 2009. I can say that.
Okay, but I want to make sure we're precise for this jury. On December 18, 2008, was the United States Attorney present for that meeting?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, the recording that had occurred and the one that you've introduced into evidence in this case, was that a recording to which Mr. Davis or his attorney knew about?
Which one, 2008 or 2009?
2008.
2008? I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't know it was being recorded either.
Sure. And with regard to the FBI special agent that was there, are you aware of what's called a 302?
Yes.
What is a 302?
It's a report, information report that they write out, kind of like the DA6, kind of.
Yeah. And then in terms of how the 302 works is they don't actually record information with recorder. They actually just write things down into the 302, right?
That's correct.
In this particular case, was Special Agent Bennett aware that there was a recording?
I have no idea.
Now, in addition to that, on March 9th, you had said that something that he was, I guess, activated as a confidential informant. So I think it's around that time period, right? Of 2009. Between what time periods did Mr. Davis give information to LAPD as a confidential informant? Do you remember?
I don't remember how many times we met or how many times I was involved in speaking to him, but it's just those 3 times. The first time in his garage, 2008, 2009, and then when we went to New York. That's all my dealings with Mr. Davis was. That I can remember.
Okay. Now, the December 2008 proffer that you were part of, did you verify any of the information?
That Mr. Davis told us?
Yeah.
We were trying to verify as much as we could.
Okay.
That's
Well,
why
tell us the efforts. No, I'm sorry. Can you tell this jury the efforts that you made to verify the information that he gave you in 2008?
Flying to New York to try to get the relationship with Zip, Mr. Martin, because he was involved here in Vegas with the murder and the large sum of money that was supposed to be given to Mr. Martin to give to Mr. Davis. So that's why we flew to New York to try to get that whole thing going.
Right. And based on your efforts in New York, were you able to verify that any of that information to be true?
No.
Now, in addition to that, there was other information that Mr. Davis gave up in 2008 in December. Did you verify any of that other information to be true?
I don't think any other information that he gave us was anything except the murder of Tupac.
Sure. Did you at any point verify, for instance, the people that he identified in the vehicle?
No.
You are aware, of course, that some of the people that he had identified in the vehicle were still alive in 2008, right?
One was.
Who was that?
That was Terrence Brown's.
Okay. Did you ever verify that Terrence Brown was in Las Vegas at the time of the murder?
We never got a chance to.
Why not?
As I said, our first course of action was to tie in Mr. Combs, the money, and work back from there.
So you fly to New York, it's a bust, you fly back, and then you never follow up on what happens with regards to Mr. Brown?
I didn't.
You're part of the task force. Do you know if anybody else on the task force verified that information that Mr. Brown was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting?
No.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the type of scenario that Mr. Davis is in, right? He's being targeted as a potential suspect in a Biggie Smalls murder. You develop information about him being a drug dealer, right?
Yes.
And you had said, I think there was how much time was he looking at? Life sentence?
I think so, yes.
Right, pretty heavy sentence, right?
Yes.
And so you had also targeted the idea, though, that it wasn't just him moving some large amount. It was people coming into his house, potentially his family. People could be arrested, his friends, for instance, that was part of that, and they all could go to prison, right?
I will say this. Mr. Davis took the hit for a lot of people in his family and his kids, his wife, but that's why he did a lot of stuff he did. I will say that.
And I appreciate you saying that. And so in essence, he said, okay, this is all on me. I will take the hit for the family.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the way that you recall.
Yes, all the drugs again we're hammering on again, Chad.
How he describes what happens and so forth. You had mentioned that he's in the car, he drives up next to the other car, and then he gives the gun to the back seat because he was going to do the shooting. Then he gives it to somebody else, and then I guess it was Dre said, "No, I can't do it." And then Orlando fires the gun.
Yes.
Okay. So the 4 individuals that in the car would have been Mr. Davis, and then Mr. Brown,
Driver.
and then Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Orlando Anderson.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you at some point these people come back to Compton, right? Were there any, as far as you know, did anyone attempt to kill Orlando for being the shooter in the vehicle of Tupac Shakur?
I don't know if anyone tried to kill Mr. Anderson, but a lot of other people got shot and killed.
Sure. And so what other people that you recall were being shot and killed?
I don't have the list of people who I know. Darnell Graham got shot, and then an 11-year-old girl got shot. Off the top of my head, I can remember those two. It was war. Compton's what, 10 square miles, and all of these people know each other from growing up. There was people standing, hiding out, walking the streets.
But in terms of the 4 that's in the vehicle, was Mr. Smith shot?
No, not that I know of.
And what about the other person, Mr. Besides Mr. Davis?
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Not that I know of. No.
And then with regards to Mr. Davis, was he shot at?
No, not that I know of.
And once again, this idea is we're talking about a very compact area of Las Vegas, 10 by 10 miles, multiple blood and crip gangs just encroach upon one another, right? It's basically like a powder keg.
Street by street.
Right. And in terms of retribution, pretty clear, this would be an immediate thing because Tupac Shakur was shot and killed.
Yes.
And Death Row Records, as a member of the mob Pyru, would have been definitely out the blood on that.
Yes.
But none of those 4 individuals were shot at.
No, not that I know of.
Yeah. And in fact, just to make sure I'm clear, Orlando Anderson was actually shot and killed probably about a year and a half later, right?
Unrelated, yes.
Yes. And it was unrelated, meaning that people that he got into a gunfight with was actually other Crips.
Yes.
Right? And it was over money, as far as you can recall.
Yes.
Now, there was some discussion. Are you aware of a person by the name of Darnell Brim?
Yes.
Darnell Brim is, and I think there was some discussion about there was 2 different sets in the Southside Crips.
Yes.
One set was the Burr Street set.
Correct.
And that would be Burr Street where Mr. Davis lived on.
Yes.
As well as members of his family and so forth, right?
Yes.
The other set was the set that Darnell Brim was in charge of.
From what I hear. I never worked Compton PD, but from what I hear, yes.
Okay. And with regards to Mr. Brim, he was killed pretty much immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
Mr. Brim is still alive as far as I know.
Oh, you're right. He was shot though, right?
Yeah.
And then he went to prison for some unrelated matter, something to do with drugs.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of Mr. Brim, was there ever a conversation with Mr. Brim to determine or have questions asked with regards to Tupac Shakur?
When we started, again, I started in 2006. Those questions would have been initially asked of Mr. Brim when he was shot in 96, 97. Those types of things we could have gotten to. But like I said, our first course of action was to solidify where the money came from. If Mr. Combs was involved, and was Mr. Davis telling the truth about being paid for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
And outside of that, any additional sort of boots in the ground discussions or investigation in Compton was handled by somebody else?
The initial, the preliminary.
Right.
And if we would have gotten to that, we probably would have talked to people, but I'm sure that they were talked to already. This is on a Fed level trying to get a RICO case against people. Okay, this is a whole different level of Compton.
Sure.
This is FBI, ATF, DEA. This is trying to solidify that Death Row Records and was built on narcotics and Bad Boy Records. Now, you don't understand this, but I'm from the hood. Everybody knows it was. Okay? Everybody knows that those record companies were started with the sales of narcotics. So the feds were looking at a RICO. We cared about the murders. So.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, like he's like, look, I'm from the streets, man. I knew what this is all about. Yes, guys, Emily Baker worked in the LA County District Attorney's Office, but like they generally, like in these big cities, you have specialized prosecutors who work hand in hand with these guys, and they know the gang shit inside and out, and they work with these teams of detectives and cops. So I don't think she did any of that stuff, but she's never really talked about it. But yeah, anyways.
This was chasing the money. This was chasing John Combs to see if he was involved with, the hit on Mr. Shakur.
And so once you determine that...
So they're like, we thought Diddy did it.
Information, not because of Biggie Small, but rather because of Shakur. You never once reached out to Metro at that time to say, hey, Las Vegas, you guys are the ones in charge of this murder. Come down to have an interview with Davis?
The decisions were, again, way above my pay grade, and our command staff, whoever made that decision to keep it in-house and for us to handle it on the Fed level, because it would have spread all the way to Las Vegas and not notify Las Vegas Metro at that time, wasn't my decision.
I see. So had it been somebody up the chain, maybe even the United States Attorney.
Whoever.
Yeah. Okay, that's not your call to make.
This is so.
Right. I appreciate that. Now, in addition to that, sir, your in terms of the information we're talking about here, at some point your other LAPD detective leaves the LAPD. Greg Cady.
Yes, in 2011, I think.
And in 2011, I believe he publishes a book.
Yes.
And that book is called Murder Rap?
Yes.
Did you read that book?
Parts of it.
All right. And fair to say, of course, is that if you saw something in the book that was not accurate, you probably tell Greg Cady, hey, this is not accurate, this is not right.
I wouldn't tell him nothing. That's his version. He did what he wanted to do.
Right. Okay, so it's his version of events. You would have been like, okay, this is not right about what I did. I'm just going to leave it alone because that's what Greg
Tupac
Cady
didn't with the baby oil.
I'm saying I was on the Los Angeles Police Department, still in charge of the Biggie Smalls case by myself. And whatever came from any books that were written, it was my responsibility to make sure that everybody was okay if they were outed in that book. So I'm not going to tell another man what he should and shouldn't do. Is write a book. If you want to write a book, write a book. If it comes back my way and I got to investigate something you said, then I'll do that.
So this individual, Greg Cady, leaves LAPD and takes the Tupac file with him?
From what I hear, something like to that effect.
Oh, wow. Okay, guys. So, yes, I was initially right. His fellow detective wrote the books, Cady. And then he's like, man, I ain't getting in the way of that shit. He's like, I got to get to my retirement. So.
He stole the file.
Something to that effect.
Now, in addition to that, he also took the Biggie file, right, with him when he left.
From what I hear, I've never seen him, but that's what I hear.
Okay. And with regards to the recording that we're talking about here, that recording was a recording that he published, at least brought it out to the public, not you.
You will never see me on a podcast, a book, nothing like that.
Yeah.
So you never have.
Now, in terms of though, just your understanding and
okay, stop.
No.
No.
Has made appearances.
No, I am not on the same level. I'm not on the same level as Kurt. Okay. Emily and Kurt were doing this for a while. Nick's been doing that for a while. Do not put me in the same level as those guys. I appreciate that, but not even close.
On podcasts and other things as well, right?
Yes.
And
so, just saying. Oh my God, bro. Come on. We're almost done.
also, that would be with documentaries.
Yes.
But at least.
Oh my God.
You're still abiding by the rules and that kind of thing. You would never do that.
I expect.
Oh, bro. Come on, dude. Hi, Scott. Iron Duke, I mean, not really. So.
The code. Okay, I'm going to abide by the streets. You're not going to see me on here talking about what somebody else did. This is the only time you're going to see me talking about what somebody did. Sitting in
Oh, did you hear this? So he's like, he's like, I'm retired and I may be a cop, but I ain't fucking snitching. Look at that.
Abiding by the rules and that kind of thing. You would never do that.
I stick to the code. Okay, I'm going to abide by the streets. You're not going to see me on here talking about what somebody else did. This is the only time you're going to see me talking about what somebody did.
This guy's a real G. I wonder if he did some sketchy shit out there in the world.
Sitting in the chair.
Wow.
And I appreciate that, sir.
Other than that, you'll never see me doing that.
Okay. And with regards to your participation, though, in the interviews, during the time period that you're hearing Mr. Davis talk about these things, were you aware at all that he was recommended that this other attorney step in for his attorney, Edie Falls, and basically have this conversation?
No, to my knowledge from the media, I thought Edie Falls would have been his attorney. So I don't know anything about that. Again, that was way above my whatever I was doing. I don't know who made that decision. I never talked to Mr. Davis. I didn't know he was hidden at that point.
Okay.
So,
were you aware that when Metro was finally notified?
Yes.
When was that?
The 2009 interview.
Yes, sir. Did you make that call to Metro?
Chain of command. Somebody upstairs called Vegas when we disbanded our unit. Our case was going back to RDA. Las Vegas Metro, they were going to take over their case. So somebody in our chain of command reached out to somebody in Metro, I guess, and said, "Hey, we got some information for you. Somebody needs to talk to you about Tupac." I knew Detective Dan Long. It trickled all the way down to us. Either he called me or I called him and set up the interview.
Did you tell Detective Long when he appeared here in LA for the interview with Mr. Davis that he had given a proffer in 2008?
Yes, I think he was aware of what we had. Unfortunately, he was aware of what we had done to that point. Yes.
I mean, that you had a conversation with him. Say, hey, by the way, there was a proffer in place in 2008. Here's the information.
I'm sure I did. I don't recall if I told him immediately or whatever, but he was aware that we had been dealing with Mr. Davis.
So, and once again, that proffer agreement between you, the government, or the various people of the task force plus Mr. Davis, up until that point, there was no violation of that agreement, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Right, meaning that, for instance, Mr. Davis didn't do anything that would say, hey, you violate the terms of this agreement.
No, I never used that term with him because no.
Right, but at the same time, your higher ups felt at this particular point, yeah, give the information that you just learned about Mr. Davis from 2008, give that to Metro, right?
Yes.
And once again, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to forget this question. You didn't verify anything outside of the P. Diddy potential payment that was the part of that you were looking at.
Yes.
So everything else would have been going back to Detective Long to do his investigation in Las Vegas about the information given to him by Mr. Davis?
I mean, he was going to be aware of that, yes.
Okay. But once again,
that was already out, a possibility. Just hearing Mr. Davis say it kind of solidified it, that we need to look more into this part of it. Instead of it just being Tupac getting killed, Death Row, and Southside, they were involved.
Yeah, but I think we're here for a slightly different purpose. We're in Las Vegas, and we just want to know what facts were presented, or at least established with regards to the situation. You're telling me Detective Long would have been willing to verify whether Mr. Brown was here in Las Vegas, whether any of the other individuals in the vehicle that was represented to you was actually here in Las Vegas to establish that, right? That was his job, not yours.
Yeah, on the murder.
Right, right. Now, there was some activity that happened in Compton. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You weren't part of any of the investigations in Compton with regard to the gang issues and so forth. You weren't part of that.
No,
that would have been somebody else from Compton.
Compton and Metro and whoever else.
Okay. I just have one.
Yeah, question about this, sure.
He does not look like Dwayne Wade, not Dwayne Wade, Nathan Wade.
I pass it. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect, Mr. Jumpman?
Just briefly, you brought up the fact that Mr. Davis said that basically Sean Puffy Combs solicited the murder of Shogun Tupac during the course of that conversation.
Yeah.
Did he tell you where that conversation occurred?
It's a deli called Greenblatt's, still there on Sunset in Hollywood in Los Angeles.
If he never provides that portion of the information, what jurisdiction would LA have to be investigating a homicide that occurred in Las Vegas? None. So it was that piece of information which provided LAPD jurisdiction to even be looking at this murder.
You could say that. But like I said, on the Fed case with the RICO, that would got incorporated into the RICO, the murder anyway. And that's what we were looking at. But yes, that's where it started. So you can use that also.
And so you were unable to confirm through ZIP the Puffy Combs angle of the case. At some point, your agency said, hey, we got to tell Vegas what we've been doing.
Yes.
And at that point, Dan Long comes down and you are in a room with Dan Long, Mr. Davis, his lawyer, and there's a conversation that occurs.
That's correct.
At that time, the only person left alive in the vehicle was Terrence Bubba Brown, right?
Yes.
Mr. Brown was a resident of LA, correct?
Correct.
And was there at least a discussion between you and Dan, hey, if Mr. Brown ever gets himself into some real trouble, maybe we'll have some leverage to talk to Mr. Brown?
Yes.
And then unfortunately, Mr. Brown got killed as well.
Yes.
And so the last person alive in the vehicle is Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Well, oh my God, bro.
Anything further, Mr. Sand?
Okay, so what investigation did Mr. Brown talk about? You wouldn't be able to verify information about where he was, whether or not he was in Las Vegas, right? You're saying you with Mr. Brown.
We wouldn't be able to?
Yeah.
We could have, I guess.
Right.
We got to that, yeah.
Sure. And with regard to that, you didn't make that effort while he was still alive.
I mean, this, like, I guess what he's going to argue is if they thought he was involved, they never fucking did anything about it. I guess that's what he's getting at here. God, that's kind of tenuous to make that argument, man. This is a very long, there's no roundabout way of getting to that point. Yes, Bob Motta's dad was John Wayne Gacy's attorney. Yep.
And it would be fair to say, of course, that even if someone had passed, that you would still need to verify what Mr. Davis said to you, regardless of whether or not the person's passed or not.
We would have to verify everything.
Right.
And like I said, the start of it was Sean Puffy Combs, so that's when we started.
Sure. And your focus is a little different, but in terms of the actual murder of Tupac Shakur, information with regards to, these other individuals in the car, that would have been given to Metro to handle here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
State, anything further?
Of course it will. Yes, one follow-up.
Wait.
34 years.
They're getting a redirect? Oh, come on.
20 homicide trials. Ever made a case on a guy confessing to a homicide?
Yeah, I've had a couple confessions. Yeah.
When you were talking to Mr. Davis and he's telling you what he's telling you, did you have reason to doubt his version of events as it relates to the homicide itself?
I didn't think Mr. Davis was lying because he put the gun in his nephew's hand. And if anybody knows anything from what I hear, Mr. Orlando Anderson was the man besides Keefy D in that neighborhood. He was the prince, and his family loved him. I didn't think that Mr. Davis would put the gun in his own nephew's hand, dead or alive, and put that smut on him unless it was true. The person that killed Tupac, well, in the neighborhood, he's a hero. In the world, he's a villain. So I didn't think Mr. Davis, me personally, would do that unless it was true with his own nephew, because I know he loved his nephew.
Oh, no.
And so that particular fact, knowing the culture and...
Wow. Oh, Jesus. This is actually devastating. And we're like at the 5th level of examination right now. Direct, redirect, direct, cross, redirect, recross, redirect. Wow.
Now it's 2008. I mean, let me ask you this. Was Tupac Shakur larger than life after death?
Yes, but he would have been legendary if he lived.
And in 2008, he is legendary at that point.
He's dead.
And if it gets out that Mr. Davis has said his nephew pulled the trigger, would there be consequences for his neighborhood?
I mean, just the way it looks, him being a hero, meaning Tupac to the world, and then this gang, like I said, in the streets, in his hood, Orlando wasn't looked at that, but people are going to always say the Southsiders the ones who killed Tupac. Nipsey Hussle, all these people who are like that, that's what comes with that. Now, you could wear a badge and act like it's something in your hood, but in the world, that's not a good thing to be, remembered as or thought of as a person that killed Tupac, even though what happened to Mr. Orlando Anderson wasn't right.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further based on that?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. You go to...
So we're on to like cross. It's like Phil. Kia CWC makes you want to read.
He's the target of Biggie Smalls' murder. Yes. You interview him, and at some point in the future, you determine that Mr. Davis is not involved in Biggie Smalls' murder.
Yes.
While you're in the room showing him the information that you have about the drug aspect of it, a life sentence potentially, and everyone in his family or people in his family and friends potentially getting all in the middle of that with all kinds of problems, right? He decides to take the hit, as like you said, right? And instead of saying, hey, I don't have anything about Biggie Smalls, which you now have confirmed, he had nothing to do with Biggie Smalls, so he had no information. He says, I actually have information, and Orlando Anderson is one of those people, right? And at the time he says it, Orlando's actually dead, right? And people in the community of Compton had all had this sort of thing going on that potentially Orlando Anderson was involved in the murder of Tupac, correct?
Correct.
So that information was available to Mr. Davis when he gave you that information, right?
Yes.
But once again, you were targeted for Biggie Smalls, and there was no information that would say he was involved in Biggie Smalls, so he couldn't give you any of that information, right? No further question, Attorney.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Okay.
I've lost track of how many redirects we're on, so, all right, you're okay, guys. Any questions from the jury? Looking at that side of the box? No? Okay. Oh, we do have one, okay. We have a few.
So let's see here. Let's see if these. Oh God, this would be nervous to see what's going on here. Yeah, now redirect. Redirect. So let's see. There's going to be a lot here.
All right, a question from one of our jurors for you. For clarity, would you say the feds were more worried about the bigger fish and the whole puzzle rather than the pieces, being you had the information from Keefe and didn't need to put it together?
Yes, they were worried about the bigger picture, but this is 2006, and the smaller types of investigations on both cases had already been run the ground. You needed to come with a different type of investigation to try to see if you can get it. So that's why Detective Kading, the LAPD, that's why you brought in the FBI, ATF, DEA, other agencies to all help to try to solve both cases. Once we found out what Mr. Davis had said, it was Biggie Smalls at first, and then it went to Tupac Shakur.
Okay. Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. Sanders?
No.
Okay, you faked us out again. All right, you are free to go. Thank you so much, Mr. Dupree.
Your Honor, one quick thing before the witness leaves. May we approach?
If you want to just have him wait in the hall, or do you want him to wait?
If you can just be back on the stand for a second.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Yeah. Let's see. So, real quick, Ag, I wanted to say, did I just quote a Glory Hammer quote? No, that's actually a combination of things from Battlefield 1 when you are the Austrians.
Mr. Dupree, as you discussed earlier with the parties, you may be subject to recall in this case.
It's not for the Emperor, fight for
If
yourself.
you could refrain from, you're ordered not to discuss your testimony with anyone else in this case until you are released from that potential recall. Okay, thank you. You are not free to go. All right, Steve, what did you want to present next?
Well, we're going to start the 2008 statement, so we fill up the rest of the day.
Okay.
But we have at least one witness tomorrow, so we'll call that witness tomorrow and then probably continue on the rest of the day with the rest of the statements.
Does it make sense then? All right.
Does it make? I mean, unless the court wants us to call the witness tomorrow at 1 and then start the statements. I
think that might make the most sense.
There's just more time in the statements than there is in the day tomorrow, so we still don't
If we
finish.
play the half hour today, will that finish it out tomorrow?
It all depends on Mr. Shams Cross of the witness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, there's two statements, right? I think we can definitely play one of the statements after the witness tomorrow, and then we have a subsequent statement. We're also playing we introduced through Mr. Dupree. So.
And none of them will finish in the half hour. We have 35 minutes we have left.
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to have the jury. I'm just going to have the jury leave a little bit early today.
Okay, so that's it. There we go. I downloaded Battlefield 1 years ago and still haven't played it. Yeah, but it was from a funny thing there. You have the same tiles behind the judge in your shower. Well, to the lowest bidder, they use what they got left. So yeah, apparently this is that same. Anyways, guys, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of like, how are they gonna figure out KPD did this? Like. Well, I mean, they're starting to put it together, and I will say the defense attorney kind of helped. So I don't really get it. I don't really get it. But apparently, hey, I don't know. I just wouldn't have asked half those fucking questions. I want to focus on the hundreds of pounds of cocaine they're involved in dealing. So I don't know. Locals time, no. Don Gamer Guy says, hold on here. Where it's the judge letting duke it out and get all their questions in. I think it's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're getting at. I get that joke too. But hi, Don Gamer Guy. So no locals tonight, though. I am going to bed. So chat, we've got Formula One tomorrow morning. What time is it at? Formula One. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. at the Zandvoort in Holland. Lando Norris has pole. George Russell is second. And Kimi Antonelli is in third. Then Piastri is fourth. And Lewis Hamilton, damn. Lewis Hamilton got fifth. Très impressive. Très impressive. I'm actually kind of impressed. So we'll see there. Yeah. Why is the defense lawyer got visible tats? He's like Pacific Islander, so that's like Polynesian, Maori, whatever. That's kind of their culture. I mean, it is typically not normal, but for his culture, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. But that's like why he's got longer hair too. So he's some sort of Islander heritage. Tongan, I think is what people said before. I'm not sure. So Katie says church is greater than F1. Well, for some people, it is their church. The Church of Speed. So is he Maori? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think he's Maori. I think he's like Tongan or something else. Meth face tats are bust. Yeah. Yes, ethnicity's conquered. Brewberry says, are we sure he didn't make some bad decisions when he was younger? No, I think it's his like actual heritage, but still, it's whatever. Anyway, chat, that is it for here. They still say it like Mao Chinese Maori. I want a haka in closing. Hakas are the gayest fucking thing in the world. Like that is literally like we go they do hakas for everything. Like I get it when they're like having like they're getting ready for their fucking rugby games and they're like but you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Like Ray Lewis coming out of the fucking tunnel like he's just murdering someone. That's far scarier to me. The hakas just don't scare me. They don't look like I can't imagine like when the first British settlers came in there with guns and the fucking Maori are screaming and hollering. I'm surprised the British didn't fall down fucking laughing at them. Really? I'm surprised that didn't happen. They're just screaming at him. The British are like, because I'd have been there, but like I'd have fallen over laughing. Then they probably would have killed me. He's from Tonga and he's also Mormon. Okay. They did. That's what happened in the colonial wars. What they got laughed at. Yes. I've seen the Parliament one. Yes, we're there in Parliament, but they do hakas for everything. It's like they do a haka for their hakas. The Maori thought they were going to the way of the moa, the big bird. Oh, like Moana? So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, they thought the dream catchers would stop a bullet. It's like, oh well, didn't work out. The moa equals extinct. Okay. The Spanish would have laughed at them. Yeah. The British basically kicked off abo baby heads back then. Yes. Count on an Irishman to wave away a haka. Yeah, well, I'm just saying. They don't scare me. So, Copium says they invented trench warfare, though. Who did? the Maori 8 people use shotguns and pahas with trenches and stockades. Oh, well. Great. They learned how to fucking dig in the ground. When am I having Josh on my channel as he paints a scale train? I don't know. We're going to have to work on that crossover one night. Then I'll have to come over and do like Dino one night. I don't know. They do the haka for the hookie. Say it like an Irishman, Sean. Trains don't have scales. They're made of metal. Suffer Maori. All right, guys. Enough of that. Enough of that chat. 2.0 says I say too many inside jokes, so we got to stop. You're making it bad, chat. All right, guys. We're going to end here. I'm going to bed. I will see you guys tomorrow for the F1 race over on Locals. Remember, guys, potentiallycriminal.locals.com, 9 a.m. And I'll see you guys then. And remember, chat, until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Although I'm pretty sure Keefy D's guilty. I'm pretty damn sure he's guilty. So, good night, chat. Also, yes, Big Bird is from Sesame Street. When are we catching up on Clancy? I don't know. We're going to figure it out. Yes, 9 a.m. Eastern, yes. So, good night, guys.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick hated yelled at? Why, yes it was, he even knows he's fat. For all this fun and more, there's one place to go, here on Sean Martin's Potentially Criminal Show.
Members of the public, I do apologize for the language that was just used. The statements that he's made, good or bad, do not necessarily reflect the views of anybody around this horseshoe, any staff, or the city. We appreciate your patience. This is a regular occurrence, and we do apologize.